Making sure. Testing, 1 2 1 2. Testing. And should I increase the gain on this slightly? Maybe slightly. Okay. Turn that off. Echo check. Yeah, sure. No echoes found. Welcome to Rat Sociopolitical Edition. Hello. Thank you for joining me. I'm going to be kicking off in a minute. We're doing Wrapped Socio-Political Edition. Hope you're able to stick around. Hope you find this interesting. A summary of the biggest socio-political goings on during the year. Maybe more social than political, because we're not going to be doing politics in the traditional sense, but trying to capture the essence of what's this year been like. You know, when you tell your kids about 2025 in 20 years, or if you have kids now, actually, I don't know if you do, but what are you telling your kids? Oh, Damien. Oh, I think, yeah, we know each other. I forgot. I didn't realize it was you. You know that meme? Daniel, that's you. Oh, yeah, appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. That's what I'm trying to do, man. Trying to educate people. We're going to have more people join in a minute. I've been sending out the feelers. Emma's here. Is she going to stick around? We'll see. Yeah, thank you for joining, Damien, man. Appreciate it. Is politics your thing? Are you into politics? Are you into social events, things like that? Merry Christmas to you. Happy New Year in advance. We've got, I don't know, 36 hours, something like that, before the new year starts. Should be fun. Let me just write some more promo stuff. Welcome to 2025 Wrapped Socio-Political Edition. Let me put a little hashtag here. Hello. Thank you for joining us. 2025 Wrapped Socio-Political Edition. And I'm going to try and pin this to make sure that we'll just give it a few minutes for people to join. Pin this and make sure that it only pins for 60 seconds. It's a bit annoying. Is my audio okay though? Can you hear me fine? My mic is hidden away from the screen here, which is pretty nice. So let me know if you can't hear me or there's any issues with echoes and stuff like that. Yeah, great. Yeah, you can. Excellent. I do like to have the mic away from the screen, so it looks like I'm just talking, like, just natural. I feel like it's very natural when I have my earpieces today for when people come on. Are you guys going to be coming on as guests? Aichi, Amma, any of you coming on to talk about Trump, dating apps? I know you have a lot to say about dating apps, Amma. No shade. Come and tell us about your experiences. Like I was saying to Damien, the idea is meant to... Oh, Damien followed me as well. Nice. The idea is meant to be like, if you tell your kids about... Oh, yes, liking alive. I love that. She's already on code. Excellent. Emma's going to be listening. If you tell your kids about what 2025 has been like, what would you be telling them? If you're telling your little nephews and cousins and stuff like that now, what kind of things would you be saying to describe what the year's been about? That's essentially what the plan is, what we're trying to do here. So we have these 6 topics. Now some of them do say like political, but they're not meant to be political in the sense of like, what does it mean for politics and geopolitics? I know I do a lot of that kind of content, but it's meant to be like, even in the seemingly political stories, you can find social effects. Like Trump's being elected. I think most people would say that you would agree that even if you don't follow politics, you've kind of noticed, like, let's just be honest, the world has got very racist over the past year. The fact that you have people saying, like, the biggest politicians in the world saying, tweeting, openly, racist stuff. I feel like Trump kind of brought that in, right? So in as much as Trump is a political story, there is also that social effect which you can't ignore, And hopefully you guys found my can I move? There we go. Okay, this is the housekeeping, which I might get back onto when more people come in or whatever, but hopefully you guys found my review. I posted this on my Instagram, like, and I was offering £20. None of you were even interested in playing the game. Maybe I didn't explain it very well. Maybe that's what it was. But some of these quotes, I was trying to be funny, which is why I came. Like, if you guys remember the first quote when Jaden Smith said that years ago, so hopefully you found that somewhat entertaining. I take a lot of pride in the creativity I come up with in these shows, like trying to come up with what we're going to be talking about as a, what do you call it, topics or whatever. I won't say it's the easy part. It's not easy actually, but trying to then come up. Damien's liking alive. I think he appreciates my wit on this page. Trying to then, hey Nathan, how are you? Trying to then come up with like a way to make it fun enough that it looks engaging. I hope I'm doing a good job of that. I hope so. If I'm not, you guys tell me. Oh, V shared the live. Thank you so much, V. I feel like I might know V, but I'm not sure who that. Oh, I'm not sure who that is. So sorry. Sometimes when the name comes up, I might know a lot of these people in real life, but I always forget. But there is some creativity that goes into trying to come up with the sub quotes and everything else that goes with it. So the first one was Jaden Smith. The next one is a viral tweet where a girl said that. The reform one, that one I came up with myself. I'm not sure if anyone's actually said that before, but that was just me just coming up with that. The next one, the mayor's one, is also a tweet. The Charlie Kirk one is also a tweet. You missed the Charlie. I don't know why you missed it. You could have just tried. Like, I feel like it was pretty. I won't say easy, but it's £20. If you're trying to win £20, some effort is going to be required. And I even did the first one for you guys. So it wasn't meant to be. I think some people thought you're meant to guess like the quotes. You're actually meant to guess just the story that's attached to it. Oh, 10 people already. Very nice. Hope you guys stick around. Just as a recap, we're trying to do a 2025 review of the year. And again, these topics are not, some people might not say they're the biggest things that happened the year, but if you think there's anything else that happened that you think is bigger than this, do feel free to come on and join me. I'm going to be having guests on in a minute just to kind of get you guys takes on this. And the aim again is not meant to be like you're meant to be interested in politics. That's why I say socio-political. It's meant to be, what does this tell us about 2025 as a year, even socially speaking, because politics can't be divorced from reality, right? Even if you look at like reform, the fact that reform is like basically somehow the most popular party in the UK, that's come with it a lot of like anti-immigrant stuff, like a lot of more, like I said earlier, more racism. Let's just call it what it is, antagonizing openly against people and saying, oh, actually you're British, but because you're not the descendant of the Celtic warriors from 1200, then maybe you're not as British as the rest of us. Maybe going back a few years, we saw people like Shamima Begum and her, her nationality being revoked, and they're saying, well, because your parents are Bangladeshi or something, you can go back there. All that kind of stuff is stuff that, again, there are societal effects that we can't ignore. So that's kind of what I'm trying to say. And like, hopefully, this is, to me, doing a good enough job of wrapping up. But maybe if you guys can leave any comments before I get into it and say, like, is there anything I've missed that's obvious? Anyone that's watching right now. I know these 6 are also meant to be like somewhat the most entertaining 6 or whatever that I could think of. But is there anything you guys think I've missed that you guys would be like, oh, this was a massive thing in the year, I'm surprised this is not there? If you have anything, could you please leave a comment and tell me, like, what have I missed? I feel like Trump being re-elected, I tried to do it from like start of the year towards the end of the year kind of thing. So Trump being re-elected obviously started in January. Trump was inaugurated in January. The dating has been out of fashion, I guess it's kind of the whole year, but I saw a Guardian article in around March or April. That's why I put that there. Then reform, I think June was when the current situation started to wobble a lot. Reform has been around for, start of the year, but like that was when, to me, started to really get dramatic. The mayor's story was September. Charlie Kirk was also September. And the transactional dating that tweet was what kicked everything off. And that was around late October. So that's kind of how I've started to, if you're wondering why the order is this way, it's meant to kind of roughly be from the start of the year to the end of the year. It's a good wrap, so thank you for that. I can't think of anything obvious that's happened. I'm sure there's been like some social stuff that's happened that kind of like, really viral stories, which off the top of my head I can't think of. Bridget Macron suing Candice. That one might be a bit too political, should we say. I don't know if you guys even know who Candice Owens is. A lot of people might not know who Candice Owens is, but she was sued by the wife of, like, what's it called, Emmanuel Macron, the president of France. Diddy, ooh, Diddy's was Diddy this year? Was it not last year when the story first broke and the whole baby oil, 1,000 things of baby oil? Daniel, that is an Arsenal top. Yeah, I wore that one just for you because we're playing. We're playing today. I think we're gonna lose later today. I'm not gonna lie. Aston Villa always beats us. But yes, some of the stories that's been mentioned in the comments, I'll just read them out. Brigitte Macron suing Candace. Again, Brigitte Macron is the wife of Emmanuel Macron, who's the president of France. So for the past couple of years, Candace Owens has been saying the wife of France is a man. And she's been saying, oh, they have these sources, these journalists and all these kind of people, basically, taunting her and saying she's trans. And so eventually, they got fed up and they sued, what do you call it? Candace. I'm not sure where is that story right now. I'm not sure where it is right now. Like, what stage is it at? But I haven't really heard much about it since then. But that might be a bit too inside baseball. And again, there's no real effects on society for that one. That's just Candace being crazy, and I don't even know what the other thing is. The Diddy one, the trial was this year. Someone said, was the Diddy trial this year? Oh, yeah, I think it might have been. I think I did some stories, earlier this year. Okay, I think I did some stories around actually some of the stuff that happened in that trial. And again, not a Johnny come lately on this, but when he first got arrested, I did a whole report on the charges against him. I think one of my first live streams actually, What in the World Weekly 0.5, was about the charges against Diddy. And when in that report, my conclusion of the whole thing was essentially the only thing they could actually get him on was the the DV stuff and the kind of I guess prostitution stuff. That was the only things that were real in that. Everything else was kind of BS. And just so you guys understand how these things work, usually what happens with cases like Diddy is that basically you have a prosecutor who's an elected position in the state. They decide that, oh, I want to really make a lot of political, whatever, because I want to try and win an election next year, or I want to run for governor or this or that. So someone like Diddy, who's like, his crimes, as we saw in the documentary, really go back a longer time. Instead of trying to find actual crimes to get him on, they have this sensational charge where they throw this and they throw that and they throw that, and they try to get him on this. They basically care more about the theater of the event than actually trying to get him on anything. Which is why, when he got indicted, he got convicted, everyone's like, only 4 years. Oh my God, for this. I said in my original video that was always going to happen. One of the charges they had him on, again, I'm very inside baseball, so I know too much about this, was trafficking. Now, the way they explain trafficking in the charging document is basically like how rich people get IG models. That's not trafficking. As in, like, you find someone you find attractive on thing, you say, oh, can I fly you out? You book their flight, they come to see you. You guys do unholy stuff together. That's not crime. Everyone knows that's not crime, but they call it trafficking because you're paying for their flight, and so like you're facilitating their transportation. So if you hear the word trafficking, you're thinking of something to do with like people that are not old enough to be doing that kind of stuff and all that kind of coercive behavior. But it's really just the IG model playbook. Again, people that know, like me, already knew that he was never going to get convicted in anything serious and that kind of stuff. This is why you stick with What in the World Weekly, to get your news about what's going on. When you hear about the sensational headline, the first thing you should be thinking is, what does What in the World Weekly have to say about this? Because I'm not only going to tell you this is what happened, I'm always going to tell you what's the truth about the matter. Yeah. So if you're watching this and you haven't followed me, follow me for all that kind of stuff. Every breaking story, AJ has an opinion. It's been on pause. What's been on pause? Now, I haven't changed the screen, by the way. I didn't go to the Diddy story. Time says girls love being flown out. But that's a fact. That's a fact. We don't really do that in the UK, I guess. Like if you wait, am I frozen or is it back now? Someone said it's been unfrozen. I'm confused. Can someone confirm that I'm not just talking to myself? I'm waiting for confirmation, guys. Oh, Freddie sent a rose. Thank you, Freddie. Oh, it's back. It's back. Freddie wants to join as a guest. Oh, great. Freddie, give me about 2 minutes. Let me wrap up this Diddy stuff, and I'll bring you up. Yes, we've got our first guest. That's very exciting. Freddie's a political savant, so I will bring him up in a minute. Quick wrap up on that. Daniel said girls like being flown in. Well, we don't have that in the UK, unfortunately. If you meet someone from like Birmingham, you can't say like, oh, let me fly. I mean, I suppose you could fly someone into London from Birmingham, because I guess there are flights from Birmingham to London, but why would you do why would you do that? Can I pay for your Flixbus? From Birmingham to if you want to be real fancy, get them on National Express. A bit more leg room. Anyway, Let me get Freddie up here. Let's get into these topics. I've been whining for a bit too long. All right. So the first topic is the Trump one. Now I've taken the pleasure of doing some backup pages to really talk about where's Freddie? Freddie, I don't see you, mate. Can you oh there we go. Accept. To talk about the relevance.
Yo,
Oh, I gotta put my earphones in.
yo,
Yo,
can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I can.
Is there
What
an
are we
echo?
speaking
Or
about
is it
today?
is there an echo? Or is it
Nah,
fine?
nah, nah. There's no echo.
Excellent,
There's
excellent.
no echo.
All right. Freddie's one of my dear friends. Well, friends, something like that. I say we're friends.
I was one of his students.
He was one of my students. I've taught him well. He's on a good path. So Freddie,
Thank you.
as a wrap up, I don't know if you joined just I don't know when exactly. Something's clicking. I think that's Freddie clicking his eating food or something. banging
Yeah, I was mixing my coleslaw into my jollof.
banging his fork against his plate. How loud is that? Maybe my pickup is very. Maybe I should turn the gain down or something because my gain is on 300%. So it probably picks up a lot. I'll turn it down to 225. It's very loud.
One sec, one sec.
All right. Um, as a recap, like I mentioned earlier on the Trump situation, we're not trying to talk about. I mean, we can get into. I mean, if you guys care enough about politics, part of what I do try and do on What Is World Weekly is to make politics interesting enough for I don't know an audience that ordinarily wouldn't be interested in it. So when I was making this, actually, I tried to reach out to some people to be guests, and some of them were like, "Oh, basically it's too political for their taste." And I was like, should I mix it up and do something that's not political? But no, I'm gonna stand on business. And again, when we say politics, you can think about politics in a general sense of like who gets elected, blah blah. But it is always a commentary on society. Like when Obama got elected, oh, hope and change and all that kind of every kumbaya this, versus when Trump got elected. There's clearly a very different social atmosphere as well, right? Not just political. There's a reason why, because a lot of people,
Yeah.
when it comes to politics, they kind of vote based on popularity, isn't it? If they like the person, they like the guy or whatever, or the girl, they kind of vote for them. So if you like someone like Trump, who's abrasive, brash, a racist, let's be honest, all that kind of stuff, what does that say about you? What does that say about the world in 2025? So that's how I come up with these 3 questions about Trump's popularity, so it's going to be like an interview style setup. And again, if you have any opinions on this that are not also political, that are just social, please join us. But Freddie, I think the way we're going to do this is that I'm going to ask you these questions as like an interview style stuff, and then get your take on it, and then I'll be supplementing that with my take, how I see it, etc., as well. Yep. So again, if you have any insights that you think, I don't know, obviously we don't live in America, but Trump, we can't really escape Trump, can we? Or if you have insights about America, we can talk about America as well.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
what does
you
that say
can't.
about America itself? So
I feel like Trump.
Go on.
I feel like. Oh, sorry. Go on.
No, I cut you
Go
off.
on. Go on. Go on.
I was just going to say starting off with the first question.
I feel like
Why
Trump.
do you think Trump remains so popular?
It's not really just US popularity. He remains popular worldwide. Like it's his cult of personality. He has an insane cult of personality. He kind of built his brand on being the person who looks like a prick.
Right.
Like that's his whole thing.
The bad
His
boy.
whole thing is the fact
the
that
goggle box when it's
he
like
can be
we all love a
loud.
bad boy, don't we? We all love a bad.
Yeah, exactly. Like his whole thing is based off being loud and brash and doing whatever he wants and having like all of the nice cars, all of the nice this, all of the nice that. Like there's like people on TikTok will post photos of him from 15, 20 years ago driving cars that are worth 2 million quid now. And that like subconsciously making him look cool back then and still cool now is why he's so popular. Which is why even if he went against the Constitution and ran for a 3rd time, I don't think he'd lose.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
I don't think he'd lose, like, because he was able to gain the black vote in such a strange way, in such a strange way. Even though there was a lot of black people, I would say a lot more black people who supported Kamala Harris, but she didn't have the complete support of the white people as well. He had practically both.
Yeah, that's a great point. The point you made around Trump's like the allure where he has all these nice cars. He even used to do like the pageantry, didn't he? Like the Miss World pageant, and he used to do those. And there was a
Yeah,
lot of things around when he first got elected. And also Bliss just said he's very entertaining, which is true. I'll get to that in a minute. But like, there's a lot of things about when he first got elected around like he's a successful guy, therefore he's gonna make the country successful. Like a lot of people were like enamored by his just level of success and being a billionaire overall. That like they felt like that was impressive enough that
yeah,
that could be very good for the country overall. Like, I guess wealth begets wealth. Like, how exactly he
yeah,
got his secret source of billions, he would be able to get. So, do you think that says something about maybe like people venerating like wealth? We always see that in society nowadays. Like,
yeah,
having money just seems like everyone just got to get money anyhow. Even as something as small as like how Twitter started paying people. You have a lot of people just rage baiting and just posting nonsense
yeah,
because they can get money like just from their like the Twitter interactions and stuff. Do you think that kind of tells a story
yeah,
about people's desire for or worship of rich people more generally?
yeah. What the way I look at it is, you see, Trump, he kind of tries to portray himself as a bog standard normal person, somebody who you'd
Mm,
go to the pub with and have a blast. Similarly to why Nigel Farage is popular here, he tries to portray himself as a normal person. Like, for example, would you rather go to the pub with Trump or Joe Biden? Who are you gonna have a better laugh with?
yeah, Trump for sure. Trump is
That I
definitely
think
the
that's
guy.
a I think that is why he's popular and he gets so many votes and has so much support. Like what Bliss said, he reignited the American dream. Some people truly believe that he did. And the
Yeah,
American dream is literally to be a bog standard normal person and become rich.
yeah. I mean, obviously, needless to
He
say,
tries to portray himself as a bog standard
I was
normal person who became rich.
yeah, I was gonna say, needless to say, obviously, it is an act. Like Trump is not bog standard by any means. Like he grew up wealthy. I think his parents are pretty sure were wealthy as well. So it is quite impressive that he's been able to kind of shapeshift into that kind of person. And I think even when Trump got elected, again, you guys might not care much enough about the inside baseball, but he got elected in large part because like there was a lot of social movements behind that. If you're on Twitter, if you're not really, it's fine. But there was a lot of thing about like the forgotten, average white person that feels like their country is being wrestled away from them by these, foreign invaders and such. So like the whole backlash against DEI, that was at its peak when Trump was running. And so again, what you're saying, Freddie, seems very true to me that a lot of people saw Trump as like a return to like the good old days. Even when his first thing, like make America great again, right? That's the whole idea around it, like back to the glory days where one person could be working at the manufacturing plant and the wife could be at home and you can feed a family of four and one salary and all that kind of stuff. There was a lot of push around that. So when Trump came back in, obviously he got elected first time, then he lost to Biden, whatever. Then he came back again in 2025. I guess if we try to wrap up what that means for us socially, we've talked about his wealth and people still venerating the idea of like a strong man. Even I think Trump and Elon Musk kind of have that similar way. Have you noticed how people just love Elon Musk? They just view him as like, like the smartest person to have ever existed or something like
Yeah,
that. And people just kind of worship that idea of like how, the fact that he's a, insanely wealthy billionaire. It just seems so cool. And I think Elon tries to play into it, right? He tries to do the whole Tony Stark, smart genius billionaire stuff. He doesn't really work for Elon because Elon's just a nerd and he's just like actually just an idiot socially. But you can see everyone trying to play into that, and people do really really like those kind of people. Like Elon's got his own little cult following now on X where everything he says, people just say yes, oh my god, you're so smart, you're so funny. It's not even really that funny. So maybe overall that
yeah.
says like in 2025 there's a kind of worship of wealth in a kind of incredible way that people start to, I guess, want to be like these people because they see them as like, oh, they're incredibly wealthy, but they're still just kind of like me. What do you think of that?
You couldn't have said it better. It's the whole Tony Stark personality of Elon Musk. Like, if we go back to early Tesla, the boring company, all of those things, and how he'd be gifting flamethrowers practically to YouTubers to review
Hmm.
and show off, and then he'd be in the YouTube videos as well. It kind of just it built and boosted up his popularity,
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
which make like literally. You could not have said it any better. I have absolutely nothing to add.
10 out of 10, no notes.
I
Amazing.
mean,
All right.
no notes. Absolutely no
So
notes.
if we now shift to, I guess, the next thing about, like, okay, that's kind of why you got in or whatever. In your opinion, what do you think has been the biggest impact? And again, I guess you can do politics. You actually do politics. So if you want to make it political, I love that. But if you want to keep it more like, I guess we can, if we can continue on that kind of social effects of like, okay, Trump's been elected now. What's happened to the culture? What's happened to, like, what we've seen off the back of that in 2025?
I think Trump's biggest impact is the issues with ICE.
Okay.
His biggest social impact is the increased use of ICE. A lot of people, especially people who get their political knowledge from social media, think ICE is something new. ICE is not anything new. ICE has been around
Wait,
for
do you
ages.
want to explain what ICE is for some of the people that might not know?
It's the immigration enforcement agency that, well, has had practically their funding increased since this Trump's second term, in order to help out with the issues with undocumented people in America.
Okay.
In in like in actuality, what they do is arguably, yeah. You man can draw me out for this, but arguably similar to what was happening in Germany during the war. They target a specific group of people heavily. They target them heavily, no matter if they're documented or not. We know this with the geezer who got sent to Secot, the jail in one of the South American countries. I can't remember
El
exactly,
Salvador.
and was a El Salvador, and he was an American citizen. They target those people,
Okay,
which is insanely wrong.
let me provide some context, some further context for the viewers. Because I mentioned earlier around how viewers, listeners, audience, all of that. I mentioned earlier around how part of how Trump came in 2025. So I put in the notes is victory stuff. Again, I didn't want to make the page too political, so I didn't add too much stuff around that. But part of how Trump got elected in 2025 or 2024, the election was in December. For those wondering, was there were two main issues. Everyone knows Trump's main issue is immigration and then also the economy. So there was the affordability issue because inflation was kind of starting to grow a lot around when he first around the time as the election was building up. But the other issue that wasn't so talked about was the immigration issue. Now, what's kind of happened? Again, I don't have a dog in this fight, but there were record amounts of people that were coming into America from Mexico, from the southern border. Millions and millions. And in fact, I know this because I know of people who traveled to Mexico and then made their way into America from the Mexican border. And again, these are not people even coming from South America. I'm talking about people from all over the world. Like, it was a very known route to enter America, which is like to go to Mexico and to then cross the southern border. And what used to happen, and what did happen in America, I'm sure they don't do this anymore, is that if you got to the southern border and you were coming in, like a lot of them were claiming, refugee status, what they would do is they'll basically ask you, do you have any family in America? If you say yeah, they'll be like, where's your family? Once they verify that you have family somewhere, they'll just send you to live with them and be like, okay, do your application, go stay there, and we'll let you know, when we decide on your refugee, whatever. That was kind of what was happening. Now, that had gotten out of hand. Even people that don't support, everyone has their opinions on, who's illegal, who's not legal, etc., etc. There was a situation where it was looking like it was getting too much. Like, I think in Biden's a few years, I can't remember exactly the numbers, but it was well over 5-6 million people coming in through that route. So Trump ran in large part of his appeal was like, I'm going to stop this. Because especially if you live in those border areas and you just see people like pouring in every day, you're going to start to just feel like, whoa, what's going on here, etc., etc. So part of Trump's biggest thing was he was destroying Biden on border security. Like, he was saying, and the narrative that the Republicans and the Democrats, sorry, I know I said I wasn't going to get too political, but this is important context. The narrative that the Republicans were painting was basically like, Biden is importing all these people in because they're going to find a way to convert them to American citizens and have them vote for the Democrats so the Democrats can win future elections. So once it becomes an electoral story in that, these people are potential Democratic voters because once they get refugee status or whatever under the Democrats, they're going to want to thank them for what they've done. And there was even conspiracies that all these people are voting. There's no real evidence that they were able to vote and stuff. You have to be an American citizen to vote in federal elections. I think you can vote in state and local ones without that. That's what I know about it anyway. And so this is the kind of backdrop to what Fred is describing about the ICE raids. So when Trump was coming in, I'm so right. Oh, thank you. Like I said, thank you, Thug. I'm never wrong on politics. I'm literally batting, I think you might be American, 1,000. Yeah. This is why you have to tell everyone about What in World Weekly. I've literally never had a wrong political opinion. It's impossible. I just know too much. Anyway, bragging aside, like the live, follow me, all that kind of stuff.
This guy thinks he's Billy fucking biggest bollocks, mate. Come on, man. You've never been wrong on politics. You sound like a politician. You sound like a politician.
No, the thing is, to me, it's not even hard to be wrong. It's hard to be wrong on politics because I guess the biggest thing about being wrong or right on politics is having like the facts. But if you don't have a dog in the fight, like I don't support the Democrats, I don't support the Republicans. Once I see the facts, it's very easy to be right because you just know what's going on. Like it's kind of, again, all I've described to you guys is not even really opinion. It's just kind of a summary of the facts. And those facts are kind of, to me, very easy to gather. But anyway, as I was going. So Trump comes in. And then says, part of what he says is like, we're going to take our country back. Because now he has the perfect, when he first ran the first time, it wasn't even, obviously, immigration was the first thing he mentioned when he came down.
No, I have a question with the statement you just made.
Yeah, go on.
What do they mean by our country?
Well, I think Thug just said...
What do they actually mean by our country?
So I think their view of the world is that America was greatest when it was majority white people doing their stuff. And their thing is that all the kind of... the decay, if you want to call it that, again, not my words, them, yeah, that we've seen with America now, it's because you have all these foreign people coming in that are not from the places we like. Obviously, everyone points out like America's a nation of immigrants, but their point would be like, you gone?
But the decay that allegedly comes with bringing these foreign people is because of the policies that they implemented when these foreign people came.
And that's exactly...
So whose fault is it really?
Exactly. But again, a lot of people don't consume politics in that way. So even people that would say like, oh my God, they're overrun that country. Like, if you say to them, can you just stop attacking Venezuela so people can stay in their country? They will say we have a divine right to take over Venezuela. All that kind of nonsense.
One argument that the Trumpies love making is like the African American no father argument. But why do a lot of African Americans grow up in single parent households?
There's a lot.
It started off originally when they first, like in the 1940s, 50s, when there was policies which meant that certain fathers could not like be at home.
You're right. Wait. Before we get into that, let me quickly finish the summary of the election stuff because that's useful for the point you made about ICE, which I do want to get back to.
Yeah, go on.
The summary is important. So anyway, I've given you the backdrop of like you had all these people coming into the country through the southern border. Trump came in and said we're gonna stop all this happening. We're gonna take our country back because we're being overrun by this blah blah blah. You could see how even people that were not that want everyone to get along, blah, 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 would have a problem with the fact that there was so many millions and millions coming in. That was kind of, that's where I guess the Democrats would say, like, that was probably a mistake. But I can't talk about ICE without mentioning this very important character because this ties into the social element I was talking about. This man, which you may or may not have seen if you don't follow politics, is very crucial to this story. This guy right here, Stephen Miller. Now, he's been caught quoting Goebbels. Yeah. Again, I'm not gonna call him that. Who that person was, but he's literally been caught. Like they've put his speeches side by side with some of the speeches of some of the worst criminals from the 1930s and 40s, which I'm not gonna name. And he's been saying stuff that they were saying. Now, this guy is very important to this ICE immigration story because he's someone who's basically, and again, I don't think it's pejorative to call him this. He's a white nationalist. Should I go back to this picture? So his idea, even more so than people like Trump, I don't think Trump cares about immigration beyond getting him elected. If tomorrow the popular thing in America was to let all the immigrants in, Trump will believe in that. Trump doesn't believe in anything. But Stephen Miller is part of Trump's, advisory, whatever. He's someone who genuinely believes what I'm describing earlier, which is like America, Trump's got hella baddies on him, that America was its greatest when it was teeming with, the Northern European immigrants. The Germans came in, the Swedes, and blah, blah, all that kind of stuff. And so he part of his agenda has been like, we have to remove these people from the country. But they're not gonna do it in a easy way, issue them orders, blah blah. We're gonna do it by like rendition style, taking them off the streets. That's why you're seeing the kind of videos we've seen of these ICE raids of someone just walking somewhere. You have masked men, just bundling people, taking them, etc., etc., taking them somewhere. That's why you've seen what you've seen, because like someone like this genuinely believes in this American project, and that's why they've gone even farther than just like, not only we're going to remove the illegal people, but even people that are here legally, we're going to see if we can denaturalize, remove their citizenship, remove them, because we have a problem right now where there's not enough white people, according to them, is what they're saying. And so what you've seen in terms of, I guess, Freddie was mentioning earlier, the kind of ICE raids, the social impact is like, there is genuine terror. Like if you're walking around and you're someone who's not white, there's a very good chance that like these people could just walk up to you, ask you, "Oh, can I see your documents or whatever?" Let's say before you start bumbling around your pockets, taking it out, slam you to the ground, put you into place, into a van, take you somewhere else. And there have been loads of stories of people that are American, that have citizenship, being deported. Like, that's kind of, do I think reform win? I will get onto the reform topic in a minute, Thug. Thank you for asking that, but you're going to have to stick with us to hear what I think about that.
I don't think reform will ever win.
Hey, don't ruin the suspense, mate. All right. So anyway, so that's kind of what's been going on. And I guess the social element of this is that, Freddie, I think that's a good point you've made. But the social element of this is, if you've noticed, if you ask 100 people maybe a year ago, would you like to go visit America? A lot of young people, especially young black people that are doing pretty well, everyone was like, "Oh yeah, America, let's go." All the baddies and all the Latinas and all the, that's the guys and whatever. The girls will be like, "Oh my God, everyone there is 6'9" and is hung like a, whatever, and we have to go and go there and enjoy that. Now you're not really hearing that, even though people about all the salaries. There's a topic I have about everyone making 200K or whatever, about the mayor's money. But part of America's appeal was also like the high salaries and just the lifestyle overall. But to me, I think one of the biggest impacts we've seen from Trump re-election, if I poll the 14 people in here right now and ask you guys, like, would you like to go to America and live there? How many people are going to say yes? Can we have like a quick yes or no in the comments? Like, would you like to live in America in 2025 or 2026, I guess, coming up? Hell no. We have a hell no. So I think we'll probably see a lot of responses like that. Like, people have kind of cooled off that country. Deaf or not, you see, like, 2 for 2. Everyone's kind of cooling off the country. Like, people don't really want to. Can I even if I could put a poll in, that would be pretty nice. I think I can put a poll in here. Let me see. Is a poll gonna look good? Let me not muck around with that. I guess the straw poll we're getting right now is like, everyone just say, let me put it here while the topic is still going on. Actually, huh? This is nonsense. Sorry, this is a bit too complicated. Anyway,
Lewis, I'll leave to catch my train later.
Oh, okay. Are you talking to me? I don't think so. I'm not sure.
Someone commented, "Can you leave to catch your train?"
Can you? So the general view right now to me is like, Trump's biggest impact has been America's kind of lost its aura. Trump's reduced America's aura. Such a 2025 statement, isn't it? But like the sheen of the country is kind of worn off, and people aren't really trying to go to America like that. Obviously we've always had historically that kind of gun issue, etc., etc. But even with the World Cup coming up, everyone was kind of like, yeah, I think I'd rather not, because America hosting the World Cup is a great chance for you to enjoy the social aspect, but also to enjoy like what America has to offer apart from the football as well. But the general consensus to me seems to be like, not a lot of people want to go to America right now, and that's in large part because of Trump's. Oh, he said you would definitely. America is still great. It's just that Trump is ruining it. Well, that's a bit of, you're talking out both sides of your mouth there, mate. You said America is still great, but Trump is ruining it. So is it still great or is it not still great? Are you saying he's not ruined it to the point where it's not great anymore? I think America's in its flop era. I'll be so honest. Even when you think about all the things they're concerned with, it's just like petty political, which gets me to the other aspects. I don't know if you've noticed this as well, Freddie. Also, by the way, if anyone has any other opinions on this, feel free to come up as a guest, join us, come and share your thoughts on Trump. It's a shame I haven't got any Americans to come and tell us about this, because first-hand witnesses, first-hand testimony would be great. But again, this is why I need to grow and get bigger. So this is why you guys should be following me, because
I could give a little insight on America under Trump and under Biden, because I've been I've spent substantial
Maybe
amounts
not
of
great, but I
time
still
there
fall. So
under both.
someone said, wait, maybe not great, but I still fall for the New York propaganda. Funny enough, New York is one of those places where I don't really have a desire to go to. Everyone that goes there do say like there is something magical about it, but if I want to go to
New
America,
York smells like pee.
I'm thinking of going to like places like Texas and at Atlanta and all that kind of stuff. But apparently, everyone loves New York. Me as a Brit, I'm scared to go see
Can I say
family in America
something
because of
about this New
ICE.
York
Sorry,
propaganda?
someone just said like they're scared to go to as a Brit to America because of ICE. Again, that's the kind of things I'm talking about where people are genuinely scared of going to America right now because of Trump, and that does tie into the other element which I'm going to get into in a minute, which is like the kind of cultural war stuff we've seen. Like everything in America seems to be a cultural war. But Freddie, go on. You want to share some first-hand testimony
I
of
just
what's been
I
going on?
just want to say one thing about the New York propaganda.
Go
Please
on.
do not fall for the New York propaganda. If you're
Really?
from Northwest London, yeah, and you've been to like Burnt Oak, New York is just a big burnt oak. And if you're from like East London and you've been to like Ilford, New York is just a big
Wait,
Ilford.
New York is a big Ilford. I feel
Bruv,
like
like the
I feel
place
like a lot of people might
when I
disagree
was
with
in the
that.
Bronx, yeah, when I was in the Bronx, we went to the Bronx last 2 years ago with family. I spent a month in New Jersey, and they went up to the Bronx to see one of their family members. And the first thing I smelt when I woke up after I got out that car was pee.
What? I feel like some people are disagreeing with you in the comments.
Just the whole
Some
place
people might have been to
smells
New York
like
more
pee.
recently and they disagree with.
And
Anyway,
and you see how we have them little kids running about on 50cc mopeds,
yeah.
yeah, no number plates. They have that in the Bronx as well. The whole place smells like pee, looks like London, and is ramaged with
It's
with
not.
mopeds.
Is that not
My
a bit like
mum, my
Paris?
mum
You could
is
say
my mum
Paris.
is my, my mum's in the back saying you went to the projects. You went to we didn't go to the projects. We were literally just smack bang in the middle of the Bronx.
Oh wow. Do
That is true,
you want to
but
get
like
do you want to get haunted to
don't
1.5 if
let
you want
paid in
more?
full. Don't let Paid in Full and all of these other movies brainwash you into thinking New York is magical. New York is not that magic. If you want to see New York, go Burnt Oak.
Bliss just said that's like going Central. I don't think Central smells of bad stuff. Central's nice.
Central, you know what it is? Central is very 50-50. It really depends where you are. Because Central is very vast.
Okay. Anyway, this is our first of 6 topics, so I'll probably wrap up now and then move on to the next one. But the thing to say about it, I guess overall, that third question, which I guess I'll answer myself. Again, a reminder: if you're interested to give us your thoughts about any of these topics, do feel free to come on as a guest. It's very important to me. Like, I think this is pretty cool because, and again, I'm sure there are other creators doing stuff like this. But what we're doing right now is we're trying to capture the 2025 political social moment. So this is going to be set in stone. Once I post this to YouTube tomorrow, maybe later today, we, the 15 people in here, plus me, we've been able to give a summary of what 2025 was like from a socio-political perspective. In 15, 20 years' time, when your kids ask you, what was that like? Just tell them, oh, I appeared on this show called What in World Weekly, which is now a global show streaming in 500 countries, blah, 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 fingers crossed. I can tell you what I thought about 2025, 20 years later.
I'm gonna tell my kids I fasted for a month at the beginning of 2026, so I can never have a year like 2025 again.
That's an amazing thing to kind of capture in time. So, if you want to capture and share your thoughts with the rest of us, do feel free. And let's commemorate and remember the year together. Anyway, overall, I think what this says about society writ large is the fact that the biggest influence and importance of Trump has been culture wars. Even if you don't follow politics, what Fred mentioned about ICE, all the kind of right wing versus left wing, everything is always turned into some kind of social beef. We have to make the country as wide as it's ever been, or the left is doing this or the right must do that. It's all been that inside baseball game. Like everything's just been like a struggle between the social and the focus on like how well the country is doing, all that kind of stuff is not really there anymore. And you're seeing that a lot in our politics as well. In as much as like, which I don't want to spoil it. I want to get onto reform in a minute. What's been the biggest thing reformers focused on? Immigration, social issues. If there's a video of a black person punching a white person and knocking them out, they're gonna post that. Oh, look at the kind of people we have in our country. These people are not the same as me. They're not British. I don't want them in our country, and it's not racist to say so. Everything's become a cultural moment, And again, it goes the other way as well. If someone has, this color, this whatever does something, oh my God, look at this. How can you believe this? there's no real cohesion. I think like we're seeing society kind of disintegrate a little bit. And Trump is largely responsible for that. I say it's not only Trump, people like Trump, people around him, because their focus has been, we're going to win on social issues. Now, I should point out, the last thing I should say about this is that some of those people, why do they prefer culture over the current economy? I think it's a political. Actually, I was actually just about to talk about it. I think it's a political strategy. Like, if you're some of these people, like, the thing you have to understand about politicians is that their primary concern is getting elected or getting re-elected, like Trump was. Now, what you want to do as a politician, getting some inside baseball politics talk here. Oh, thank you for the follow. I'm not sure who that is. The bow. Thank you for following me. Follow if you're not following already. What you want to do as a politician is that whatever's popular, be on the right side of it. So if you read the tea leaves and you can see, like, coming into 2024 when Trump's election was going to happen, a lot of people were complaining about, why do we have so much DEI days? Why is there, let's be honest, from the liberals, there was an obsessive focus on identity. Especially after the George Floyd stuff, people couldn't stop talking about identity. And it stopped becoming about actually what people are actually doing. Everything's like, oh, can we have the first black trans, double air-pierced woman to fly a B-2 bomber and drop bombs on somewhere? Not like, can we not have people dropping bombs on innocent women and girls in Somalia? Should we have the black trans woman doing it? That's the equality. And eventually what's going to happen, which I always predict, and I'm predicting now when it comes to, let's be honest, Israel, is that when you have an obsessive focus identity, it might be good for your side now, but it's only a matter of time before it gets turned the other way around. So let's be honest, in like 2019, 18, 20, 21, a lot of people are focused on identity from the other side, which is like, as minorities, etc., a focus on how do we get better, how do we improve, how do we blah, blah, we're being marginalized, etc. So much so that we had a whole massive socio-economic movement of DEI, trying to make sure everything's equitable, black representation, etc. Now, that's very good overall, generally speaking, but it's going to get to a point where the people that are not bought into that start to feel a bit attacked. Because you do have some people that take it too far and start saying, yeah, all white people are this, and all white people are horrible, and they're all collectively guilty for slavery and this and that and the other. And then after a point,
can I add on to what you're saying right now?
Yeah, go on.
Can I add on to what you're saying right now?
Yeah.
I think black representation in America is like insanely poor and borderline, in my opinion, comedic. I was having this conversation with my friend Kai this morning, and I was like, my favorite type of comedy to watch is like the black Hebrew Israelites in America, and all of that Pan-Africanism, every woman in Africa is my wife bullshit that like Dr. Umar and them man there like spew. I think having those people as our loudest voices as black people and black people in America is having a significantly poor impact on us.
Right.
And on top of that, our religious aspect to it with things like mega churches, black mega churches, and things like the Nation of Islam do not benefit us as well. But those are the things that are kind of pushed in a lot of of black Americans.
The most popular things kind of get pushed to the middle. And so what starts to happen eventually is that there becomes a backlash to that. I think Bliss was mentioning that she was in the DEI committee at work, and it's absolutely true. When you actually look into he got out of control. Exactly. People start to like, apologize for your whiteness, recognize your privilege, and
I think that is so
how to be an anti-racist, and all the kind of like relentless obsession on identity.
I think that is like,
it gets to a point like it's actually.
Go on.
I was gonna say a lot of it then becomes like counterproductive. And once it starts getting to that point,
exactly,
people apologizing for being white. Oh, recognize my privilege. How can I help you as a black person to be? Bro, leave me alone. Go away.
Let me just say one thing. Yeah.
Okay, go on.
These people's ancestors, especially African Americans, their ancestors campaigned for segregation. Yet we in America are actively trying to bring it back through all of these things like the Black Hebrew Israelites and the Nation of Islam and Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar promoting fucking things like black only schools. If if we promoted, if the white people started promoting white only schools, that would like create outrage.
Yeah,
But when we promote black only schools, that's not a problem. I think it's a
and I've
problem
always,
anyway.
yeah, exactly, and I've always said, I remember even when no Dr. Uma's was strangely popular amongst black women. Trying to wrap my head around that is a bit bizarre. I
100%,
have loads of
100%,
black
but
women
Dr.
friends
Umar
that find him
slander.
entertaining.
One
They
hundred
find him
percent, Dr.
funny.
Umar slander.
They find him funny. They find him entertaining. They just anyway. Let me not get sidetracked. Let me just wrap up on this one quickly, Freddie.
Let me just say. I think personally, come for me. All of you, man, come for me. Dr. Umar is the biggest disgrace.
Don't start.
He's a baboon.
Don't start.
How can he go?
No.
How can he go to Ghana? How can he go to Ghana? Yeah. How can he go to Ghana and say, "Yeah, where's my wife?" As soon as he got there, what do you mean, "Where's my wife"?
You know,
what do you mean, "Where's my wife"?
I think Glow has it right.
How can you go to a country that ain't even your country and ask someone, "Where's my wife"?
Let me not get sidetracked. I think Glow has it right. I think the general like of him is just because he kind of says no snow bunnies never. Dan, don't start. Dan said we love snow. Don't start, mate. I think that's why they like. I think that's why paradoxically black women like him, because he has the kind of like, he doesn't really check for the white girls like that. So he's an entertainer. Yeah, exactly. You know, a lot of stuff he does is meant to be like, he's meant to be, like, Bliss said yikes. It's meant to be like funny and comedic. I hope. Anyway, back to the wrap up of this. The biggest thing to me that Trump has kind of brought in. There's a button on here I can press to record. This would be good for me making highlights, but I don't remember what that button is. And so I'm going to have to clip this manually, which is why I never post highlights of my lives. I'm so sorry. This is 51 minutes in. I should probably write it down. Anyway, the biggest thing that to me Trump has kind of brought in is this kind of relentless focus on culture wars above all else. And we know we've talked a lot about DI and all those kind of things where they did go too far. And part of what you see when they go too far is someone like Trump basically talking about, I'm going to bring stuff back to normal. You know, Freddie mentioned at the start, like, the biggest appeal Trump has is the fact that he's just a regular guy. So when stuff like this starts to go over the top, Trump can just come out and be like, yeah, this is BS. And everyone's like, yeah, we agree. And then it starts to make the people that believe in it and, all that kind of stuff look silly because Trump is taking the common sense position. And, we'd even have times where years ago, there'll be a fight between a white person and a black person. And just because the white person was winning or beating them, we have no context. Everyone tries to mix it a commentary about race in the UK or blah, blah. Again, we don't even know the story. We wouldn't want it to be turned the other way around just because a black person is winning the fight against a white person. Oh my God, this means that white people are being beaten out in their own country, blah, blah. Like, a lot of times there was even children. There was a really big one I remember. It was years ago. It happened in Wales or something like that where it was like I think they jumped this girl. Even if you get jumped, like, it's not race specific. Like, we've all been in secondary school. People get jumped. It's not great, obviously, but trying to make it a commentary on racial issues straight away was getting a bit problematic. So Trump coming in and basically saying, I'm going to this is BS. That made him...
Right, not to butt in. Sorry, I got to go. I'll speak to you
no
soon.
Appreciate you joining. Thank you.
Lovely having me. Thank you.
No doubt.
Bye-bye.
No doubt. Bye. If anyone else wants to join and take Freddie's place, do let me know. I can take my earphones off now. Do let me know. Let's have a conversation about this. So I think that to me has been Trump's biggest... I can't even do a proper wrap-up. I'm so distracted. That to me has been the biggest, thing that Trump has brought about. The relentless obsession with culture and identity. Paradoxically, people like Trump come in and say, like, everyone's focusing on identity too much, we're going to end that. But then they do the same identity focus in reverse. Because now all we have is the white man is so forgotten, we have to protect the white man, we're a minority in our own country, blah, blah, blah. So paradoxically, and again, the biggest identity being protected right now is Israel. The Zionists, they couldn't have it, they haven't had it so good. Anything you say against Zionism, against these people, like anything that's being said about that issue specifically, they are like a protected characteristic right now. Even when we're criticizing bad stuff that the state of Israel is doing, it's still kind of like, how can you say that? Their identity then becomes what their shield is. So in as much as these people claim they hate identity politics, they don't. They just hate it when they're not the ones weaponizing it. That's kind of clearly what's going on. I'm going to write 51 minutes and write Trump summary so I can remember where I did my summaries. Trump summary. This is the kind of thing you have to do when you run your own show. I am the editor-in-chief. I am the content-in-chief person. I am everything all at once. This is why you should support me and follow me if you're not already, by the way. This is how much effort I put into this to make sure I put on a good show. 51st minute. Anyway, that's my little summary on Trump. Someone just asked me, what about Israel? Well, if you've been keeping up with the news, you know the kind of people that have just bought this app. And like I've said in my previous shows, they are making me actively think about self-censoring. Now, when I do my daily drop videos, I don't censor. I still say what I want. But on my lives, people that have been watching my lives for the past weeks, they know how eager TikTok is to kind of suppress my reach. So now they're making me think about what I do say. Now, again, if we're being honest, I just mentioned a little bit now about the identity fixation. Also, a lot of people generally in life are very concerned about the ability of talking about Israel to get you fired from your job. So I do want to protect you guys. I don't want you guys to get fired. I mean, I'm not saying anything particularly inflammatory, but I would like you guys to keep your jobs as well. I guess sadly, Israel does have that power in the UK. I don't know how, but they do. So I have to be careful about how I approach that. Now, again, I also think, to be fair, the peak of that issue was more 2024 when the war kind of kicked into high gear. To be fair, I can also say, we talked about ICE earlier. Since Trump came in, there's been literal people getting their citizenships cancelled because, they wrote op-eds basically saying, can we have peace in the Middle East? That's also a big issue. But maybe that gets a bit too political. Then you start getting into the rabbit hole of the issue and stuff like that. Those are the kind of things that, again, I want you guys to keep your jobs. So I'm going to low-key sidestep that for the purposes of this. That's there. We know it. You have a question. All right, what's your question? I am nothing if not a servant of my audience. Oh, you want to join as a guest? Yay. The Prime Minister, whoa. The Prime Minister's not Israeli. Hey, Bo, I don't know what your name is. Those are the kind of comments that can get people. Be careful, yeah? To my knowledge, I don't think the Prime Minister is Israeli. Hello?
So, no, my question isn't related to Israel. It's not related to Israel.
I thought you were a guy this whole time. My bad.
No, I'm a girl. I'm just interested in politics.
I love that. Hit me.
So my question is, we know Trump won. We know all this issue that Trump is doing. But I also think all the Western countries Netherlands, German, they had recent elections. And Canada even. Because
No, come here. I didn't even know. I didn't know.
And because of the way, so many countries, so many Western countries, like you said, we politics was most people, they watched the US, wherever US was going politically, most countries followed it. Because when Trump came in campaigning about, talking about, we need to move forward as a society, thinking less about, identity politics. Lots of Western countries like Canada, Netherlands, they were watching it. Sweden, they were watching it, whereby the politicians were kind of they were, going in the footsteps of Trump. And because of that, when Trump came in 1 year and they saw how it affected, people were being deported, it led to lots of people actually voting for the left.
Right. You mean people like the Greens and stuff?
It led to think about Canada, think about Ireland.
Matt
the lady that won.
Carnival. He's not exactly a lefty.
I mean,
He's
in comparison to the
I guess.
Yeah, in comparison, lately people are pushing more to the left now.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's a fair point.
Lots of left, even in Poland, I don't know, they had a recent election, more people are we don't want people we don't want the same thing that's happening in the US.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I could touch it. You're right. I mean, there is a reform topic I have in here, which probably might get into some stuff like that. I mean, in America, you probably haven't seen that much of that, right? Though, if you just keep it to America, what you've seen is kind of.
I think you can, because lots of you can definitely, because lots of the left parties are winning their local elections. Even younger people are winning.
Who's the left in America, though? Who would you say is the left in America?
I think anyone that's vocal against Trump, it doesn't mean you're you can still be a Democrat, but your actions might not be, because when you think about Trump, he's one of those president that requires total submission in terms of
exactly.
you stand by him. So if you do anything that's it's had beats against what it stands for, ideally megas, they automatically think you're a leftist, I think.
Well, I mean, there are people in the Republican Party that have gone against Trump, like MTG, right? She's retiring now, right? But that's more for personal reasons, not exactly she actually dislikes his policies and stuff like that. Yeah, somewhat of a point, but I mean, I don't really think I've seen some kind of even the Canada one. I suppose again, this gets way too political than I'd love to do, but like it seems like some of the appeal of that guy was like the other party was just a bit too, glazed. They were glazing Trump a bit too much that it got a bit ridiculous. Like people were like, "Bro, we're not even in America. Like, can you stop the Trump
Yeah,
hate?"
but what I'm saying is lots of countries that the politicians they glazing Trump, they kind of like following in his footsteps. They did not win.
I mean, but
When you
Farage is
think
doing.
about,
But Farage is doing. I don't know about
I
other countries. I'm
wouldn't. I
sorry.
think,
I don't know about other, like maybe my reach and my thing is a bit limited. I'm exposing myself very low, but
but
like
definitely think about like European countries like Poland, Ireland,
I have no idea what's
what
going on
other
in Poland. What's going on in Poland? I'm so this is supposed to
Poland,
be World War
Ireland,
weekly, and it's embarrassing to say
even
that, but like, I don't
in
know.
the Netherlands as well.
Oh, okay.
Netherlands as well.
I don't really know much about. I have to look into what's been going on there to kind of comment on. Anyways,
So
I'm
I did
sorry.
history.
Oh, okay.
So those countries potentially they're like the people they're like, we don't exactly want that. But what my point is, what do you think it's going? How like how Trump is talking about Trump 2028? How do you think that would like play a role? Do you think people are still gonna vote for him? Like people are still gonna support the?
No, like Trump. Yeah.
That's what my thing is. That's
Okay.
something I'm very curious
Fair question.
about.
All right, I'll do that question and I'll move on to the next. Because it's been over an hour on this topic, and we do have
Okay.
5 more to go. I don't know. Well, I mean, if we go 6 hours, I don't mind that as long as we have people in here. I'm enjoying it, but it is my show. I think Trump 2028. If I had to give an opinion now, yes or no, I don't think it's gonna happen. I feel pretty confident. If I had to say confidence level, I'll probably say 75%. Because one thing you have to understand about
Do you
politics.
think?
Go on.
Do you think it will get to a case whereby they might raid the capital? And do you think it might get to a case whereby foreign, like external governments might have to get
No,
involved?
no, no,
Because
no, no,
like,
no, no. It's not really that serious. Anyway, let me just answer the question and finalize on this. What usually happens when it comes to politics is that politics is primarily about self-interest. Yeah? So all the people around Trump, J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio, etc., they're all lining up to have their own power. Like they all want a shot at being the king. Yeah, all those people are people that Trump will need to become king again. Like again, you remember, a lot of people don't care enough about politics. Even though as much as Trump ran about, I hate the system, F all of you, blah, blah, blah. Once he became the Republican nominee, he moderated. Like all the tax cuts, all that kind of stuff. Trump doesn't care about all those things. Those are the things that the people around him and the people behind him that support him, that's what they care about. Trump pushed their agenda. What's going on with Venezuela right now, with Israel, Trump doesn't care about any of those things. But the powers that make him, the Adelsons of the world, all that kind of people, they're the ones that care about that. And eventually Trump has to do what they want because he has to stay in power. Now, all the people around Trump that would potentially support him, they want the power he has. There's no way they're going to support him having a third term because they're going to be like, no, we want next. It's our time now. It's like if those people don't support Trump, in as much as Trump has a cult of personality, he can't survive without that kind of institutional support that he currently enjoys as the leader of the Republican Party. So when that time comes, as already been, J.D. Vance is already kind of shaping up to basically be the next person. Even if Trump tries to do it, the people around him will be like, no, and they will take him down. They'll find their way to you, but they'll take him down. So no, Trump is not going to have a.
do you think there's a chance of like this regimen continue whereby the next like in the next election, like the people in Trump's party, like J.D. Vance, do you think they might win possibly?
They might win what? Sorry.
They might win the next general election.
I mean, I think we're too far away from that to know right now. Like, there's still 3 years, 2 and a bit years, so it's hard to say. But as I get closer to the time, I did do a prediction on 2020 politics, no, the last election, sorry, and I was exactly right. I didn't do a video on it, which I'm a bit annoyed about. But as I was doing the build up to that, all this kind of warfare issues that were going against Trump, to me, that was obvious to me that he was going to win. So I wasn't surprised, but maybe I'll do a summary on that. Thank you for the question. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your general interest in
Yeah.
politics. We love to see that. And now we're going to move on to something a bit more social. So like I said, this is a topic that's not, you can stick around for this, by the way, if you care about, dating apps and you have any experiences you want. How old are you, by the way?
I'm 25 years old.
Okay, good. I don't think I said this to 18 plus, so I had to make sure. Now, dating apps being out of fashion. This is the next topic. It's not exactly, like I said, meant to be following on one after the other one. But I am curious here to hear about the general perspectives on the experiences. Right now, it seems to me like, as you can see from the quote, this girl made a quote where she says, at rock bottom, considering re-downloading Hinge, everyone kind of sees dating apps as synonymous with being down bad, being like desperate, like, oh, you're on dating apps in 2025. What are you doing? Like, it's a bit embarrassing. And that is to me a cultural shift, right? Because not so long ago, when they first came in, you know, as you can see in the note there, like, I think the pandemic was when it was most popular because I guess no one could go out, so you had nothing to do but swipe all day. They were very popular, right? People were really enjoying, you know, you can meet people from anywhere. You know, I'll be honest, I was on there for a good minute or two. The promise was great, which is like, nowadays you have a lot of working from home, you have a lot of people running errands, blah, blah, blah. You also had the culture, which a lot of guys probably remember, of the infamous Twitter thread. If you make the mistake, maybe around 2018, 19, this was like kind of the height of like social media or whatever. If you make the mistake of approaching a girl in a place she did not want to be approached, it is so over. Like, your life is finished. You're going to end up in a thread expeditiously. You won't believe what this nigga did. Approaching me, talking to me about blah, blah, blah. Oh, it's definitely different for men and women, which is why it would be nice to have a man and a woman come on to talk about their experiences. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. One of my best friends in the comments is a dating app band. I'm not going to call him a bandit. That's pejorative. But if you want to come on and tell us about your dating app experience, we'd like that. You know who you are. Don't let me call you out by name. Let me message him privately and see if he wants to come on and tell us about that. That would be great. I think that would be great. That would be great. I'm not going to call him out on here. Can you come up? You know, I think we already have. I don't know what your name is. I'll call you Thug if you like. If you want to remain anonymous. But if any other girls want to come on and share their experiences, or, you know, any guys, please do come on so we can have more of a perspective. Again, if we are wrapping up culture, we don't want to just do that by ourselves, right? It's just one opinion. We need more people. Yes, I'm going to ask your opinion about that on as a guest, Doug. I'm just quickly summarizing the topic. I've just sent a message to him asking if he can come up. Let's see what he says. So I was curious to know, like, I feel like moving into 2026, it seems like dating apps are well and truly dead. Like, no one really wants to be on there. The people that are on there complain endlessly about being on there, etc., etc., etc. Why is that? What does that say about the kind of cultural moment we're in? What is app experience like as a man or / woman? I guess I can do the man experience side in a minute, but maybe that's not as sexy. Thug, are you still there?
Yeah, I am. I'm just listening to you.
Oh, nice. Are you on dating apps?
I am.
Oh, which ones?
I only use Hinge because I think it's like the best one out
The
there.
best. Okay, all right. So I guess this is
I
perfect.
mean,
I'm gonna ask you some questions.
it looks better.
It is perfect. I'm gonna ask you some questions around your experiences on Hinge, and you know, if you still like it.
Okay, shit.
So how long have you been on?
To
Hinge
be
for?
fair,
Go on.
I feel like I'm on there actually looking for something quite genuine.
Mm-hmm.
But many of the people on there, the guys, they're very like superficial. They want something like,
Oh,
and
okay.
I've seen lots of like TikToks video of guys saying,
don't ruin it. We'll get there. Let me just
Okay.
I
I thought you wanted me.
No, it's fine. We'll do like an interview style stuff. So I'll kind of guide you with the questions. Provide enough of a background context because obviously people are going to watch this back as well, right? So it's nice to kind of know how we got to where we get to. So like if we start off with like how long you've been on there for, can you start with that?
Okay, I wasn't like I only go back on the app whenever I'm like kind of like maybe there isn't anything actively going on. So I've been on there for like
Wow.
I've been on there since summer.
Okay, this summer.
Yeah.
That's it. Not like the year before, or did you mean like you've
No,
going
this
back
summer.
here? So that was the summer was the first time you downloaded it, or you've had it before? Then you've kind of been going.
No,
back and
I've been on there before, but when I was on there, I would like quickly delete it because then I just kind of realized like, oh, maybe this is not. But like then I met someone on there and we kind of agreed, like, get off it.
Oh, okay.
But I'm still there, but my account is just paused.
Wait, so you're seeing someone right now, but your account is just paused, not deleted?
No.
Wait, what? What do you mean no? No, as in like you're not seeing someone right now.
I mean, I was seeing someone, but they're away now because we don't know what's going on. So I just kind of have it there because, like,
wait, I don't want to expose you or
it's
anything,
not.
but this is I'm breaking news here, guys. What's going? Wait. They're away. What do you mean they're away?
I mean, it's not committed stuff.
It's not committed.
No.
Ah, so you have one leg out the door, one leg in the. All right. Now, this may or may not be the problem with these apps. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not saying it. Someone else.
No, definitely not. And I'm definitely not.
Okay, so you guys are not. When you say they're away, they're not in the country, or they're. What do you mean?
I just think it's one of those things. I think it's one of those things, and I think this is one of the reasons why people don't like dating apps because you're
People,
not integrated.
people.
Yeah,
Are you subbing yourself?
ladies,
Talking
females,
about people.
girls.
You're talking about people. The
Maybe
problem is
this is
talking
one of the
about. This is
reasons
the
girls
problem
don't
with it.
like dating
Women are
apps.
so deluded. I'm so dead. Okay. Anyway.
Maybe this is one of the reasons why people.
Let me focus. So right now your account is paused,
Yeah.
and in the history of you being on there, you kind of mentioned earlier like you only kind of go on there when you're kind of bored, when you kind of like nothing's really going on in your real life. Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
So does that mean like you would ideally prefer something to be going on in your real life? Like you meet someone organically in person, but then if that's not really happening, then you kind of go on the apps. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, dating apps are the last resort.
The last resort. Oh, okay. My friend's not available as a guy, which is a shame. They're the last resort. Okay. And when you kind of go on there, what's like your let's get behind the curtain of the full experience, because as a guy, I'm gonna tell you guys the full experience. You can ask me any questions you want as a guy in a minute, but let's just do this like
Okay.
the other way first. Let's get into like you download the app, do your little verification, whatever. As you're putting the pictures up, what's your thought process? Like, what explains like the kind of pictures you put up? Are you conscious about any specific ones or whatever? How do you manage that?
Okay, I ideally want to put up pictures whereby I'm in like a nice setting
Do
so that the guys know.
the guys know what?
So it's kind of like, subconscious messaging, like,
3D chess, mind games.
I'm just being honest here.
Wait. When you say a nice setting, can you elaborate on that? We don't know what that means. What does that mean?
It just means like I look put together. I'm in a nice place. I'm not in like a rough place.
Not like Barking. No shade to Barking. I used to live in Barking. Fair enough.
No, I like Barking. Barking, there's nothing wrong with
There's nothing wrong
Barking.
with you're right. So when you say nice place, do you mean like a nice restaurant, like a nice, like a nice dinner type setup, or is it Miami or
Yes,
something
and
like that?
that's because like I go to those places anyway, so I wouldn't appreciate you inviting me to somewhere, that I wouldn't ideally take myself.
Okay, so that's the first way you kind of like send a message that this is the kind of girl I'm about.
Yeah,
You're
and
kind
I
of
try
branding
to
yourself in the pictures, basically.
yeah, and I try to not put pictures whereby I look overtly sexual.
Right. So what does that
So
mean? So
very
just
modest.
very modest, long dress, and all that stuff. Your back
Not
hairs
necessarily, but like, put together.
put
That's it.
together. I like that phrase. I get the idea. Okay, so now you've made your thing. Do you bother with the prompts, or you just kind of like whatever?
I don't send likes out.
No,
I
I
never
meant the
like send.
prompts.
I
Like
wait.
I meant the prompts of like when he says ask you, like you can ask a question like, oh, my typical Sunday looks like this and blah blah. Do you bother with that at all, or not really?
Oh, of course I do.
Oh, okay. So you do the full
But
experience. Okay.
whilst doing this, I'm also like setting it up, like,
Someone wants to join as a guest. Oh, he's a guy. Oh, did they join up?
yes,
Oh, they
the
ran
more the
off.
merrier.
Oh, I think they ran off. I'm not sure if that was an accident or. We'll see if they request again. Don't be shy. Join us. We're not gonna bite. All right. Anyway, as I was saying, and so when you kind of set it up, you set up your prompts, you set up the pictures. You mentioned like the pictures are not like they're quite modest. They're in a nice setting, so you kind of send a message that like this is kind of what I'm about. It's what I like. Let's get into like the actual app process now. What do you set as like your filters? Like it sounds like you're black, I'm guessing. What do you set as like your parameters? We want to know.
For me, I care more about the age,
Okay.
and I ideally want to date someone who lives in London because I live in London as well.
Okay. All right.
So that's mostly about it.
That's mostly about it. Okay. Fair enough. So age and then like parameters of like just London, wherever in London is kind of fine.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we've set up the thing. We've set up what we like. Now, in terms of the options you start to see, what kind of stuff comes up? Like, would you say like as you're scrolling, you kind of see a lot of what you like, or you see a lot of what you don't like? What's that experience like?
I think the algorithm, it's kind of like TikTok, whereby the stuff you like engage with, if you send a like to someone who has like, that is similar. So when you send it, then it feeds you more into that person, like similar people.
Okay. And on a scale of I'm trying to. What's the right skill to do this? I guess my question I want to ask you is like, how often do you see your type? Okay, let's say every 10 scrolls, every 10 swipes, how often would you say your type comes up?
So I don't swipe right on guys. I wait for them to swipe right on me.
I'm gonna vomit.
Then I filter through.
Oh, oh, God! I feel like someone just shot me in the stomach.
I just have too much of an ego for a guy to think I like him.
I'm gonna be sick.
I'm very much like I am very much like princess treatment. Like I don't message guys first. I don't message them first. I don't send out likes. If you send roses to me, I take you more seriously. If you send a rose, you're getting a priority.
So like, how many? Again, I don't want to get your personal details or whatever, but like, when you're active on there, how many roses would you say? Like, is there a lot of guys that send in roses, or like is that quite a rare thing to do?
I mean, I had a time whereby when I was on it, I had like 30 roses out.
30.
Yes.
Over how long of a period was this? Did you amass these 30 roses?
This was during like towards the end of summer.
No, as in like how long was of a period from when you got to 0 roses to 30 roses? How long of that period was?
This was when I made my account. When I freshly made my
I want to take a
account.
picture just to promote. So you freshly made your account, and you got 30 roses. So if you got 30 roses, roughly how many regular likes?
When I was on it, I had like 1,000 likes,
Again, over
and
the
I
course,
never sent out likes to any guys.
over the course of how long?
This was in the summertime, like maybe over the course of like I made the account and I even forgot I made it, and then I came back on it like 2 weeks later and I had like 1,000 likes and I had like 30, and I met lots of like nice guys. Some guy took me to like a guy took me to like Michelin star restaurant. He even invited me on a trip, so like it works.
A trip to where?
No, he offered to like take to go. Okay, this is giving out too much.
Too
They
much.
might find it on me.
Yeah. Right. I mean, again, I'm not big enough yet. Is probably what you. But your point. But yeah, in 5 years, maybe it might get big enough. 1,000 likes, 30 roses. Wow, interesting. And how did that make you like when you? I guess you only scroll through. Do you only scroll through the roses people to kind of see what you like? Did you not bother with the likes because it was too much, or what was kind of your approach of sorting through them?
I mean, the app also had this restriction of like you couldn't message more than like 5 people.
At a time,
So
you have
you
to have
had
only
to.
5 active conversations.
No, I think I think so. I think it's 7 actually. And you, if they message you, you have to respond to them before you can like get more people on there.
But you can just see like you had 1,000 likes, but like you couldn't access all of those people.
Yes, because you can see like notification like 1,000. But like this is normal. This is like typical girl experience.
Okay, girls in the comments, is this true? Is this your experience? Is this what you like? Is 1,000 likes normal? I don't think a lot of people are in the dating app thing anymore. But like, I want to get some perspective on this because this is worse than I thought. Like this crisis is more dramatic than I thought. Like I wasn't thinking it was this bad, but 1,000 likes, roses. I'm gonna vomit. Anyway, so with that kind of plethora of choice, why would you say like you're only on there when you don't really want it? Because it sounds like you're kind of getting all the things you want. You're getting guys that are gonna take you out and fly you somewhere. And
I think some of the guys there they quite enjoy the process of being on a dating app, to be fair.
right.
Like they get to have access to like multiple women. And I also feel like one of the reason I don't like it is because ideally if you want to be with a guy, I feel like you have to be integrated into his lifestyle in some sort of way.
No, but as in like the dating app process is just the initial step of you meeting them, right? It
Yeah.
seems like, to me anyway, again, unless of course your in-person experience is like even more incredible than this, it seems like there's a lot more for you choice and options on there. Why would you say you still prefer the in-person experience? Because you say you only go on there basically when
Because
there's something happening in person. Why is that giving so much choice and like it seems like you can get whatever you want on there?
I value friendship.
you can meet someone and become their friend on a dating app. No, not really. No.
No, because like on dating apps, like um it's kind of like more intentional, like you hate to like date the person, so the person is always on their best
Oh,
behavior.
so
You
like it's
don't.
not like natural, as in like they're not gonna. They're always gonna try to impress or
It's,
whatever, basically.
yes.
Okay. Interesting. Very. So, have you had any kind of relationships from a dating app or not really or any?
I almost had one. I
Oh,
almost
jeez.
had one. Like someone asked me to, and it was more of a case of like, oh, maybe keeping it casual would be the best because I do want to know the person I'm with. Like, you know,
But didn't you guys date? Like you guys went on dates and stuff and get
I
to know
mean,
each
we
other.
went on dates, but like, I feel like you're not spending time with that person.
Is that is
You're
that
going on dinner.
is that a dating app problem or just a general date? That sounds like more of a general dating issue than not a dating app kind of like. So my question
Maybe
was
you're.
more around like why is it that despite the kind of success you experience on there, you still default to wanting to meet someone in person. Like, I'm not gonna lie, if I was getting 30 roses and 1,000 likes on a dating app, I'd never go to no DLT or reach. I got everything I need right here, man.
I would never go to TLT, but I just feel like if I go to bars in like the city center, I feel like I meet more people. Like it's just much more nicer. Like if I go to
Really?
bars, like you meet people whereby they'll even be like, yeah, like the last time I went out to like a bar, like I met this guy whereby there's just like better quality guys that are not online that would never create an hinge profile. And the people on there, even the guys, I just feel like they're on there not because they actively want it. It's just a case whereby it's an option.
Yeah, I mean, I do kind of see your point. That's like again, that's not the guy experience, but generally speaking, if you're a guy on a dating app now, it just seems a bit like you're wasting your time. That's just what it seems like. Like you're wasting your time. This is not really gonna go to anywhere, anything serious. Like I guess if you're stuck in a pool of 1,000 people. Anyway, before I start complaining about about the guy experience, do you have any specific questions for me as a guy about dating apps before I get into anything I want to get into?
No, not really. I
Fair enough.
don't think I
Fair enough. All right.
the male.
Let me give you guys a peek behind the curtain of the male experience. It's almost like we just heard a story about, from Thug Story. We just heard a story about like paradise. Now you're about to hear what hell sounds like. Okay, prepare yourself. I want to answer that question, Bliss, in a minute before I get into. Let me just give you guys quickly. It's mainly girls in here. It's kind of cool, isn't it? A lot of my my a lot of my audience is kind of like mostly female. That's I don't know, whatever that means. Anyway, let me give you guys a peek behind the curtain. If you're wondering, welcome to Hell on Earth. So I'm gonna try and play exactly the same thing, the way I just did with her, like from the download the app, etc., all the way to thing. In 2025, the kind of person that's gonna make an inch profile for the first time in 2025 is probably someone that's like, I mean, usually a lot of people have had it already. They're kind of reactivating it or whatever, but it's kind of a case of like, yeah, low key, I'm not really meeting that many people. I don't know. I've gone to this event, I've gone to that event. Not much is really going on. So theoretically, the first thought might be like, oh, on this app, I can just set like African American or like Pacific Islander. That's a bizarre, random side note. Why the hell does Inch have a Pacific Islander classification of ethnicity? We live in the UK, whatever. Anyway, back to what I was saying. I can just set this thing, set the age, set this, set that, and I can just see all the kind of babes I'm interested in. Oh, this is great. Like, who thought of this? Amazing. So you go through, you download the app, you make your profile. Now, as a guy, the first problem you encounter as guys, too many options. Well, too many options to look at. A bit like going to a jewelry store. There's too many options. Yeah, but you can't afford it. They're all locked away behind glass and they cost £1 million. It's not options for you, really. It's just stuff for you to look at. It's not really an option. Okay. Anyway, back to what I was saying. So you download the app. First thing is about putting your pictures in it. You're thinking, what kind of picture should I put? Maybe I'll put one like I'm wearing a blazer. I look pretty cool. Okay, I'll go with that. Oh, I have one with my friend. One on holiday. You always think as a guy, like, girls love pictures of you on holiday because you look like you're a fun guy. Holiday this. We don't have pets. Back we don't really have pets. But if you had one with that, you might put that in there. But you always stop behind. What should be the first one? Should I put the one where I'm kind of topless and looking good with my tattoos or whatever? Should I just put the one where I'm like in a social function blazer, etc., etc.? You're gonna change that a million times as a guy, but you get to that. You put your 6 pictures. You know, you might put a video in there just to kind of take up thing. The prompts, you do the prompts, but you try to put like minimal effort into it, because it always seems like if you put too much effort into the prompts, you're not as cool. Like the cool guys just, yeah, they just do whatever, you know, nonchalant in it. Like just you don't be worrying too much about all that kind of stuff. Your looks are enough. Set up your profile, everything comes up. Then you have the first thing of like, oh, you know, like a few girls, so they will tell you like, you know, they'll kind of get your type or whatever. When you set it to like, said, do I approve? But what you put is determinant what kind of woman you attract. Is that the same type of woman you're her type? Bliss, you're asking some very interesting questions. Do you remember? You guys remember when it's like, is your type really your type? I don't know what year that was, but that was like a viral Twitter thing. People used to say, is your type really your type? I mean, you see me. What do you think? Let me throw it back to you. What do you think? I'll leave it there. I'll answer that later if you really want. But let me just get through the experience quickly. Feel free to drop, by the way, Thug, if you like to. I don't want to keep you hostage. You can join back on if you want to talk about something else after that. Anyway, whichever one. Thank you, Zam, for the follow. Really appreciate that. So then you set the whole thing up. Then you're chilling. Then the first, probably after, you might get the whole notification of like, sorry to determine. You can answer after. Well, I'm asking you to tell me. What do you think? Am I my type's type? We'll see. So after that, you're kind of like, they're going to send you the first thing about, do you want to pay £35 a month or whatever to get the premium subscription? You're going to be like, nah, I'm good on that. Yeah. The regular is fine for me, thanks. So the first few likes, you're like, low key, this is not really the kind of people, when I made this app, this is not the vision I had. But let me just swipe a little bit, just get through it. Swipe. Then you see your standouts. Oh, who are these girls? They look kind of bad. Oh yeah, you can't. No, you can't like these ones. Oh, give me a second, guys. Sorry, I'm busy. Can you come back later? Is it urgent?
Okay. They delivered the parcel for me, but I can't find it. I just want to confirm it's not with you.
No, it's not. It's not.
Okay, thank you.
Anyway. But Blissage doesn't know what my type is. Oh, that was my neighbor, guys. When Blissage doesn't know what my type is. Baddies. Well, whose type is not a baddie? Let's be honest. Is there anyone that's going to be like, baddies? Well, that's not for me. Like, I'm good on that. Anyway. Where was I? So you look at the standouts. And again, if you made it pretty early, it might not be like what you're thinking yet. But like, usually, you're like, oh, why are these girls not in the regular feed? That's my question. Why are they locked away behind this other thing that I have to then do some other extra stuff for? Interesting enough, a man told me he had to get Rosie to talk to me. That usually happens, yeah. You know, the girls that you seem to really want are not in the regular feed. Maybe I say that now, and maybe a lot of the girls are also saying the guys they really want are not in the regular feed. Touche, you got me. How do they go about deciding who goes in the regular feed, who goes in the standouts? I'm sure some people are in the standouts, some people in the regular feed. I don't know. Then you start seeing like, you start to see one girl you like. I think a lot of the guys then get to a position where you just want to gain some momentum. And again, I want to get you guys really behind the whole mentality. It's very important. So you start getting to a position where you swipe left quite a lot. We haven't really swiped right for anything. So you're like, let me just swipe right. I see a girl that, she looks nice. Maybe not specifically the kind of woman I had in my dreams and all that kind of stuff. Fair enough. I just let me just swipe right just to kind of get some momentum going. I think you only get like 10 a day or something like that. I think people are enjoying the story. The likes are going very going very high. So everyone has easy access to low hanging fruit. Describing people as low hanging fruit is crazy. You're not wrong, but it's just a crazy way to describe someone. Like, oh yeah, you're the low hanging fruit. Imagine if I appear in someone's regular thing and they call me low hanging fruit. I'm gonna have to KMS. Like, wait, you're saying I'm just choked? No, that's crazy. Yo, everyone wants to be in the standouts, clearly. And everyone wants to be in the regular feed. I'm guessing it's probably determined by like the quality of pictures you take. I've noticed like a lot of the people in the standouts, their pictures tend to look quite like professionalish, like very sharp, clear, crisp. Which again, that doesn't mean they're trying to. Or maybe just in the regular life, just take a lot of pictures anyway. So like that just means like But I think that's how they determine that, because they don't know you from a truck of paint. So like, even if you're an influencer with 300k people and followers or whatever, if your thing is just a regular, like a blurry pictures and stuff, you're gonna just be in the regular pool. That's probably the first place guys go wrong. How do you know if you're in the standout? Well, someone just asked me, how do you know in the standout as a guy? Well, I'll probably say the way you know you're in a standout, well, if you get roses, I mean, you can send a rose to a regular person as well. If someone's in a normal lineup, you can still choose to send a rose to them if you really want to get their attention. But I guess the way you know that, if you're asking, is that the girl that likes you is going to tell you, I saw you in the standout. Have you ever had a girl tell you, my good friend, that I saw you in the standout, so I liked you? No fucking chance. No chance. It doesn't happen. I don't know. But again, I guess, as I'm explaining it, well, as a guy, obviously, and as a girl, obviously, you have thug. I'm talking to my guy, my friend. He knows himself. I'm not really on Hinge Bliss, so when I was on there, though, I didn't get any of that. that was never my story. But I did meet my ex on Hinge, actually, funny enough, and she wasn't a regular pal. She's pretty bad, so whatever. Yeah, if you've ever had anyone tell you that, I'm guessing you haven't. So yeah, I guess that's your answer, bro. Talk about how do you know you're in the standouts? The people that know, they know themselves. They know themselves. How do you know you're gonna be in heaven in God's kingdom? The people that know, innit? If you don't know, then you're clearly not, you're not going, bro. You're not going. Anyway, so I guess I'm already getting behind the mentality here. I was like, I think the first place probably a lot of guys do badly is that we just don't take pictures that well. Like, I probably take like 3 good pictures a year. I'll take other pictures where it's kind of like mirror selfies and stuff, which again, I promise you there's probably something in that app that probably deplatforms you if you have mirror selfies as a guy. Like, I don't know, guys we just struggle to take pictures, innit? But that's the first, obviously, if the app is literally based on someone sees a picture of you and decides I'm attracted enough to like or not like, if your pictures are bad, even if you're really good looking, you already kind of reduced yourself a little bit. And that's the first disqualifier. So, sometimes when I've seen my friends' Hinges that are girls, I do see like a lot of the pictures look really bad. And I'm thinking like, damn, is that how bad we really look on here? But I'm not going to lie, some of those guys, as Bliss said, they're low-hanging fruit. Exactly. Unless you're a model or like you're someone, like some people just really take pride in taking good pictures. Again, a lot of people, those kind of people, they tend to be like model adjacent, alt people or whatever. But generally speaking, as a guy, I have my friends in here. When we go out, we don't really think like, even when we think, let's try and get a picture, we're getting the picture more to like memorialize the event as opposed to like, oh, Frisk is joined. As opposed to like, oh, getting a picture because this might look good to post on a profile or to do this or to do that. So unfortunately, that's the first place we go wrong. Now, the second place we clearly go wrong is that, as I'm going back to that story, you probably swipe right 3 times already. You haven't really seen the kind of girl that you're like, oh my God, wow. But you've seen girls that are good looking. They look good. We're back. Yeah, here we are. You've seen girls that look pretty good. If you want to come up, I'm talking about the dating app experience as a guy. So if you have any thoughts about it, I can ask you some questions around that. If you want to share with the audience what the dating app experience is like as a guy. Maybe you have a better experience than other guys. I don't know. I don't even know what you look like, Loki. But yeah, right now I'm just giving them the doom and gloom experience of a regular guy. But if you have some success stories, we do have people that do relatively well on them. Anyway, so back to that experience. You swipe right about maybe 4 or 5 times now. You only have about 5 left today, by the way, just in case you didn't know. I guess people like Thug would never know because they never even swipe on these apps. So they don't really know how many likes they have or not have. Now, you swipe 5 times, there's about 5 left. Once you swipe the 10th time, then they show you the girl that you're like, oh my God, she's so bad, bro. I need her. I gotta have her. Yeah, you just used up your 10th like, buddy. See you tomorrow. That's exactly. I don't know how they know. I promise you, any guy here can back me up. Once your likes run out, what's up, bro? How are you, T100? Are you on a dating app? If you're on a dating app, join us. Come and share your experience. The girls really want to know what we're going through. I was just saying, once you use up your final like, the next person you're gonna see is gonna be one of the baddest girls you've ever seen in your life. I don't know how they do it. I'm guessing they know like how many likes you have left. Just right after that, they show you that baby. You're like, oh, no way. Damn, I wouldn't have used up that like if I knew she was coming up next. You snooze, you lose, buddy. Pay the £35. Yeah? If you wanted that badly, pay the money, bro. Send the funds. No, exactly. Like, there is a whole thing about... And to be fair, when it comes to dating app, there are way more guys than girls on there, pretty sure. So it's just going to be the case that you're going to have people that have like loads of girls that have 800, 1,000 likes, and you're going to have guys on there that like... Again, if you're just in a pool of, 1,000 men... Sometimes, when I was on dating apps, You see a girl will reply back to your message. You check when you messaged her. She might reply back to you in March. You liked her in November. What? I don't even remember this face. Like, I don't even know who this is. Like, what do you mean? 4 months later is when you're replying back to my like. What is going on here? She was asleep. What, she's Sleeping Beauty? She's a Disney princess now or something like. So, I think in terms of the app experience for men, that's kind of what it's like. If any other guys are in the audience, like I said, I want to share their experience on what it's like for them as a guy. If you've had a lot of success on dating app as a guy, I want to hear from you. I want to see how you've done it. Give us some of your secrets. I mean, I'm not going to be on dating app anymore. I love myself too much. But give us some of the secret sauce. So, in terms of the biggest reason for the decline, I guess Thug has already mentioned earlier around like she just favors more in-person experiences and she just prefers. I had success. Oh yeah, I mean, I met my ex on a dating app. Yeah. Is that success? I suppose. I mean, I was happy I met her, but that's one person. I mean, it's not like I only matched one person on the app the whole time. But I've done some videos about this generally. To me, I don't think a lot of guys, maybe you haven't reflected on it, but the biggest reason why, for example, I went off a dating app is actually what it does for your mentality. So my theory is like, as a guy, we're in positions where a lot of the time we're in the chasing position. So you see the girl, you initiate the encounter, you initiate the approach, etc., etc. Now, if you just take being on a dating app, so what would you define as success if that's not it? Good question. Good question. I'll get to it. I promise. I'm going to get to it as I'm saying this. So, if you just take like being on a dating app or being like in person, when you meet a girl in person, you might be, let's say you're at a motive or something. I don't know. There's 200 people there. I don't know how many numbers are these things. When you see a girl that you're interested in, want to chat to, your chances are significantly higher because you can just go up to her. She still rejects you, obviously, but the fact that you can even just go up to her and just speak to her, that's already much higher than a dating app where you're in a pool of, like Thug mentioned, 1,000 girls, 1,000 guys, and it's just kind of her choice to kind of like she's not like, you know what? I kind of want a guy that's tall today. Let me just like him. Let me just reply to him. A guy that's maybe a bit shorter and looks a bit light skinned. You know what? Let's just try that today. The power dynamic is so imbalanced that I think to me that's bad for our mentality as men. Like being in a position where our relative power is so low, that's not good. So even though I did meet someone like my ex on there, I think overall the experience was mainly negative because, I suppose if I was with my ex now and like we were like on the way to getting married, I suppose maybe I'll be a Hinge success story. I guess we're not, but I think I'll still say overall, the dynamic that the women have such an outsized level of power. Again, remember, women already have an outsized level of power, generally speaking, because they're the ones we have to approach. Like, if you go out and you see a girl, there's not just you like think that girl's bad. Usually, if you want the baddies, as we were talking about joking around with Bliss earlier, there's a reason why you want her. Other guys want her too. One of my friends always talk about that. You ain't special, bro. Hinge success story. I mean, I met my ex on there. I don't know if that's a success story or not, but like, it was what it was. But if you have any stories about Hinge and you have any success stories that you want to share with us, do feel free. I'm talking about the experience as a man being on Hinge. But yeah, if you see a girl that's bad on a dating app or in person, there's a reason why you think that, bro. It's not just you. And so when I deleted the apps, what happens is like, a lot of girls are actually talking about, first of all, like, oh, we want the natural encounter, we want the in-person, I want a guy to approach the same, cheese as me while we're in Lidl, and then we start talking from that, etc., etc. You're starting to see like people are saying low-key, this experience is inorganic. And from guys and girls, even though we have different experiences, I can see why we're both saying that. Girls, I think maybe the choice probably feels a bit sickening because at some point, exactly, there are a lot of women on there anyway, generally speaking, and a lot of women probably on there, let's be honest, probably do it for their ego. Like, I'm sure it just feels really good if 1,000 people have swiped right on your profile and are interested to want to talk to you. Like, even if you're just looking for a quick ego boost, let's say today, like, you're having a rough time, all you have to do is just download it. By 5 p.m. you probably start feeling great about yourself because all these guys start liking your profile. So that's probably ruining stuff. And then from the guy perspective, just being on there and like having such little success, not if they're low hanging. No, I mean, even amongst that, I'm sure there are going to be some guys like, that look quite good that like they're just going to be in a regular power and they'll just like you or send a rose or something like that. So, eventually you're going to, again, I don't want to start insulting people, but I've met girls that I didn't think were all that, and even they were doing really, very, very well on those apps. What he said, something Princess said mess, so maybe she just thinks that might even turn her off even more. I don't know. And so to me, the biggest reason for the decline has been the kind of experiences we're both having, on the male side, on the female side, which is like the male side is just not really much going on there for you. The female side, it seems like people are almost kind of turned off by the amount of choice on there. Like, it's a bit too much choice. We haven't even got stuff like Bumble, where like, I guess the girl that messaged first or whatever like that. So even there, they seem to be doing really, really badly. 95% drop from the 2020 record highs. Not very good. And as the shift to in-person led to more encounters, I mean, again, increased success. You never heard a man's perspective. This is what I do at Wayne World Weekly. I provide you perspectives you've never heard of before. This is what we're going through. And so personally speaking, that's the biggest reason why I deleted them. And what I found was like, once I deleted the apps, as a guy, if you want to meet people, you just have to go out. But not only do you have to go out, if you think about the fact that like all these resets, DLTs, this, that, and the other, they happen like, I don't know, every other month, maybe once every quarter, etc. I talked about meeting my person once every quarter, like last, everyone was teasing me for that or whatever. But essentially, the point I'm trying to make is that as a guy, you start to realize, oh, if I actually want to meet people, I have to just go and talk to them. Because if you see a girl that you really like or you're really into in person, you can't be like, oh, let me just go and see if I can find someone online. Like, if you don't speak to her now, yeah, like, that's it. Like, when you go home, you're gonna just be by yourself. So you better go and try, because there's nowhere else you're gonna meet them. So I guess that hasn't led to me going out like to like motives more, but I do try in person more. Like, if I see someone I'm into, or I think they're kind of just even just for practice, like, maybe it sounds a bit bad, but like just to try your hand, just test yourself. Like, you might see someone, you're like, let's just see what happens, just try it. So like one of my friends, when we started talking about this, it was kind of a thing of like starting to practice in person. So like you start talking to a whole bunch of people. He's like, if she goes DOT, she a type. I like DOT. Bliss is making an inside joke about when I said about people that go to Dirty December are not my type. Dirty December, me not liking or not thinking that people that go to Dirty December are not my type, that's very specific to Nigeria. It's not even it's not even about party holidays or whatever. Because I've been to Afro Nation. I do think Afro Nation is better than DOT if you care about that kind of thing. But it's about Nigeria. Nigeria is a very wayward place. Like, Nigeria is a very backwards country. So is that like anyone who wants to go to a backwards place to have fun? You're not for me. Like, you and I are not even. We shouldn't even really be talking, because low key, whatever you're into, I'm not into it. I can just tell you that now for free. Like, I'm not into that. I'm Nigerian. I'm saying that, like, especially if they're not Nigerian, it makes it even more confusing. Like, if you're Nigerian, I'm getting sidetracked here. If you're Nigerian and you have family in Nigeria, and that's the reason why you're going, because you want to see your family, and then you happen to, obviously, if you're there, you go to see family, you still might want to just go out for a night out, whatever. That's different. If you're going because of Dirty December specifically, like, this is a place for me to have fun, stay on that side, man. Stay on that side. I'm good over here. Like, you can do that. Anyway. Funny enough, I don't know if I want to tell you guys this. But I don't know if I should. I was on a show, a popular dating show, that the video is going to be released soon, and I actually said on that show, that I don't want a girl that goes to Dirty December. And one of the girls pops and said that was her reason for popping, because apparently it sounds like I'm the kind of person that doesn't want his girl to have fun. The show is going to come out very soon. Love is Blind. It's not Love is Blind. Isn't Love is Blind the one where they get married and stuff? It wasn't anything that. I did go on Pop the Balloon. That's the show. I was on Pop the Balloon. The recording's going to come out. I don't know. I don't think I did that great. But when it comes out, I can't wait to do a whole live stream. We'll talk about it. I kept that quiet. Yes, I was on Pop the Balloon. I did keep it quiet. But the recording's going to. I thought I looked really good on there. Just putting it out there. But I think it's going to come out. Side quest, exactly. We're using our free will. I think it's gonna come out sometime mid Jan or something like that. You guys will see my my flop. I don't think I flopped, but all the girls popped. Just to ruin it for you guys. Not initially, but anyway, let me not ruin it. You see the show, you see it when it comes out. Anyway, back to what I was saying. So you get to a point where you're like, if I don't speak to person, looks are deceiving. Wait, what? Is that an insult or a compliment? I'm not sure what that means. wait, I'm not sure what that means. You get to a situation where you start to think, like, if I don't approach this person in person, like, I'm not going to get a chance to talk to them. Have you seen this Tinder statistics for percentage of men online? I think it's like 70% or something, isn't it, on the people on the apps are men and the rest are women. I think it's something like that. Correct me if I'm wrong. If you have the right numbers, do let me know. But again, with that kind of disparity, you can see why it's not so good. But going back to like the shift to in-person experiences, what I have noticed is that, like, again, like I said, it forces you to talk to people you actually see that you think are interesting. Or 78% men, 21% women. That's incredible. Can you imagine that? 20% are women. It's you know the biggest thing about that. I tell you, yeah. As a guy, it's humiliating because if you think about, I'm not choked. Like, come on, guys. I'm alright. Honestly, I'm alright. I think I'm better than alright. But let me not start bragging. How can I be in this pool of 1,000 men? Some of these guys, like, they don't even wash themselves. Some of these guys, like, they get the nice butts when they go home. How am I? What's going on here? I'm in a pool with all these people. It's unacceptable to me. I'm better than this. Okay, they can't keep getting away with it. Someone wants to join. I think the choice that women have on this app is not fair. Like, it's not fair, and we have to. But that's not in real life, so that's okay. Hello?
Hello?
How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm not bad, man. I'm not bad, mate. You have an opinion?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Oh, okay, good. Perfect.
You want to share your thoughts on this topic?
Yeah, sure.
Amazing.
I also want to talk about the next one as well.
What's the next one? The next one, reform? Oh, it's
Yeah.
Okay. Amazing. It doesn't sound like you're black, which is great. That's a good thing, by the way, because you need more non-black.
I can put my camera on if you'd like.
Oh,
I don't know how
please
to
do,
do
please
it,
do.
but...
I think it's good for the engagement.
Okay.
It's good for like the...
I don't know how to do it, though.
Is it not on by default? Does anyone that's been a guest know how to turn your camera on as a guest? I don't know how to do that. I've always just joined as a host, so I've never done a guest stuff before.
It says live access needed to go live on as video as guest. So I don't know if I can.
Oh, maybe. Oh, okay. Never mind. Sorry about that. That's a shame. 'Cause it'd be nice to see, put a face to the name or whatever. But it doesn't matter. Okay. Are you on a dating app right now? Are you not?
No, not anymore.
Not anymore. When did you jump off?
No. I think I stopped using it when it got to like winter time.
Winter. Oh, like recently then.
Like when I went. Yeah. I'd say like. Actually, it might have been just like in the middle of the summer, like when I knew I was going back to uni. So I was like,
right. Okay.
I can't be asked with this shit anymore. Like,
Sorry, how old are you, by the way, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 20.
20. Oh, this is perfect. I'm a bit older than you, so it's good to get a younger person's experience. And so,
how old are you?
I'm 28.
Oh, okay. Ooh.
What is that supposed to be? That's supposed to be. You know the video of Kevin Hart, like, damn. 55, damn. 55. I'm 28. Anyway, what's your experience like as a young 20-something on a dating app? What's that like overall? Summary, and then we can get into more specific questions after
that. It's like, I'd say it's so like, sometimes you get, some people liking you back that you like, and other times, like, you'll send off so many likes and you'll never get anything for like a couple of weeks.
Sad, man.
But I've had some good experiences from it. I've met people off of like, I've only ever really used Hinge.
Okay.
I tried Tinder, but it felt really degrading, like the swiping,
there's no substance to it, right? It just feels like just face.
Yeah, it just felt wrong. Yeah, it just felt like I was judging people purely on looks and gauge what they were like as people. Because at least Hinge has like the prompts and stuff that you can kind of be like,
humanize yourself.
Oh, this is what they're like. This is what they like. Yeah.
Interesting. Because it's funny because Tinder was like initially became like the most popular one, but a lot of people do feel like, like you said exactly, like even when I was on a dating app, I didn't really think of Tinder because I was like, oh, it's just so mechanical. It's so like just literally just.
You have to pay for so much as well on there.
Oh yeah, I haven't done that. I imagine that's that's the only channel these monetize, so it makes sense that everything's about pay. Okay.
Well, I downloaded it when I first turned 18 to, I was just curious to see like what these dating apps were like.
Right.
And Tinder, you have to literally pay to be able to see who likes you, unless you match with them like naturally through swipes. So if you both like each other, then it works. But if someone likes you, you can't see it unless you paid for Tinder Gold, which is like fucking 30 quid a month. I don't know.
Yeah, which is a ridiculous thing to be paying. Which is and it's interesting. Like, I imagine these people again, their shares are down and stuff. But I imagine they do make some kind of money off it. Like, if you think about that, like it's on a philosophical level, like making money off like the loneliness of people, because a lot of the people on there that do like buy the subscriptions and stuff are people that just generally speaking in life are just mad lonely, right? Like they need that human interaction so bad, or maybe some people are just like trying to get as many as they can. But I feel like those things kind of Bliss is gonna join. Those things kind of go hand in hand.
I've never met anyone in real life who's actually like
Why is it like
paid
that?
for Tinder Gold. How can this person have their camera and I can't?
Mine allowed me to do it like instantaneously. Why is the quality so bad?
I think it's because you have 1,000 followers and I don't.
Yeah, because 1,000 followers gives you live
I think you
access
need.
generally, which then I think that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So therefore, I can't put my camera on.
So are you now fully an in-person kind of guy now?
To be honest, I don't really do like dating. To be honest, I'm not much of like a dater.
Bro, you're so locked in or what?
It's not really locked in. It's just like because I swing both ways. So like honestly, like I'm not. It's kind of hard to find people that are either accepting of it or like men are particularly hard to date because a lot of men are fucking weird. Like
Wow.
they can be quite strange.
Okay.
But then women are also it's just hard to approach people in public. I feel like I get quite nervous when I'm seeing people. I'm like, I want to go up to them and talk to them, but I don't know how they're going to react. I don't know what they're going to say. Is this an appropriate place to do it? Because I could be in Waterstones, I could see someone, I could be like, I want to talk to that person.
Right.
And I'm like, do they want to be bothered right now?
Yeah.
Would I want to be bothered if I was them in this position? Like, I'm trying to think of like all the
permutations and stuff. So in that case, can I ask? And I'll get to you in a minute, please. Sorry. In that case, can I ask why did you then delete it then? If you feel like you sound like you still feel nervous about in-person encounters, but you still deleted the apps. So why did you?
Because I didn't like the lack of organic feeling by it. It felt like I was handing my life to an algorithm and like giving my love life over to an app rather than controlling it myself. And also it's really diminishing when like someone likes you and you like them back because you're like, I like this person, yeah, they look nice, and you look at their profile and you match with them. And then you message them and they don't reply. So why?
I forgot to get into
in the first place that they match you.
That's the other bit I didn't even talk about. I was talking about this. I was talking about like the hellscape of like not even getting liked. I didn't talk about that other experience. Feels like women are weird. Okay, you lot are weird. But I won't even say they're weird in the sense of like, I guess if you have that many people trying to speak to you or whatever, then fair enough, innit? But like there are situations where you be having a conversation with someone and then boom, just disappear. Do you ever like scroll through the messages like, where did I go wrong? What did I say?
Yeah. But even sometimes you don't even get past like hello. And it's like, so what else am I supposed to open with?
You're like, goddamn, like you start mixing it up. You're like, hello. You're like, hey, or you do the prompt response. Try to be funny. It doesn't work. Try to be like, you just say hello. Then after you're like, hello. Who kind of says hello? That's corny as hell, man. Everybody says, I say hello. Let me say something else. You just start second guessing yourself. You're like, bro, goddamn, can I just chill and just do this regular? Like, what the hell is going on? Like. So that is also something that that I find annoying as well. Before I ask you any more questions, let me get Bliss on this. Hello, thank you for joining me, Bliss. How are you?
Hello. They're muted right now. I don't think they know if they're muted.
Hello?
Yeah, there you are. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh.
How are you?
Hey. I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm not bad. Where do you want to start? I've done the experience as a man, blah blah. Do you want to?
Well, I didn't really want to like get into. I mean, I don't have much of an experience, but I felt like the last part of the conversation,
right?
I can, because I don't know. I don't have experience with dating apps.
You've never used it before,
but I have, but not like nothing's. I've never pursued anyone, or nothing's ever come from it, or I've had like a couple conversations, and that's it. It just felt weird. Like I tried it, and it just felt very, very weird. So I'm team meet people in real life as well.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So is that the biggest reason why you don't really like? Just because you think it feels strange?
Yeah, and someone made the point. I think it was the sister that was on earlier. I think she even said it in the comments, or on the actual live, but there's like a particular type of person that would even go on the app. And like generally, I don't think that would be my type
Not the type of
personally.
person.
Yeah, like I can't think of anyone I know that I've spoken to previously that has been on an app. So I think experimenting wise, cool, but yeah, I just don't think that. I don't know. I think people that may have like social anxiety or difficulties in having conversations with the opposite sex, maybe that's an easier way for them.
Yeah.
Or like the sister said before, like getting to a point where it's like, okay, I feel like I'm backed in a corner, this is my only option. Which is quite sad, especially if you're young and you're an attractive person. Why would you? I guess it's the state of, you know, the dating scene now, but I think that's very telling.
Okay, yeah, true.
But yeah,
true. I'm going to ask you a few questions about the in-person encounters, but I just had a question for, I guess I'll call you reevaluate. You don't have to tell me your name, it's fine.
My name. Oh no, I'll tell you my name. My name is Sam.
Sam. Okay, fair enough. All right. You mentioned like you kind of swung both ways. When you were on Hinge, could you set it to like to see men and women?
Yeah.
And what's the ratio of how many you'd see like men to women? Let's say every 10 swipes, would it be like, you know, what's the ratio of that?
It would honestly be kind of a bit more of like a 60-40 towards the men.
Okay.
There would be a lot more men that I'd be seeing.
Okay.
And this is, I don't want to sound rude, but a lot of men's profiles are kind of unappealing.
We did mention.
You mentioned earlier about how men don't really take pictures and stuff like that. Yeah. But like they really don't like try on their profile, and it's not like you have to try, but like the prompts are always really boring, and I find that with a lot of women as well. Sometimes the prompts are boring.
Yeah,
like, they don't
get at
give
them.
enough,
Finally,
like,
some women's
personality.
About time.
Like, but like, no one really like, because whenever I do my prompts, I try and like get my personality across, but not trying to force it. I'd like reference things like culture and like books and shit that I like, or like films, or like make a joke or something like that, or like something that's obviously like satirical, so that it's kind of easier to interact with. I thought that would be like, people can interact with these because it's kind of silly, and like they can be like, oh yeah, haha, you know, this or whatever. But
sorry, you asked a good question.
Oh yeah.
Does it say your preferences?
Does it say your preferences?
Does it say your preferences? Yeah, it does. Yeah. You can have like, you can set your.
Oh yeah, you can set what they see, isn't it?
Oh yes. So obviously the woman would. So she would set whether she likes bi men.
I think you can do that, but I think that's a paid feature. I think you have to pay for like deeper preferencing, because there's like when you go on the edit profile bit, there's a whole bit of it that's just like, or like preference bit, it's just locked of like religion, race, like height, and other like stuff like that, like political stuff and all that other, you know,
you gotta pay for
jargon. It's just all like locked behind a paywall. Yeah.
Right, please, I'm gonna ask some questions about in-person stuff. Then we'll move on to the next topic. I mean, we're having such a good time here. We spent 2 hours, and I've only done 2 topics. This might be a commentary on the success. It might be a commentary on the fact that I'm not the best moderator in the world. I'm just enjoying myself. Someone said, as a woman who dates men.
Wait, but I asked you a question.
Oh, what was your question? Sorry.
Before you asked me a question, I asked you. I can't even see it because I was on my computer.
Oh yeah.
But I was speaking about. I feel like online men may not have the upper hand, but I feel like in person you guys do. So why not just exercise that? Do you not feel that? You feel like it's hard harder?
Sam, do you want to take that one first before I go? She said men have the upper hand when you're approaching women in person. Do you feel like you have the upper hand when you're approaching women?
In real life, yeah.
It depends on where you are, to be honest. Like, I mean, I don't want to toot my own horn here, but like, I would consider myself relatively attractive. So like, I often have a lot of success in person just by the fact that I don't actually have to really do anything. People kind of come to me. So
girls
I don't really
approach
have
you.
the issue of like having to go to people.
I was gonna say men or women.
Yeah, sometimes.
Really?
Both. People will come to me sometimes.
You're not going
Yeah,
DLT,
so sometimes I'll just be sitting there. Because sometimes people will just come to me, so I won't be like having to put myself out there too much. Obviously, sometimes you get the weirdos like the 30-year-old women or like the 40-year-old creepy guy who's trying to like touch you.
Why are 30-year-old women? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Oh, okay.
Rose said the auntie.
That is the old, by the way.
Rose calling them aunties like 30s. Bro, I'm 28, bro.
I'm like, wait, 30-year-old women.
You know these old people coming up to me, 25-year-olds. What are they doing?
Okay, you're 20. That's cool.
That's crazy. Okay, interesting.
They're getting on now. They got their back issues.
Okay, so you feel like so you agree with what Bliss is saying? Like generally speaking, like women have, I think men have the upper hand in person encounters.
You need to elaborate on what you mean by upper hand.
Like, I feel like it's because based on AJ, what do you call you?
AJ's fine. Go with my name.
Okay, yeah. Based on your whole thing was about basically not having any success when it comes to dating online, and you're just this pool of 1,000 men to this one woman, and basically she's having the upper hand in those situations because she can choose.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like in real life it's easier for men to have the upper hand when it comes to dating, because I think women struggle with what you struggle online in person. Because I think naturally when we look at, I mean, I'm older, so it may be different for, you know, the baby 20-year-old, but when it comes to dating, like the general conversation is that men aren't approaching us, or there's like slim pickings, or they're taken, or they're married, or they got children. Like there's all of these things, and it kind of puts them in a position where the pool is so small. And I feel like on the flip side, if you're a single man, you know, you're gonna have more of like the upper hand when it comes to dating. So I don't feel like there should be difficulties in real life for the men based on what women are saying.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the difficulty in real life is not more about like the fact that you feel like you're competing with people. It's more like, whereas that's the difficulty online. It's more about like the other stuff. Like I think Sam was mentioning earlier about like, is it the right place? Does she want to be approached right now? Like sometimes it's literally a case of like, what's doing her and what's doing you is not the same. You know, like, so you're gonna approach her like after she's just not in a good mood or whatever. And again, there's a lot of confidence building that has to happen, which is like if you approach a girl and she just, you know, she's not feeling it, you might start to question yourself. Like, damn, am I not who I think I am? You know, stuff like that. You know, it can take you back a bit.
Okay. But this is what I asked you earlier. Are you speaking, or are you trying to get your type? As in women that you know, I guess 9 times out of 10 are going to be attracted to me. Is it that? Is it, or are you trying to, you know, like what is it? Because if I see someone that's my type,
okay,
I feel like I'm gonna at least you know, like,
okay, all right. I should
surely that should be a confidence.
I should probably disclaim by saying again, when I speak about these things, sometimes I veer into describing the general man experience. Sometimes I'm describing my own experience. Now, when that is, I guess I don't do a very good job of disclaiming. And again, I don't do it. I don't always want to make it about me because I'm just one person. The general men experience is kind of like I talk to friends or other people like that, so I'm sharing that. You know, if I speak about my specific experience, it's very rare that you know, if I speak to a girl, she'll at least speak to me and say like what's going on, etc., etc. But there is a massive situationality, if that's a word, of it, where sometimes the situation is just not quite right. You know, and a lot of times it's like you're not even speaking to someone specifically because like, oh, you're trying to see what happens. It's just like, oh, this looks good. I'm committed to like having more in-person encounters. Let me just test myself and just speak to her and just see what happens. Generally speaking, those go pretty well. But I guess there's always a kind of nervousness. Like if you see a girl that you think is really attractive or whatever, you're gonna feel a bit like, oh, you know, how do you approach? What do you say? Because sometimes, you know, again, like we were joking about the hello earlier about the unhinged and stuff. Like you can't approach, you can't just be like hello. Like you do, hello. You do want to say something like it, maybe like, oh, let me see, can I comment on what she's wearing or what she's blah blah this, you know, even just the kind of momentary. You're overthinking it. Well, easy for you to say when you're not the one doing approaching. If you actually approach people, maybe you might put a bit of thought into like, how should I do that? Because if you want it to be successful, this is the one chance you have, right? You know, like, so you do have to put some thought into. It doesn't mean you have to come up with the best line anyone's ever heard. But you do have to just put some thought into like how you're gonna approach. You're not gonna just see a girl and just walk up to her. Right? Is it okay, if I even play? I think I played an example last week. Is like, let's say for example you're on a train, and maybe you can disagree with me or agree with me if you're a girl, right? If you're on a train and like you're sitting there or whatever, if I get on the train and I see you we make eye contact, I have a very limited amount of time before I can approach you. Like, I've already seen you, I already know, I can see clearly you're my type. If I then stand there or sit somewhere, let's say I sit like, I don't know, a few seats away or whatever, and I give it like 5 stops, then I get off my seat and come and approach you, it's not going to work. It's not going to work.
Yeah, but...
So you can see what I'm saying?
I don't know.
Yeah, go on.
I feel like nowadays there's a little bit more grace, because I feel like
really?
there is that nervousness. Yeah, I would say so, because I feel like there is that nervousness on the men's part, because someone mentioned it earlier about the violence part. So I think maybe that comes into play. Like, if women are like saying or complaining about men approaching them, then naturally men are going to be hesitant. Even though that's not a reality, women do want to be approached. So I feel like there is a little bit of grace, but you could just say, oh, can I sit here, please? And then the conversation flows, or even just approaching it from like a networking angle. So if you're someone that goes to networking events, how do you approach people at the events? Like, you'll have things that you can start conversation to take that kind of like, I guess, dating pressure off of it. So I will approach people if I'm at a networking event, but
networking events are specifically designed to be like, because like approaching people, right? In that train example, you're sat there on the train. I've come in, I've seen you. Obviously, what's probably going to happen is that I'll be doing small glances back at you every so often, just because I'm just like, whatever. Then you might look at me once, look at me twice, like, what the fuck is this nigga's problem? Then the whole time I'll be like, when's the right time to approach? But look, even that approach and stuff. Think about logistically, right? If you know on the Lizzie lines where you have the trains that are facing each other, the seats are facing each other, then you have the 3 seats that are there like that. I can't approach you and stand in front of you. That's just not smooth. The best place to be is to be sat. For me, right? But if someone's sitting next to you, then I can't even do that. I can't stand in front of you like I'm trying to sell you something.
Then I don't know. Then you got to follow her while she was on the train.
Yeah, you're fucking women. Now you're following them. Now what's going on here?
No, but that's what I'm saying. But if that was in a movie, everyone would think it's romantic and it's.
I don't know about that. I don't know about
yes,
that.
they would.
I feel like when you get to that point as a guy, Sam, you probably agree with me on this. At some point, you just be like, just leave it. Like, forget it. That's what I would do. Like,
oh man,
exactly.
The moment passes quite quickly, and for me, it's a lot like there's so many people around.
Exactly.
There's so many people around that like I'm thinking like, oh my god, everyone's gonna be seeing me doing this,
exactly.
and then if
everyone's
it
listening.
fails, I'm gonna look like an idiot in public, and it's so quiet in here, and we're gonna be the only people talking. And I'm not going to be able to get into the flow of having a conversation.
Yeah, you're not overthinking way too much.
It's reality.
No, you can't go up to people and start like.
Yeah, but I think as a woman, men have approached me in the most insane circumstances. There's a man will bust a red
But that's
line.
audacious. That's audacious.
Yes, but it's that confidence. And even if physically he may not be your type, there may be something about him. Even just doing that gesture. Doing a U-turn when it's illegal, like men will do things.
She loves a bad boy. She loves a bad boy. You know that.
When I see her on the motorway,
it's not even about being a bad boy. It's just having heart. Like,
we all love a bad boy, don't we?
If that's the woman that you want, if that's the woman that you want, you can't think, oh well, I'll just meet another one. Like, if that's the one that you want, I just think, why not make an extended effort? Because you didn't want to stand in front of her on a train.
No, so I feel like again, that's
like Japanese train. Like, I don't want to be like one of those weirdos on the Japanese trains. That's like standing in front of the women.
Was it an uncle like a?
No.
Oh, because the uncles they have mad confidence. The uncles, whatever they have, I want someone that I'm not gonna like.
That doesn't count. They'll chat to anybody. But I'm saying just like. Men will stop traffic. These are things that happen. They'll shout out the window. These are things that happen. People will be living them behind.
Shout out the window
of their cars.
Wait. I'm pretty sure that's looked down upon. Sam, I swear that's looked down upon. Like, shout out your window.
What I'm saying is, I'm speaking about just the heart that they have. You're talking about chatting to someone on the train.
All right.
I'm saying men have done more things, more extreme things to get a woman's attention. Yeah, and he may even get rejected, but he's still gonna go again.
I'm a chill guy. Or I gotta think about my aura. We just doing moving crazy.
Literally.
What's gonna happen to my steez?
That doesn't deplete your aura.
Oh, I don't know about that. Well, if you fail, then you realize how bad your aura will look. Imagine you're on a train. It's like 8 o'clock. You're going to the office. All the people on the train are serious people, just minding their business. You then go and stand in front of a girl, like, oh, hi, can I speak to her? She'll be like, oh, sorry, I'm not really in the... In front of a packed train. That's... I have to get off. And get the next one.
Okay, so, I don't know. I grew up, and I've been around men that, I guess, it's just a numbers game. I don't think they internalize rejection and then carry it on with them. It's like, all right, cool. We'll just move on. We'll keep it pushing.
Yeah, but I think that they're not.
You can't internalize that, and they never want to approach a woman. Maybe this is what's happening. That's why
But
nowadays.
I feel like that also speaks to like a lot of times. I'm not saying you specifically in a bad way, but like women don't see from a perspective like we're also just human as well, and the natural feelings of like not wanting to be rejected, not wanting to be humiliated, embarrassed in front of everyone. Those are things that men also think about. And if the default position is always going to be like really and truly, you don't have to do it because you can just try another time. It's very easy to lean into that because, like, you know, again, you can be embarrassed. Now, there are people that overthink that more than others, and there are situations where, for example, the gym might be a best one. Diva said you must hunt.
Yes, like this is what I'm saying. Where's that energy gone?
That sounds wrong.
That sounds weird. Just keep it
chill,
chill, bro. Chill
AJ,
out.
you're even my age.
Right?
AJ, how
just
old
stand
are
in the
you?
corner trying to look good, and then if someone comes up to you,
yeah,
then that's how it works.
Get them with your aura.
He's 20s, so it's a bit different from my generation. I don't know.
Okay, so
maybe I grew up different.
I'm
not.
Well, how old are you?
I'm 29.
I'm 28.
Ooh.
I'm gonna be 30 in like a couple.
We're getting there.
Yeah, so maybe the testosterone back then was.
People said our testosterone's gone down. All right, on a semi-serious note, what I have done, and maybe it's advice for any of the guys in there, in the chat or when we're watching this back, and my future kids, if you care enough to be watching this in, I don't know how many years I'm gonna have.
If you have future kids.
No, for sure. We're gonna do that. Well, fingers crossed. The world might end before that, but hopefully not.
And what if the world ends?
Exactly, the world actually might end, so you never know. But if it doesn't. The general advice I'd say is like, the way I thought about it is like, I started to think like, a lot of these girls I'm approaching or like to approach, is because when I see them, they look good and they stand out. Even as a person, I like people that stand out. Like just, obviously that tends to be like one of the more bad girls out there. Well, who doesn't? Yeah, who doesn't? So then I started to ask myself, if I go out, am I a baddie? Like low key, baddies attract baddies.
Yes, King.
You got to be like.
But I
have faith in yourself.
So deceiving.
No, but it's not only it's not only in looks though. I think it's also about like to an extent effort, which is like, if you think about what makes the baddies, yeah, they look good. But let's say, for example, a girl's got a D cup, she might wear the cleavage stuff, to show that. And that makes her kind of stand out. Like, obviously, other girls have breasts as well. But the one that has the little V cut, I think they sprinkle something on there as well. They put the sprinkly stuff or some oil. I don't know what they're doing. I'm like, damn.
Some oil?
Sometimes it be shining. I don't know. Have you noticed, like, sometimes it's shining? D cup ain't that big. All right.
Wait, but
sorry, it's fair enough.
When they have a triple G cup.
Before I forget, can I just say to your point, you were saying about baddies like baddies. This is, So if like the example that I gave about the men being like extremely confident and stopping traffic, if you know that that's the type of man that you're going to be,
I've never seen someone stop traffic.
I've never seen that as well.
I don't know.
Where do you live?
But I live in London. I live out of London, but I grew up.
Oh my god, that must cause so much disruption if there's people stopping traffic all the time.
You're too young.
Maybe that's why it's like that.
I feel like it's definitely different. Now, men didn't have social anxiety when I was growing up, so they would be like audacious like that. So what I'm saying is, if you know that's what you're up against, that caliber of man,
but I'm not up against
how do you? Not you. How do you? What do you do? Because I'm using that as an example of like a bad.
I feel like I agree with Sam in like, I wouldn't think like those are kind of guys are my competition. Like that wouldn't really make sense because anyone that's doing that, you got it. Like you can.
You don't want to mess with that person.
You got it.
They're a menace to society.
You got it. Like
they're fucking up the whole flow of society.
I don't know. Maybe
I've not seen that before. I've not. Especially when I'm driving. Like again, maybe this is.
Well, also, you're not a woman, so you're not going to. You may catch it one day.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, but I would never stop driving and.
Yeah, I don't.
But it's not that. A man will he'll slow down and then you're walking and then he'll be speaking to you out his window and then he'll just drive off. Why is that such a like? Oh my god, the world is over.
Another girl just said like it's common as well. What? I've never seen this.
I'm just so confused.
I mean,
Like,
maybe
men will speak to you. That's what I'm saying. If a man wants to speak to you, he's gonna speak to you by any means. Any means.
I don't know, man. I wouldn't.
This
I mean,
is like,
I mean, it's not really my style.
as
And
a woman,
I also
I'm
feel
telling
like,
you, as a woman.
right, but I don't know. First
Okay,
of all,
but
maybe this is
can you
logistically.
clarify?
Go on, Sam. Ask your question.
But anyway,
So, can you clarify the distinction between that and then catcalling? Like, what makes it acceptable and what makes it not acceptable? Like,
Good question.
where's the line at?
Yeah, good question.
I don't know. So someone said I would not entertain men like that. Agreed. I've never given my number to anybody.
Wait, what?
like
So you
that.
want us to be doing it, but you don't? Wait, hold on, wait. Sam, can you believe
Yeah,
this?
so if I was hanging out the
Can you
side
believe
of
this
my
girl?
van with
She's
a
talking
I've
about.
never met
flower
anybody
tattoo
like
on my
that.
arm and an England shirt on,
Yeah.
and I had my head shaved, and I went, "Nice ass."
Yeah, like
Would
wait,
you
what?
give me your
No,
phone
no,
number
I
or
think
like?
it's culturally as well. But what I'm saying is there's audacious men in the world, and the men that I've spoken to, they've spoken to me by any means. It just hasn't ever been that situation.
I think just to wrap up on that point, which is it's been 2 hours, so I can move to the next topic. The best thing to do, in my opinion, as a guy, is like if you want baddies or whatever you want, just be like that as well. Like I notice like the kind of girls I like are the girls that stand out. So if they stand out, I got stand out because now I stand out, they stand out, they see me and they're like, oh, who's this nigga? I gotta talk to him. That's already breaking a barrier. So it's not like I have to do as much work because they want to know what I'm about. So sometimes it's not always about like, yeah, actually that did make me think about like how to dress, and I do dress up a lot more now. But it's also like even when I'm going to the gym or I'm going to like I don't know, a store or whatever, I'll put some minor effort in. Like I'm not gonna wear like a do-rag or I'll show my hair, you know. I'll wear something that of course I'm a baddie, everyone knows. Can you not see it? Is it not obvious?
He's got Arsenal girl, you know.
She's a baddie, she knows she a 10. So like you just put in effort to try and like well I think you and I had that conversation anyway, right? Part of the ways I go to badminton is in large part because again I want to stand out. Like I want to be the guy that like the girls see and they're like, oh, this guy's. And again, it could be minor things because I've noticed like we're in a badminton club together. So I've noticed like even girls that like it's not like even girls that look good or don't look good or whatever. If you have something that stands out, like lean into it more. If you have big breasts, yeah, wear stuff that shows your cleavage. There's nothing wrong with that. Like it is part of you, right? You don't have to. I'm just saying like
good advice.
No, wait. I feel like exactly. Like, you kind of lean into like what you have. So like I don't know. I go to the gym. I work out a little bit. You know, I've got tattoos and stuff like that. Yeah, maybe I'll wear a vest more than once, more than the average person because. You know,
if you have a big dick, get that bulge out.
Okay, but I don't know about all that. And be careful about that, by the way. TikTok might take us down. Let's not be doing that. Yeah. So like just leaning into the kind of things that kind of like make you stand out. Because if you stand out, like trust me, you're doing a lot of the work where once the girls see you, even they want to talk to you. They're like, oh, who's this guy? Like, what is he about? Like he just looks different. Because even when you go to events, like I said, or even shopping or whatever, that's like mad regular. All you have to do is put like a tiny bit more effort in, like, and again, maybe it's a bit cunning, but if you're like low key, everyone's gonna do this. If I just do that, oh, now you just stand down and look different. Most girls are gonna want to talk to you because they're gonna be like, yeah, this guy's just different, and that just helps you to have work.
Can I say I will agree with the fact that older people are a lot more audacious, with the way they approach. Because I work in a bar, and you don't like. I don't get a lot of like younger people flirting with me, but like older women and older men don't shy away from like being honestly kind of weird. I'm not gonna lie, like some of them kind of pushing the boundary a bit too much, but like they're a lot more like forward with their advances and like they make it a lot more apparent. So
nice. All right. On that note,
I do agree that older people try more.
Yeah, dude, I think again I'm 28, right? So I think a lot of that confidence has probably come with just being older. I guess when you're older, you're making more money. You're like, your life is more settled. Like it just feels easier. Like I feel when you're younger. When I was 20, I definitely did not have the same confidence that I have now when I'm 28.
But also, why are 30-year-old women hitting on 20-year-old men?
I've never been wrong about anything.
That's weird.
Social, political, I'm literally batting 1,000 when it comes to right opinions. Even socially, like I'm just too good at this. But thank you for the compliment. You're right. It is good to stand up. I know. So yeah, if you want to get the girls you want, stand out and let them approach you like a Sam. All right. Let's move on. What? No.
No. No,
Why
don't
not?
let them approach you. Approach
No,
them.
no, no,
Women
it's
want to
not-
be
Bliss, can I
approached.
ask you a
to
question? Can I
approach
ask you
them,
a
but like
question?
it's easier as well if they show an
You're
interest.
already
It's easier.
approach them. You approach them.
All right. And anyway, I'm
Bliss,
not
Because
gonna
many,
what's a
because
good way to open up? What's a good way to open up? Like, what's a
maybe
good starting
maybe
line?
give an advice.
Like, is
Depends
it,
where you
can
are,
you start with
innit?
hello? Can you go like, hey, how are you?
Sam,
Or, hi, what's your name?
Sam,
Like,
Sam, don't
how
even
do
waste,
how do
don't
you
even waste
start?
your time. The good advice is like, if the girl thinks you're good looking, you can say whatever you want. Basically, that's just how it goes. That's basically what it is.
But do approach.
If you think you're good enough, that's it. That's kind of what that's the cheat code. You approach people where you've said anything and they're just giggling like ha ha ha. You're just basically saying regular words.
No.
If they're into you, this guy said they were complaining to.
Yeah,
Anyway,
but can I just, sorry, I know you want to wrap up, but can
Go
I
on,
just
go on,
say,
go on,
if
tell
I've
us.
said to you as a woman
Mhm.
that men are approaching less, you're already going to be ahead if you're approaching. So you're already going to increase your odds if you're approaching. So approach, just have a normal conversation, even if it doesn't go to anything. Just talk. We need to talk more. Like we're losing that like
No, I
human
agree. I agree.
interaction.
I mean, this is not advice for me because I've been doing that. I don't want to get too much into my personal business, but I'm not shy
Yeah,
about
no,
just
not you,
talking.
but just
But yeah, if you're anyone in that,
generally
yeah, exactly. Yeah, like
approach.
women are waiting
Yeah, anyone out there?
with
Just,
open arms and open legs. Maybe not open legs, but you get the idea.
definitely
No.
not.
All right, next topic. Now we've done a very good job on this one. I guess overall summary is that connectivity. Sorry, 1 second. There we go. Okay, we're back. Overall summary on this one is like everyone hates dating apps now. No one thinks it's organic. Everyone thinks approach us in person. We want this organic, natural experience. And I guess the general consensus from women is that A, guys are approaching them in audacious ways, which they don't even like. But also B, guys are not approaching enough. Bizarrely. Try to figure that one out. Don't let that confuse you though. Overall, just
I need to start stopping traffic.
yeah, those
apparently.
open traffic is at least the general consensus is like, even if it is, I think Bliss has it right. Like just having conversation. A lot of the success I've had is kind of like if you actually just genuinely think about it, like this is just another human being, and you can just chat to them about it. You're in the gym, you're like, oh, what are you working on today? That's ambivalent of like moving to someone, and unless you're like an actual dickhead, like you're just gonna answer that question, just be like, oh yeah, I'm just doing legs, blah blah. Then you can put a joke in there about, oh, do you do legs together, blah blah blah. Just having a natural kind of like, don't overthink it. Like, don't always think about what's the game end. Just think about like having a easy, simple opening that's just kind of
What's
like,
my next line of dialogue?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's no need to overthink it. It's just kind of like be natural and
serious.
smooth, and just be like,
I need a script though. I'm so bad at talking. I always leave the conversation
I'm not
halfway
gonna-
or end up talking about some bullshit.
Yeah, it's gonna come. But I'll be honest, Sam. I had a script when I was going to like movies and stuff, but they never worked because it's so loud in there. It's so loud in there. It
What's your
messes up
name?
the whole
What are you
flow.
studying? Oh, cool.
I'm not gonna give out my
Oh
scripts.
my.
I think it's too good. It's too good to be given out. So maybe private. But it used to work. Let me just say that. It used to
Insane.
work. All right. Moving on to the next topic. Now
You're gonna
again,
test it.
reform. Now, before you start panicking, I mean, we might go into the
Boo.
politics about this if you care about it, but it's also meant to, like I said in my intro, reflect the overall where we are in the UK in 2025. Like the fact that reform is the most popular party, if you look at some of the polls and all that kind of stuff, what does that say about where we are socially? What explains their popularity? Again, if you guys want to get into policy, you guys know this is What and What Weekly. I don't shy away from politics. I don't want to bore people, so sometimes I try to make it more social. Not because it's only boring, but also because, again, you can't divorce to me the political popularity of any party from the social movement they're pushing. So those two things kind of go hand in hand for me. But maybe I'll ask you guys as more like an interview style kind of thing. I think Sam, you said you were kind of keen to get in on this, but I'll just kind of like set it up as an interview type stuff. Ask you a few direct questions to kind of get your take, if that's okay. All right, let's start with this more general question then. How would you say you like how much of a political person are you? Let's just say that. Would you say you describe yourself as like very political, very into this, or maybe more not really? You don't really, you just follow it surface level?
Yeah, I would describe myself as very outwardly political. Yeah.
Ah, okay. That's a very useful person for this kind of topic. And how would you say you kind of identify, generally speaking? Like, you don't have to be political party wise. It can even be just to do with like policy wise, Overton window type stuff, whichever.
I like a leftist, a Marxist Leninist, like a socialist.
Oh
kind
wow!
of like
Okay.
left wing.
Ah, wait, Bliss, are you into politics at all? Before I get into more deeper into this stuff with Stam,
Turn the camera
A
on. and I'm
little,
like,
sorry. A little, not super.
because I was
I've only come.
you gone?
Yeah, only I guess during the election, that's when I kind of started to follow. The last election in America is when I started to like follow it in more
Okay.
depth. But
Oh, fair enough. Because
yeah,
I was playing with an idea of having like someone like you that's like, again, when the election comes around, we see a lot more talk about it, right? But generally speaking, a lot of people don't really care. I think you might be a great person to try and like the kind of questions slash thoughts you have. To me, the more out of politics you are, the more accurate your analysis is. Weirdly, like a lot of people like it's like when Trump was running, a lot of the average person could just tell you easily, oh yeah, Trump is going to win. It's very popular. Or the political people are going to be like, oh well, if you look at this poll and this poll and the poll, the people that are a bit out of it, they usually are a very good judge of like what's actually really going on. So I'm actually very interested to hear how you see it as someone that doesn't follow it like every day and whatever. Have you kind of noticed the popularity of reform? Have you kind of paid attention to it at all, or not really?
yeah, definitely. I've seen the stuff online. Also people have been coming knocking on my door.
Really?
Yeah. But I'm in Essex, innit? So I don't know if that plays a part.
And do you see other
Um,
parties doing that? Or is it mainly reform that you kind of notice more?
that's the most recent.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the most recent. That's happened a couple of times. But yeah, I've definitely seen everything. Based on what I've seen, obviously it's not like a political analysis. It seems like they have a high potential of winning.
Right.
That's my opinion. I feel like people are tired of Labour and everything that's happened with Labour. I know people have mentioned like the Green Party, but based on if I'm going off like social media and obviously propaganda or whatever, then it's looking like reform. So yeah, that's as far as I've
And
gone with
in
it.
your view, again, as someone that doesn't, I love the perspective of someone like. Again, it's crazy. Like I said, you're very accurate. People that don't follow these things too much are usually quite accurate about it. And I'll get to you, Sam, in a minute. I promise. But I feel like a lot of the people in the audience are kind of probably similar to Bliss in the sense of like they kind of follow politics surface level. So I think that's kind of people I love doing this for, because I want to kind of awaken your political consciousness, but not because you can become an activist or something, but just I think it's interesting to kind of talk about. So, has it been concerning to you? Like, what's been your overall feel about it? Like, is it kind of scary, or would you care if they won, for example? Like, would that bother you?
No,
No.
it wouldn't bother me personally.
Right.
Mainly because I don't have intentions of being just solely a UK citizen.
Ah, right.
So
Okay.
I exercise my dual citizenship rights.
Mm-hmm.
So in the back of my head, I'm like, okay, if England got like extremely unbearable for
Right.
whatever reasons for me, which I can't necessarily see it going that far.
Right.
Then cool, I know I can leave. So I don't have like I'm not patriotic about the country. I don't have like serious ties to the UK. I don't care enough.
Right.
So no, it doesn't scare me at all. I think it's just I think if this is the UK.
It's
This
the UK,
isn't
right. So
it's not surprising.
your ambivalence is more to do with the fact that you can leave, not because you think like their policies are like basically like not that scary. Is that kind of, am I getting that right?
Yeah, and also I haven't actually gone into all of their
Their
policies, so
policies,
I can't necessarily comment on them properly.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't. I don't no.
It does.
I'll
You're
just
not checking. You don't
yes.
really care
If
that
it
much.
yeah, if it gets to a point, then it's like cool, and I can just
Right. Would
dip.
you care enough to vote in your elections to stop them, or just any at all, or just because you have a different, if you have a party you're interested in generally, would you care enough to do that, or not
I
really?
think yeah. I mean, I definitely would be open to that. I think I don't believe in like political loyalties. I don't think anyone should be loyal to a party just because this is who they've been voting for years. So I definitely would look into it and make my decision.
Yeah.
But but it's like, well, if I'm planning to leave, is this something that I'd want to really consider? Do I want to, But I haven't voted in like over 6 years,
Oh, fair
so
enough.
I've
Okay.
not really been tapped in.
Tapped in, fair enough. And as they've been rising, has there been like, if you had to say from your literal like I don't follow politics at all perspective, what would you say is the reason for? You mentioned like people that are like kind of fed up with Labour and stuff. Would you say you're kind of fed up with Labour as well, or not really? Or
I mean, well, based on what happened, like what's been happening,
Mm-hmm.
but again, I think people over here, like even my mom, she's same with the political laws. I don't know if it's a culture thing or, but just
Yeah.
obviously Labour, and Labour's supposed to be, you know, for the working class and blah blah
Yeah.
blah. But I'm more of like, well, what are the actual policies? Like, what is more in alignment with what you want to see? What's the question? Sorry.
No, no,
Forgot.
it's like, are you more fed up with Labour as well? Like, because you mentioned like
Oh
it
yeah,
seems like people are fed
yeah,
up with
yeah,
Labour.
yeah.
And we're
So
like,
yeah,
okay.
yeah, yeah. Um,
So
yeah.
the quote that I have on the screen is exactly kind of what I was thinking, which I came up with. It's like there's a general consensus that like let's just try something different. Like these other things haven't worked. So again, from your armchair perspective, someone that doesn't know about politics that deeply, when you say like you seem to say like okay, people are kind of tired of Labour. Are there any particular things that you would have liked Labour to do, for example, that you wanted to see in the country? It doesn't have to be politics. It can just be like the country should be better off in this sense or this sense that it's not right now. That you'd say like makes sense why people want reform. That was a long question. Sorry.
Um, I can't say why instead of reform because I don't know what reforms. I can't remember what I've heard about their policies, but I would say mainly financially, mainly like the economical stance of the country. That's been the thing that I feel like affects everybody the most.
Mm-hmm.
The budget. Even my mom was talking about the what's it called? I can't remember what they're called, but she's a pensioner
Or the waspy,
and
the
they were
waspy
supposed to
women.
be she's been going on about that for ages and how they've been
Been
flip-flopping
going on
about
about it.
that and blah blah blah. She's very upset about that.
Yeah.
But I mean there's still hope to some degree. Also I know that taxes have increased. There's so many little things, private schools, like things like that future me would have like been considering. So it will mainly be like for me the financial part. So
Right.
I don't know what reform have on the other side, what they're advocating for
Yeah.
or trying to implement. But if there was more financial things that were more beneficial, then
Yeah.
that
It
would
be good. See, I love the way you put that because like
consideration.
I kind of get the sense as well that a lot of people couldn't even really tell you like reforms policies because usually right, when you think about politics, the things that are meant to make you popular are like your policies. But it seems like reform's biggest appeal has been the cultural stuff. Again, kind of similar to Trump, which is like, oh my God, all the white people are being forgotten, and to bring back the original British men and like the Englishmen that ruled Britannia and all that kind of stuff. That's kind of been their biggest push. And every time when I do videos on reform, I make a conscious effort to not focus on their nonsense identity stuff. I'm not interested in that. Like you can find that everywhere else. What I care about is what are policies. And my theory on reform right now is like reform is basically the Tory party that's a bit more racist. You remember when people might remember like when the Theresa May and those people came in, they were very hostile on immigration. Like so, this is not really new. Like reform's biggest thing is kind of being like Trump, focus on identity and culture wars, but they just do it in reverse. They claim like they're opposed to the identity stuff that like the liberals have been doing for the longest time, but they also play identity politics just as much. They just do it from the reverse perspective. So like if they saw like a crime that a Pakistani person did, they go, oh my God, look at these people in our country, blah blah blah. It's no different than like when the liberals, white person do something, oh my God, this is racism, blah blah blah. All they do is play identity politics in reverse. And right now that's kind of in because I guess when the country's, I don't know, a lot of people see that the country is doing negatively, it's very easy to start blaming other people and say, oh, reform's whole thing is like, if only we have the white Englishmen that of Celtic heritage getting universal credit, we'd have so much money for everything else. No, we won't. No, we won't. That's kind of their appeal to me. And what you've seen is like, and again, I'm getting a bit political here, Labour have tried to lean into this, but even when they cut stuff, you remember when Motability was like, everyone on Motability that has ADHD is driving a Ferrari and we have to stop this. Do you guys remember that? You remember that story?
No.
You didn't remember that?
No.
They always pick on these minor, like, some people are getting some entitlements or benefits somewhere that we have to stop. And if we stop that, we'll have money for everything else. But then when Labour actually cut stuff, they'll be like, oh, we're going to save 500 million in 3 years. that's nothing. Like that's not going to do anything. So to me, it's interesting. Like the question I have, like any policies you agree with. I promise you, most people in this chat right now can't even name reforms policies. I know some of their policies because I follow politics enough to care about those things. But they consciously try not to push policy because that's not what they're really about. If you start to push policy, people will like them less. What they meant to generate or kind of reflect is a general sentiment in the country that like we're tired of the Tory party and the Labour Party and we want something different. Now, my perspective is that as much as I detest reform, I do think we need to see a break from this kind of two-party system because we can't have a situation where we can't like the Americans that is just red team versus blue team. In America, no one really cares what the policies of either side are. They're just going to vote for the blue team because they like the blue team or the red team because they like the red team. Politics should be, at least to me anyway, a genuine reflection of what you believe in. And so when people say like, why would you vote for those people? They're not going to win. I don't care. I'd like for my policies to win because I think they're going to be best for everyone else. But originally, I care about expressing my voice. Like if I think these people represent me, I'm going to vote for them. Even if they get one vote, it's important to me that I still put my voice out there. Because why would I then give my voice to other people that don't represent me? Because they're going to win. This is not football. Like, it's not like, like just join the winning team. Like, it does matter for you to express how you genuinely feel about stuff. And so again, policies-wise, like, one of the policies, I think you might care about this, Reform want to increase the personal allowance to 20,000. So that's something that's quite, I guess, popular. They don't even push that. Like that's a policy that everyone really would like. They don't even bother pushing it because again, they do not want to talk about policy and they want to make it about social issues. So my overall sense is kind of like the popularity of reform is best explained by, I guess, just a divided country. Like there's so much, I don't know, division of like, and again, it's a lot of it's centered around identity. They've been going after DEI. We both agree DEI can be a bit nonsense and stupid, but they focus so obsessively on it. Now they start saying actually the real people that need DEI are the white working class people. They're the ones that like we really need to help uniquely and focus on them. Now, of course, a lot of the policies these people are advocating for would hurt those people the most. Because if you're talking about cutting benefits, cutting universal credit, who are the biggest population of those kind of things? We know of areas in the UK that they're hella poor. When we watch those Channel 5 shows, Benefits Britain and blah blah, it's not black people. It's not black people on there. It's not.
Wow.
And again, a lot of those people, I don't even blame them. I'm not someone that's going to be like, I think they need it. They're desperate. They have nothing else. If you look at their city centres and all that kind of stuff, there's no jobs. It's a desolate place. The only option they have is something like universal credit. But when people like Reform come in and pretend like, oh, if we stop giving universal credit to non-British people, we'll give you more. No, they're going to cut it for everyone. And those people are going to be hurt even more. So it's a tragedy that like the people that are going to be most hurt by their policies are also their biggest supporters because they've managed to position it as though like, we want to help people. I've been rambling for a long time. Sam, do you want to get in on this? What do you think in your views that it explains the kind of popularity of Reform? Appreciate the patience for sticking with me as well, Sam.
It's fine. I agree with you on the whole like people are sick of the two parties and they don't want the Tories or Labour anymore. It's kind of people have realised that neither of these parties really benefit anyone, and that they all kind of do things for their own gain. I think that the main reason that Reform is so popular is because they appear to be appealing to like working class people,
right?
And like people with lower like economic stature, so people who don't earn as much, people who don't like aren't as affluent and can't afford as many things, but they don't pay attention to the actual things that are being like done by the people who are saying that they want to do these things for them.
Right.
So one of the biggest examples for me is that most, especially Farage, he's always blocked like workers' rights bills and stuff like that in Parliament. He's always voted against them.
Yep.
Whilst going out advocating, saying that he's for workers' rights and stuff like that. And I think it's a lot of like pandering nowadays.
Exactly.
It's a lot more like telling people what they want to hear without meaning it. And then presenting the other side who maybe might mean it as being fake and like
you can't trust them,
not wanting to do that because
they're not one of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
because they're not appealing to certain aspects as well. These people want to hear about, once again, like things about race and gender and stuff like that. They're not. People want like traditionalism and stuff like that,
Return to the good
which
old
often
days.
boils down to just being like, yeah, patriarchal like roles of women in the house and men making money and women raising kids and men out down in the pub and stuff like that. Like, it always boils down to that. At the end of the day, at least that's my
isn't
opinion. I
it
think
funny?
that this is
Don't you feel like a lot of the people that talk about those kind of things, it's not even really like they want those things for real. It just sounds good to them. Like, and again, this might bleed into
Yeah.
my transactional dating topic later on. Like, you'd even get women, let's be honest, I'll be talking about, like, why can't I just have a man provide everything, blah, blah. They don't actually really want that. But it does actually sound nicer, like, if someone's just providing everything for you. But if you actually put them and be like, would you actually just want to be at home and not be able to work? Of course they don't. But because it sounds good in theory, and it kind of sounds synonymous with, like, the times where the country was apparently some kind of amazing, whatever, then they start to then be like, we want that. What would you say to that?
Yeah. I think it requires a lot of ignoring of historical context as well to kind of believe this, because you'd have to ignore the fact that the UK was a massive like colonial power that was like sapping so many like other countries in the global south of resources and stuff like that for its own wealth. So you'd have to ignore a lot of that to consider the fact that, oh, we can go back to that, because we can't, like, it's not acceptable. I mean, there's still companies nowadays that are doing that, that are like got their fingers in all these like mines in Africa and stuff like that, and like
the exploitation and stuff.
That are still they're still exploiting the labor out there for their own gain. So I think
both said reform voters don't know the root of the cost of living problems. Poverty equals conservatism. People like tend to shift to like more conservative, right wing, whatever. When times are hard. Sorry, I cut you off today. Go on.
No, that's fine. It's fine. Sorry, what was the question again?
No, sorry, I don't think I had a general question. I think you were just saying something, but wait, it's fine. I think
the other
thing I was going to ask you, I guess, is like, obviously you identify as someone that's like more to the left or whatever. Have you kind of followed that whole green surge? It seems like that's kind of like a response to the popularity of reform, right? Like, like one end is getting popular, so the other end also gets popular. What's your take on that?
Yeah. Well, the left is a bit of a difficult area because there's always infighting, there's always problems. People are always arguing about over who's right and who's the best at being a leftist and who's actually the correct one and which theory works the best. And Marx said this and he didn't say that, and Engels said this and he didn't say that. It's always a back and forth, and the problem is very apparent in the parties that are in the left in the UK, especially because we had your party, which had a surge really quickly but then they crumbled straight away because there was just too many issues, and they just it doesn't present the left as like a viable option, because even though Greens had a big surge recently, which I quite like because I voted Green, I quite like Green, and I do quite like Zach Polanski as well, but it's just so hard because also the Lib Dems don't really feel like a viable option because they're a bit flip-floppy. They don't really stick to anything. They kind of change what they believe on a whim every now and then. And I've seen I don't remember what the guy's name, Ed Davey or something, whatever his name is. I don't actually remember what the Lib Dem leader's called.
Yeah, I think
I've seen his opinion change about things. Same with Keir Starmer. Once again, people don't even really on the left consider Labour a left-wing party anymore. Neither do they the Lib Dems. They consider it a bit more centre. Considering that they lean a bit more towards still upholding capitalist systems and benefiting the wealthy a bit more and stuff like that. But I think the surgence of Green is good, and I think that if it continues to grow and they continue to keep some sort of actual rigorous structure to their party and seem like they actually have their ideas set in place, what they want to do, they have good policies, they're clear in the way they communicate it, and they make it apparent to people, just in the same way that Reform does, and sort of they approach it with the same sort of social idea as well, of this is what we want to do for people socially, and then they back it up with political things. So Reform doesn't really talk about policies.
No, they don't. So the fact that you actually brought up a good point I was going to get into, which is it seems to me also the Greens have kind of leaned more into again countering Reform, but from a social perspective, which is Reform is trying to make basically everything about race and identity, blah blah. We're gonna do that, but
Yeah.
we're gonna be like, we want everyone to get along. We want to bring people together instead of divide people. Do you see that as being, moving forward, a kind of credible way to counter, the reform? Because I think Labour might have tried that if they didn't, they were crazy. But instead of that, kind of like trying to play that from the other side, they just kind of went, let's just try and match reform. Do you see that green approach being popular?
I mean, yeah, I think it is, because I hate to say this, but the right are very smart. Like, they have a lot of like smart people on their side. I mean, the Nazis proved it, and now Trump's proved it with like the way that they present themselves to people and the way that they get people around one homogenous idea is mainly through the way they communicate their ideas and the way they present them. And the left doesn't do that. They don't present the ideas in a way that it benefits people socially. They talk mainly through like big buzzwords and like major like big changes to things that maybe like scare people away from it. Because there's a bit, they don't want too much change. They don't want things to change too quickly, and they don't want, because they're comfortable with what they have and they don't want it to suddenly shift to something else.
Right.
Whereas on the right, they focus on one issue and then they nail that one in really hard.
Like, that's a very good point.
Yeah,
I've noticed
and that gets people behind it because it's they know what they're looking for.
So what would you say that should be for the left? I can't really think of anything that. And I'm going to wrap up on this one quickly because, again, it's been 2 hours 45 minutes and there's 2 hours 3 topics to go. I think the next one should be a great one. But what do you think that policy would be then? Like, if you're moving on to 2026 and thinking about, we're seeing the Greens kind of move up, the reform kind of have immigration unlock. I'm not going to lie, it's not really looking good there. What do you think the Greens or the other leftist parties can kind of do to try and like make their central issue? Is there anything that comes to mind?
I think the main one would have to be, at least for me, in my opinion, would have to be workers' rights. And like, and more bills for workers and stuff like that. Because there's a lot of working class people in this country, and a lot of them are behind reform because reform present themselves as a pie that kind of looks to help the working class people of this nation. But the thing is, the left parties do want to do that, but they don't communicate it properly. Once again, it's purely a communication issue. They just don't get it across properly. And they also don't communicate it in ways that people can understand.
Right.
Because there are a lot of people who aren't like educated enough to know about like some of the terms and the words that these people are going to be using. So a lot of it just goes over the head of people, and they don't know what they're supposed to be paying attention to. Whereas if you just say it plainly and present the idea quite,
easily to
bare bones, and
it's easier to
people will get behind it a bit more. So I think presenting more things about the working class would be a good one, because the main force of reform is obviously working class white men and stuff like that. But I think it would be that would be the best route to take.
That's not a bad one. I think I'll summarize on this one. On that point, though, before I summarize, I guess the Greens have kind of focused a lot on like wealth inequality. Like, I think the wealth tax is like Zach Polanski's biggest thing. Now, personally speaking, as into politics, I don't know if that's the most. Again, right now it seems to be working for them. Like, they're serving popularity, but I don't know if that's the most effective, specific thing to do, because a lot of people want to be billionaires. So even though a lot of us are never going to be billionaires in a lifetime, there are a lot of people out there, and that's going to get into the next topic about pay and stuff like that. Are we all paid enough? A lot of people think they're just 1 year away from being a millionaire. So the idea that you're going to start taxing people that have millions, even though he's made it clear it's people that have 10 million, a lot of people still view themselves as like, we can relate to those people.
Oh yeah, I can get there.
So the reflective point is like, we don't tax those people, because when I become those people, or actually I'm making 100k now, does that mean you're going to start taxing me more? I think the focus on taxation as a means to reduce inequality is probably not the best thing to do. The overall focus on economic stuff is always right, though. So I do agree with you on that. Like, there has to be the main reason why people are hurting is economically. Like, if people are getting money and they're having a good life, no one's going to be complaining. Like, it doesn't matter if the country's 20% white. If everyone's getting money, everyone's going to be like, whatever, let's all make money together. But when people start to not make money, it starts to feel like everything's kind of stagnating. Then it starts to be like, actually, you know what? Who are the people that are stopping us from enjoying? And they start to look at other people that don't look like them or shouldn't be here, blah, blah. So overall focusing on the economy is the best thing to do. I think from a perspective of like of getting money and inequality and stuff, inequality is not a bad thing to focus on, but I would say taxation is probably not the way to kind of push that. Just focus on jobs. There's no jobs, you're gonna bring more jobs, I pay jobs, blah blah blah. You know, like I, for example, did like a degree apprenticeship. That's a tremendously successful idea. That if you literally push that as a signature policy, like everyone that wants a job making 50K or whatever, we're gonna make a path for you to do that. Because that's, you know, I started off on a degree apprenticeship, not making not making very little money, not making a lot of money, not making a lot more money. That's how you do that. Like didn't go uni, debt free, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Great things to push. But anyway, I'll leave it there for that one, and we'll move on to the next topic. Now, as a reminder, guys, by the way, we got up to 10K likes, very nice. If you're someone that's interested in joining me to come and share your thoughts about any of these topics, do feel free to jump on that, you know, come and give us your thoughts. We are trying to wrap up the year here, so we want to hear as many perspectives as possible. Which of these topics most defined your 2025? What's your opinion on what this says about where we are as a country right now, etc., etc. Now, in September, I think it was September, it came out that the mayor was making 170K a year. Now, what you can see on the screen is a tweet from someone, one of the viral tweets from this episode, where someone says, if the mayor only earns 170K, we're all finished in this country. That's meant to reflect a kind of general idea that everyone's underpaid, and the fact that the mayor is making 170K is a commentary on how underpaid we are. Now, I think my most popular video to date was me basically saying, I think the mayor makes, 170K seems about right. A lot of people seem to disagree with that. They think she should be making more. No one really thinks she should be making less. Everyone kind of says more. But I guess I'll start back with you, Bliss. You're not someone that's really into politics. So this is perfect for someone like, again, it's not more of a political topic. It's more of a social question. In your view, do you think 170K is about right for the mayor of London, or a bit too small?
I feel like when I first saw that, I was like, that's not that much.
Right.
That's not what I was expecting, because I've worked in finance and I've worked with people who touching that more than that. And I think, okay, if we're looking at like responsibilities and job description, that just seems mad that you can be making the same amount as the mayor. So yeah, I wouldn't expect him to be making that much. Obviously, it's a lot of money, but when you compare it to like people in other industries that are making the same amount, probably doing less pressure, etc., I feel like then it becomes quite a small amount. And even those like the Henrys, they're even struggling.
The Henrys?
To
What are the Henrys?
live like high earners, not rich yet. So like people who earn over like the 100K mark.
High earners.
Yeah, even they are struggling to live in London, to live the lifestyle that they want to live.
Who's struggling in London on 100K though? I want to know these people. I want to know.
Well, I mean, it's not just like, I think obviously lifestyle inflation comes into play, but just having conversations about like, not like I mentioned earlier about private schools, and it's just it is very expensive to kind of, when you get, you know, when you reach a certain income level, there's a lifestyle. Yeah, that is very. But you get to those places
if you can't afford it, maybe.
Well, not for you here, maybe. And it's not necessarily that they can't afford it, but it's obviously quite expensive, even for them. So. But yeah, I wouldn't say that's a lot. I wouldn't expect him to be earning that much.
You thought it would be more?
Oh.
No, I'm asking.
Wait,
do you think it'll be more?
He's earning over 107.
I think he's on.
Oh, yeah. I would assume.
Oh, you assume? Okay, all right.
Yeah, I would assume it would be more than.
Okay, I want to make this more interactive. So I want to ask Sam the same question, and then I'll come back to you, and then let's start having a three-way. Hopefully, not in a sexual way.
A three-way.
Not in a sexual way. Sam, what do you think? Do you think the mayor is underpaid? Do you think 170K is about right? What do you think?
I don't really live in London, so I don't know what the state of London is like, or like what it's like as a place. I don't really experience London very much. I try and avoid it. I live in Portsmouth. So down south.
Oh, okay.
But
no, so I mean, I guess it's not about London specifically. I guess it's just about the role and
Yeah.
I guess it touches into London a little
I
bit.
mean,
Yeah, go on.
Parliament people in Parliament only make like what 94,000 a year, or something around that.
Something like that. Yeah.
So I mean, I think he's getting paid a bit too much, if I'm being honest. Like, I think I think it is in London, so you have to consider the fact that he's living in an expensive area.
No, he gets housing
But
allowance and stuff. I'm pretty sure.
well, you have to consider the like disparity between the amount he's getting paid compared to other people in like political positions. Like,
Yeah, true.
obviously, he has an important job, but like, if other people in Parliament aren't getting paid the same amount, then surely it seems a bit unfair. And like, you're kind of give me a second.
Sure. Okay. Anyway, I'll continue. I think when I did the video, I thought it was about right. Like, it's always hard to kind of say what the optimum number is, but a lot of people point out like the responsibility and stuff like that. But they are allowed to hire like loads of advisors and stuff, which doesn't come out of their pocket. Like obviously they have budgets for those things. So ultimately, I guess as with any political position, I guess that's probably why even someone like Trump, I think Trump's salary is only like 200K. I'm pretty sure as president, which they always donate it. They never actually take it. But ultimately, all political positions are about making decisions. So it's not like you actually like it's a bit like, I don't even say it's a bit like a partner. Partners at these firms and stuff that make millions. Again, a lot of what they do is like meeting people and traveling and that kind of stuff, which is, I guess, it's hard in its own way. But they're not making the spreadsheets. They're not like crunching the numbers or anything like that. They sit in meetings all day and they have to make decisions.
Yeah.
If that's what you're doing, even if it's for London, it is meant to be a public service job. So if you want to make millions, people are like, oh, as a partner of the law firm, you can just go and do that job then. Like, this is meant to be, I think, firstly, a service job. And I think it's a good thing that we have politicians not making that much, because the way to think about it is that when you're in this kind of job, you are like a servant of the people. That's why some people want to do that.
People.
Exactly. Some people want to do that, and some people like, I'm okay, I'm going to go do a private sector job. So if you're in that position that you're meant to be like serving the people, obviously not going to not pay you anything, but like you can't then be making money like a corporate lawyer or like a partner at a Big Four firm or something like that. Because again, those roles exist for that reason. Like, if you want to go make money, making millions, go do that. So that's kind of why I would say like, I guess it's still double what MPs make or whatever, maybe almost double, but it seems about right. And again, he does get like housing allowance and this, that, and the other. But I guess the bigger question, we can't talk about this without talking about, the tweet says we're all finished as a country. I guess the bigger question is like, is this a reflection of A, but B, does that also mean we're all kind of underpaid in the UK? There's always a conversation around that. Everyone wants to move to Atlanta, Georgia, and New York and Houston because, oh my God, Dubai, oh my God, the milk and honey that's flowing in that land. If only we can go there and make £1 million tax free or whatever. Is there a sense, if I can start with you, Bliss, I don't know, Sam, I don't even know if you're working or not, maybe you can be how much, I bet you're uni or something, but we'll get to that in a minute.
Yeah, I'm back.
You're back in, okay. Would you say, Bliss, that we're underpaid more generally in the UK? Is that your sense? Do you think we should be paid more? People talk about the Americans and all that kind of stuff. What's your take?
Yeah, absolutely. But I think across some sectors, not all sectors. But I think a large part of it is just affordability and just inflation as well. So I think if we were taxed less and things costed less, then, I don't think people would have that sentiment necessarily. But yeah, man, I think there's just too much coming out. We don't keep up, the more you get, the less you keep, essentially. But I do think, because the average wage is what, 33?
I think something. I think it's in the 30s.
I think that's the average.
I think it's in the 30s.
Which is just insane, because how are people supposed to live on 33K, rent out a place for themselves in London, have a car? It's just, how are people supposed to do that? And still have money to go on holiday and, so I think it's definitely got worse. I don't think it always used to be this bad, because it didn't.
Right.
I do think we don't get paid about.
Yeah. I mean, Sam, what do you think? I mean, it's probably going to be hard to find someone that says we are overpaid, right? But what do you think, Sam?
Well,
that's insane.
I agree with the fact that it's inflation, but also it's partially due to the fact that there's a lot of like the wealth distribution is quite poor. So obviously, the ultra wealthy have loads of money to spend, and that drives up the prices, because then once they raise people's like wages, they then raise the prices for everything because they're paying people more. Therefore, they think people should be paying more for things, and they need to equal out their profits and stuff like that. So it's sort of this like profit-driven incentive to keep as much profit as you can without losing anything by paying people more. So and also the fact that people in this country don't really own their homes, they're paying rent. So a lot of landlords can just kind of dictate how much you have to pay in terms of rent. And there's not really much else you can do. I mean, there was a whole thing recently of like, I think it was like the 4 biggest housing like construction companies in the UK were collaborating to like raise house prices. And make like housing, like, so because they're all working together, so they're saying, okay, let's all raise these house prices so that people have to pay more, and then we can get more, and no one can do anything because we basically have monopolized the market now, and there's nothing we can do about it because we're building all the houses and we're owning them, so we can sell them off whatever prices we like, and we can just sell them to the people who already have enough money, who will then jack up the prices of rent anyway.
Exactly.
So it just keeps people aren't earning enough, and then bills and food and everything is going up, so it's causing people to become poorer because everything's so much more expensive, and there's not enough like money coming into these people's pockets when they need it.
Can I ask him a question because he's younger? Can I?
Yeah, go on. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't see it. Yeah, go on, please.
So do you want to buy one day? Would you like to buy a property one day?
I mean, obviously, that's a dream for everyone, isn't it? Is to own your own home and do whatever you like and kind of have it as you please. Because one of the main things for me is right now I rent an apartment with my friend. I do have a family home that I go back to. I'm there right now, to be honest. But when I'm at uni, like I rent an apartment with my friend, and we're not allowed to like put up posters. We're not allowed to have animals there and stuff like that, so we can't really like decorate or like make it feel like our own home. So it kind of restricts us. So obviously it would be lovely to have your own home because you can do whatever you like with it. You can have it as you please, like you can make whatever you like. But nowadays, like it's basically out of the question if the world if it keeps going as it does, the economy, it's out of the question that people of my generation are ever going to be able to own a home.
So sad.
Right, we'll be renting forever.
Yeah, I think the point you made.
If you stay in the UK.
Oh, sorry, go on. If you stay. Sam, do you have a place you'd like to run away to if everything goes belly up?
Yeah, I'd want to go to China.
China is the future. I mean, we got to get over there. I'm thinking like low key we should all be learning Mandarin like right now because
that's what I'm saying. I'm about to start learning.
They are the future. Like
and they got so much history out there as well. So they got so many like ancient buildings that I just love to see.
They're doing big things, man. I love that. I love that for them. I love that. I was gonna get into a whole spiel about this what I think about Chinese specifically, but maybe I'll save that for that's not really relevant to this. I think the wealth inequality point you mentioned is quite interesting because that's one thing that again, you mentioned about reform, the Green Party talking about wealth and people not having money and stuff. That's where they get it wrong to me. Is like the focus has to be like the fact that so few people have so much and everyone else has so little. It's not natural, and it wasn't done because those people are just so smart and they just make all the money. It was done because there were specific policies that they pushed that made it so that they kept more money and other people kept less. Yeah. And like how the marginal tax rates in this country are like really, really wealthy people used to be much higher before. Now it's lower and lower and lower. Even the fact that, for example, council tax is done in such a crazy way that someone that has £1 million property is paying the same as someone that has like a £250,000, £1,000 home. Again, these are the kind of things they do where they're paying less and less of how much they have and we're paying more and more. So the focus has to be more specifically on that. Like if they shared out the money more, like if a company is making, I don't know, 5 billion in profits, there's no reason why their workers should be on universal credit, all that kind of stuff. They should be paying those people more. If they did that would be overall be better. But anyway, it's over 3 hours. So I think I'll wrap up on that one there, and I might even skip the next one and move on to the last topic. If we have more time, we'll come back to that one because
What, Charlie Kirk passes away?
well, I
You
don't
don't
know.
want to talk about that?
I don't know how sexy that will be for the rest of the people in here. That one's kind of like my inside baseball specific stuff because my friend sent me the video when he he called me when he passed. And he was
Oh
like,
yeah, I saw that
Charlie
video.
Kirk just got shot,
Yeah.
and I was like, wait, what? No way. But that's more overtly political. So I'll skip that one. Somehow the last topic we're going to do today, probably not the other one. This might be the last one for today. Transactional dating. Now, I think I talked a lot last week on my last live stream about dating, the norms, expectations, etc., etc. One of the biggest tweets that we had this year in the Black British. If you follow politics, if you care about Twitter that much, are you on Twitter, Bliss? Are you really on there or not really? Not really. So you didn't see this tweet that I've put on the screen.
What is it? The amount of black women doing. No, I haven't. I said.
You didn't see that?
Like,
See, you don't remember when there was like people posting screenshots of like women asking for money and asking for outrageous things? That was like end of October time.
I mean, did it get onto TikTok?
I'm sure it was everywhere. Like, guys, was it not everywhere? It was I feel like it was. It was all over. You couldn't avoid it. It was on Shadeborough and all those other things. And so basically, a guy made a tweet.
Maybe them, but
he made a guy made.
oh
this
yes,
tweet.
yes.
Yeah, you remember that? Yeah. And then,
But not on Twitter.
no, it's okay, fair enough. And this girl quoted.
Yes.
Like, this girl quoted and said, like, "Oh, you guys are exaggerating. It's not even that deep, blah blah." And then the men started posting their screenshots. It was a flop era for women. I'm not gonna lie. It was a low point. Like the kind of exposure that was going on. But the reason I wanted to talk about it is because of I guess it dovetails into what we're talking about. Like people don't feel like they have a lot of money, etc., etc. I guess it's primarily a monetary thing or whatever. But then the other aspects is that we talked a lot about dating and organic this and organic that. But what you also saw, like some of the tweets, I don't know if you saw this as well, Blaze or Sam. Some of the screenshots, the guy posted their views on it or whatever. Like to them it was like this woman was kind of trying to take the piss. A lot of people were like, no, you're being broke or you're being wrong or whatever for not like agreeing to that or whatever it was. So I found that interesting because like some of them divided opinion, and even you had a specific incident which I've done a stream about a few months ago, that the guy was getting cooked by other guys because they were like, oh yeah, low key like that's your fault, bro, etc., etc. So you got me thinking about in terms of our dating expectations, and I guess firstly, like, is this because people have no money, or is this like traditional values coming back? But I guess you're a girl, so I can ask you specifically about your dating preferences and interests and stuff like that. If we start with, I guess, the general question of, would you consider yourself to be a traditional woman?
No, I wouldn't. Not fully, anyways. I definitely have traditional views,
Right.
but I mean, off the rip, I have tattoos. I don't think that would.
No, really? I'm talking about like the kind of romantically, not like.
Oh, okay, yeah, but I'm thinking about the whole package.
No, I'm thinking about like the in the romantic sense of like I want a guy to do that, and I want to.
I think it has to. I think. Okay, we can speak generally, but I think there's traditions within cultures as well. So, even though I'm of African descent, but in Caribbean culture, men are quite domesticated. So I'm used to men being able to cook, clean, etc. So I would say I have traditional views, yes.
And what are those? Give me an example of what these views are. What's an
So
example of a
like,
traditional view?
as a woman, cooking, cleaning, I guess being submissive.
Really?
The man being the breadwinner,
Okay.
taking out the bin, pumping the petrol. I don't like taking out bins. But where I would say, I guess it's not traditional, is the man cooking, the man cleaning, me working. Not that I want to work forever, but I do. I feel like I've worked so long now. I feel lost when I don't work.
Yeah. Good point.
But I think what it is for me is I feel like women should not have the pressure
Right.
of keeping the house afloat. I
Okay.
feel like we should still work, we can still contribute, but that pressure I don't think does well with us.
Okay.
Um,
So if I ask you
yeah.
specifically about those tweets, I know you say you saw some of the screenshots and you saw some, like, do you remember seeing some of the screenshots at all?
I don't even need to remember because I know what women be saying and be asking for. So
Oh, so
I could
well,
just,
that's what I was going to get
I
to.
could
Like,
just
how much of that is that reflective of in
off the
your
dome.
circle and your life or whatever? How much of that would you say is true? Like, is there a sense of like there's more transactionality? I think that is a word in dating these days.
Yes,
Ah,
absolutely. And not all my circle because majority of them are either engaged or in relationships already, but a few, I have a couple single friends.
mm-hmm.
Um, and there has been instances where yes, I've had to say like, do you want a man or do you want a trick? Because it is coming across as if you want a trick. And
Right.
I think I don't know what's happened. I feel like it's city girl culture that's infiltrated women's minds to kind of have men or want men to lead with their money.
Mm.
But how can you build a substantial relationship? Like all he's doing is like buying time. That's when you have
Right.
money, the whole thing is that you wanna be able to buy time, right? So if all he has to do is send you money, buy you this, take you to this, he's just speeding up the process of getting to know you. So then it does become like modern day P word, in my opinion. Because no one is really trying to get to know each other.
Right.
You're just trying to gauge how much money he has, how much he's willing to spend on you. And that shouldn't flatter you as a woman because it's almost like you're commodifying yourself, in my opinion. So I do think it's definitely a lot more transactional nowadays. And that's why I think as well, like situationship culture is like everywhere. No real commitment, no real connections are being made, in my opinion.
Do you think that transactionality is anything to do with the fact that like people don't have as much money? Because paradoxically, I feel like we're in the era where people are making the most money, like as younger people that they've ever made, right? Something like that. So why, like,
Yeah.
what do you think the link is between, like, I don't know if it's new. Obviously, we're all kind of stepping into like our dating primes, if you want to say. So we can't say that, oh, back in our, when we were younger, people didn't really talk about it. But I think like when I was like 21, 22, I'm trying to think if this was a thing that I really encountered. Like, I don't remember, but it seems like now more than ever
No.
before, like everything, not everything. I don't want to be dramatic about it, but there is a lot of focus on like leading with your money. And I guess as a guy, you can't, you do notice that, right? Especially if you put emphasis on the word like black British women. Again, I don't know what the white people experience is like. I don't really date them, but like there are people out there, some men. You might have mentioned him earlier in the chat. I think he replied to to a message in the chat earlier that date black women and
Oh, it's so funny.
other non-black women that kind of point out that like when they date non-black women, they don't really get this experience. Like this seems quite a specific experience of like dating black women. I wonder why that is. I actually genuinely don't know. I don't even me being sarcastic. Like I don't really know why that would be the case. Like why if you had to guess, you're a black woman, why would you say like that experience seems so black British in its uniqueness?
I don't think it's black British. I think it's black
Black generally,
British and
yeah,
black American.
yeah. True. Good
Um,
point.
I think, like I said, I think it's that culture, the hip hop. I guess if you want to just label it as hip hop culture, but like the city girl culture. And I think as well, I was thinking about this earlier. Like, why do we have these conversations online so much? And I think there's a loss of culture, a loss of community that we don't have where we're able to have these conversations in private as a community. So I think us kind of not having a real
Hello?
sorry, someone called me. A real value of culture, like identity,
I did.
because this is not your culture. Like this is not how you was raised.
I'm
Like
trying to.
where has this come from?
Where,
It has to,
yeah,
because
where has it come
how
from? I don't know.
where like what are we embodying? We're embodying something outside of our cultures, our upbringings.
I mean, Diva,
This
you're a
is
bit
it's not
older than us, no
normal.
shade. If you want to come and tell us what you think, because now I'm actually curious, like, where does that come from? Because I remember now I think about it, actually, going back to, like, as long as I've been on Twitter, there's always been conversations around who pays on the first date.
It's
That's
social media
always
as
been
well.
happening. Like, and it obviously it happens it's a bit culturally. What do you mean? What do you mean culturally? Like that's always been a thing.
But
Like
also, women.
in Africa, oh,
Yeah, go on.
Africa's a good point. Africa is an interesting perspective because we think about like dating transactionally here in Nigeria. They make us look. You don't even understand. Like Nigeria is a poverty capital of the world. If you don't know that, anyone that doesn't know that, by the way, like there are more people in extreme poverty in Nigeria than anywhere else in the world. I don't know how that's. I guess a lot of the people that are Black British usually come from Africa, right? It's Caribbean as well. So maybe that's a good point to mention, like culturally, because there is that like it's not even a traditional value type of stuff when it comes to Nigeria. It's literally like more of a survival thing. Like you have people in Nigeria or other parts of Africa that are marrying specifically because they're poor and they don't want to be poor anymore. So if you try and find someone, you're gonna try and find someone that has money. But isn't that like aren't we a bit far removed from that though? Because a lot of Black British culture is it being determined by first generation Nigerian immigrants or African immigrants?
No, because I think women generally I would say we're naturally hypergamous, right? So we're always going to try and date up, whether that is financially, socially. But I think it boils down to survival. So it does originate from that, but in this culture, I would say it's like pop culture because I don't think it is Black British culture. I think it's
what pop culture advocates like. Actually, man, I lied. Is there?
This is why I said this is like city girl behavior.
But
this is like tricking behavior.
New, though. Like it's almost like even well before city girls were thing.
Yeah, but this is new, no? This is a new. This is new, no?
I don't know. Okay, maybe how extreme it is now. Maybe it's new. Like again, also back in those days we were younger, right? Like when I first was on Twitter, I was like 14, 15, so I wouldn't really know what it's like. But I feel like those conversations have been had. But maybe you're right, like. The extreme level of it, some of the ones we saw was literally just girls being like, oh, can you buy me this? Or can you send me that? Or like, that kind of stuff seems so overt that it's not even, doesn't even seem part of the dating experience because it's really not like those people don't care about each other. That it does make me wonder. Okay, Topper just said like, our parents at the first generation, the advice for them was to marry someone who has money. Is that what we're coming?
Yeah, but that makes sense. But that's what I'm saying. But isn't that what marriage was, anyways, for a woman to have a home?
Yeah, but I would say like most of these people, if you ask them like genuinely, if you deep down and drill into, let's say one of the girls that was in these screenshots or whatever, and you ask them like, were you influenced by the fact that your parents had to marry? They would say no. Like they don't think about that stuff.
No, I've given you the answer.
Oh, okay. Maybe
it's definitely
pop culture.
The pop.
Yeah,
I would say pop culture. Because it's only happened over the last couple of years. Like I said, naturally, women have always wanted to date a man with status.
Yeah.
But this, like, asking him to pay for your maintenance before he even meets you, you have to pay for your hair. He has to pay for your nails. He has to buy you this. He has to take like all of that. What is that? What are you equating that to? Like, what does that mean? What does that represent to you? Because I wouldn't think, especially if the man has money, that's nothing to him. That doesn't. It's not going to hold you in a higher regard.
Wow, sadly, our culture is not looking good. That's very sad. But that struck me as like, I guess the other aspect of that was there was specific. Tambi just added me. I think you meant to say something in that. there were specific examples that I saw that was kind of like questionable. So maybe we should get into one or two of them because there were like things that I saw that was kind of like, oh, it was polarizing. It wasn't obvious as like people want to say like this is bad, this is not bad. There was one of like this guy was going on a date with this girl somewhere fancy, and she asked him like to book her an Uber, and he was like, oh no, I'm not gonna do that. You saw that one, you remember?
Yeah.
And that was kind of like, and then all the guys, not all of them, a lot of the guys were like, oh, that's really broke of you, bro. If you're gonna take her to this place, you might as well pay for the Uber. Before I say my thoughts, let me wait. What do you think?
So it was for her to get to him.
To get to the restaurant, not to get to him. Like they were gonna go meet at the
and that's their first date.
Their first date.
Why should he pay for your Uber? I don't understand. He can, but I don't think it should be an expectation. I just think it just signals the wrong thing because it looks like you're desperate and you can't even maintain yourself. You can't even get yourself to the place that I've invited to take you out. So I don't think that reads how women think it does. I don't think that should be an expectation, personally.
That's what I thought.
Can you not afford to get yourself to the destination?
That's kind of what I thought. I was a bit confused by that. Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
This is a what in all meeting
Hi
first.
everyone.
Thank you for
I
joining.
know, but I have some thoughts with the Uber
Yes.
thing.
Right.
I think it definitely depends on how long you've also been speaking for. If it is someone who, because I think what men think is just because you've asked them out and you said yes, they have as much interest in you have as much interest in them as they do in you if they approach you first. That's
Right.
not always the case.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not always the level playing field, unfortunately. So if you are interested in me because you've approached me and I'm just giving you a chance, unfortunately, you're going to have to put in a bit more effort than I will because I don't have the same interest in you. So I don't think the Uber thing is crazy,
Really.
especially if we haven't been talking for long. You've approached me, you've asked me to come out, and I'm just saying, okay, let me give this a chance. If I've said, can you help me get there? I don't think that's crazy. I don't think that's crazy
So would,
at all.
would you say like it's possible from that encounter for them to actually get serious? 'Cause as a guy, what I would be thinking, what I was thinking is like, if a girl asks you this, then she's not really that interested in you. I
Yeah,
guess
but
that's
she
not what
just
you
said
said.
that.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay, fair enough. But then
Yeah.
I would say to the point like she's not interested in you.
And then
Like,
as a
it's
guy,
not gonna go anywhere. Like,
yeah.
It's not. And that's where guys need to recognize that. And that's where approaching someone straight off the bat and just saying, "Oh, hi, you look nice. Can I get your number?" Sure, she might say yeah. Doesn't mean she likes you as much as you've shown that you liked her, or she might not be into you, but she might just be like, "Do you know what? I haven't dated in a while. Let me give it a chance." Again, doesn't mean that she likes you.
Can I just say that that contradicts literally what we talked about earlier about the whole like dating online and the meeting people in person. That contradicts the whole point of like going up to people and trying to like speak to them in person by saying that they might just do it because they feel like it.
oh, that's another hurdle for us as men. Like,
Yeah,
it's long, man.
yeah, it
I'm
is. Like, it's
tired.
unfortunate, but sometimes you can tell if there's a
Yeah,
vibe,
you can tell.
then
Yeah,
there's a
usually you
vibe.
can tell. Like,
But
yeah,
if you're
there's
going up to, yeah, if you're just going up to them and saying, "I like you, can I have your number?" and they say yes, how do you even know if they like you back? Just because they said yes. But if there was a bit of a conversation before and there's a bit of back and forth and you're laughing, she might be like, "Oh yeah, okay, yeah, like this is nice," and you can tell. You can always tell.
So I should probably ask you.
Yeah,
So
but I do think it is mad though to have that. If women have that expectation, like this man has asked me out, now he should arrange my transportation. I just think as well safety issue. Like, why would you want this man to know your address, or was he going to transfer you the money? It's just going to feel true. It's not going to feel natural. Like that doesn't naturally happen.
but I think what's almost
I just, you
impressive
know.
about it is that, and I've been saying this for a few years, even before I started doing content. What I've noticed is like, over time, there has been a successful paradigm shift that I think women should be proud of. Like, you guys have done, not you specifically, but you guys have done a very good job of moving the conversation to the point where some things are like unacceptable. Like, when I was first started seeing these conversations, there used to be genuine thought about like, yeah, who should pay, like how much should you pay, blah blah. Now it's universally recognized that as a guy you have to pay for the first date. That's an impressive thing that you guys have done. Like, you've moved it to the point where it's like socially unacceptable for a guy not to pay on the first date. You know, now we start getting into the second and third dates. That's kind of where I've started to think like, again, I'm seeing some pushes. Like, there are women that I know now and guys that I know that date women. That's kind of like, the woman will openly say, until we get serious, I'm not really going to be spending any money on this situation. And a lot of men accept that. Like, even in this situation I told you about, remember, the reason I'm talking about this specific situation is that there was a lot of guys that were saying the guy was wrong and he should have actually paid for the Uber. Now, personally, I think they're mad, okay? And they have no one to tell them, because why would you do this? Like,
But you did miss out some miss out some context. So the context of them saying he should at least do the Uber because he picked out a really expensive restaurant, which is what he was trying to lead with. I'm taking you on this really nice date. It's an expensive restaurant. If it in comparison to the Uber fare, no, but that's the context I'm just explaining. In comparison to the Uber fare, it's nothing to what we're going to potentially spend at this restaurant.
well,
So you can at least just get me
that's
the Uber.
one way to look
Because
at
the
it.
context
Another way to look at it is
the
that I'm already going to spend a
context
lot of
of
money
it was
at
he
the
was leading
restaurant.
with
Why
his
would I
money.
spend even more money?
Okay.
Right? Isn't that the other way
But
of looking at it?
that was the context. That was the context of it. No, but if men are leading with their money, Uber should be it's change, chicken change.
Well,
If
I
you're
get,
telling
I
me I'm
get,
going to
I
take
get
you
that.
here, take you there. If you're telling me I'm going to take you here, I'm going to take you.
No, but
But
okay.
that's how
Yes,
people will see it.
Nah, I
yes, that is a
mean,
good point.
but if you're
Not
trying
that it's right, but
right.
it's just like if women are leading with sex, can I say that? Sorry, if women are leading with sex, then that expectation is gonna be there. Is it right? No, but that's still,
Yeah.
you have to consider that. So yeah, if you're gonna lead with money, then expect to get
I mean,
tricked.
I genuinely
Also, these
don't
are not
see
my
those things
thoughts. Let me
as
just say
no, no,
that.
no. I
Let me just give
understand.
this a disclaimer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
Well, that's a
but,
good
I don't. But I
point.
don't see how those things are apples to apples. Because I thought the way I would think about it is like, if someone's already doing this expensive thing, let me actually just make it easier for them. Because all you have to do is just show up to enjoy the expensive thing, right? Like that's literally all you're doing. So can you just not
That's you
do that?
assuming that everyone's considerate.
My mistake.
But that's also right as
My
well.
mistake. Yeah. No, fair enough. Let me ask you then, Tope, as well. In your circle, would you have seen some of the people that would
Yeah.
expected to see in this in these screenshots? Do you know anyone like that personally? It's a safe
Oh, that.
space.
What was the screenshot?
You know the ones about the transactional dating, like you know the kind of people, the men posting like the
Oh,
outrageous.
100%. I know like quite a few people that are like that.
Wow. So even
I
amongst the
know.
regular
Yeah.
folks like us, there are people like this.
Yeah.
Wow.
The regular folk.
The regular. I mean, we're the same people. I thought, but clearly not. You know.
Regular.
So what
But listen, I'm not gonna judge them for whatever
really?
like they choose to do. But no, yeah, I'm not gonna judge them. Like if that's what you want to do, people have different reasons for doing what they do, even if those reasons are complete rubbish. They still have their reason.
No,
But I
no
think
one's ever asked me
where
to pay for my Uber. I never asked anyone to pay for my Uber,
yeah,
but many have.
and that's the and that's what I was gonna get at. That's the problem. Have you made it clear that actually if you're gonna move like this, then I'm not gonna do this? Men don't. Men just accept it, and that's why you're in the position that you're in.
But then I wonder, like, it's a chicken and the egg situation, though, because you have situations where you guys are saying, like, oh, you know, have you made it clear? But then I'm wondering, like, 'cause sometimes we see a situation where we see a guy do something foolish, and we're like, you're making it harder for the rest of us, you fool. But then who's actually pushing that? Like, is it the desperate men that are, like,
I know some
ruining
guys.
it for the rest of us, or what's going on here?
I know some guys who are on the other side, and they said to me that if the girl doesn't contribute on the first date, they're never seeing her again, and they stand on it.
I like those niggas.
Facts.
I like those guys. I mean,
So-
I wouldn't be that
Wait, but
strict.
what? Wait,
I wouldn't be that
wait,
strict,
wait,
but I
wait.
like those guys. We need more of them to
Yeah,
balance
they're saying
it
she
out.
has to.
contribute
So-
how?
So
That's me,
he was
that's
saying
me.
like she needs to at least if we go out for dinner and maybe pay for a drink, like oh let me get you a drink, or just offer to do something, or come with a little gift. That's what they're saying. I don't agree
I
with
mean,
I
that
don't
anyway.
agree with
But I don't
that.
agree with that. But
Those guys are stricter
That's
than me. Maybe I
weird.
can learn from them, but
I'd only
I'm not that strict.
yeah.
So.
I'd only
You don't
agree
need
if
to
the
learn nothing
I,
interest.
from them.
I can learn from them.
And
No,
I'd
you
only
do, you
that's-
do.
That's
Yeah.
the men
No,
that
you
women
do.
are calling the princesses. That you
Yeah,
want
that's
princess
me.
treatment.
That's me.
You're
That's literally
different.
me.
You
I've had more
have
women
both
pay for
views.
things for me than I have for women. So you just gotta stand your ground.
yeah, I couldn't
Yeah.
met a guy like that.
I
That is.
thought maybe
It's
when you're young,
crazy.
it's probably easier.
If I'm offering, if a woman is, well,
Yeah.
in my opinion, if I'm offering to pay, it means because I'm letting you know it's a friend's vibe. This ain't a romantic
And is that like on
situation.
the first day, or like if you pay the second day, or just the first day? Yes, you feel that way about the first day alone.
I feel like at some point I would offer,
At
but
some point, at
I
some
don't
point,
think you should
like,
be.
give us a rough
Yeah,
number. Like,
like-
how many dates in? Like,
I don't know. I think I've offered to cook. I've offered to cook after like maybe a couple scenes. So maybe like after, yeah, maybe like 3, 4.
3.
Wow.
But again, but I
four.
feel like it's a certain type of man. Like I feel like that's a certain type of man.
Oh, she's better than me. I ain't cooking. If you're not my boyfriend, I ain't cooking for you.
What? Oh, I don't
You
know.
can't just be cooking for anyone willy nilly. I ain't cooking for you. Second date though, but my thing is second date. I'll contribute something.
Yeah, Damien, damn,
Whatever
like
happened to just what you do things
Damien's
for
booed
people.
up, so you can laugh at us. Like this is what's going on in the streets, Damien. So it's up with, but, like, Damien, this is what we're left with. This is what's going on.
Yeah, but it's
like,
also
the women hate us.
just
They don't
a
care about
certain
us anymore.
type.
Like, you said what?
Oh my god.
No, but see that's the thing. If you're feeling like that about the women that you come across, these women don't like you.
No. I'm not saying about me. I'm just about the pool generally, specifically. I think, but I feel like a lot of the times, though, you do meet people that it's not like they don't like you, but this has been like, kind of like this is what the experience is like. If they're hearing this and they have friends that are like, also, I have a friend, you know, like one of my best friends, I just say that, who like when he was dating his girl, the whole thing was like his girl was kind of like, you know, until we get kind of serious, I'm not really gonna contribute anything like towards dating or whatever, and he was fine with it. You know, now they're happily, you know, in a relationship and everything's worked out and stuff like that. But if that's kind of what the experience is, you can see how, like, even if she meets another guy, like, it's hard for me to then say, like, yeah, but she never really liked him. Clearly, she did because they're together now and stuff like that. But, like, there are some people out there, just because of the way the socialization is going, that they would see.
Would do you think she'd still like him if he stopped?
Oh, I guess we'll never know. I guess we'll never know.
You see, so I don't know if we can even say that.
Yeah,
but are men? So AJ, you're saying that men have in the back of their mind, like, okay, it's a second date. Is she gonna offer to pay? If she don't, then what does that mean? She's a gold digger? I don't understand.
No, it's not really a gold digger. I mean, me personally, I don't really go on dates when I don't see serious potential, which means I don't end up going on, like, I'm gonna bait myself. I've only been on like maybe 2 days this whole year, maybe. And one of those was, okay, let me not get into the details, but you get the idea. So, like, if I'm speaking to someone, I'm already going to get a sense of, like, a very specific, like, where's this going? So, if I actually think, like, this could go somewhere serious, which means, like, I'm thinking of like, having serious potential. On the first date, again, you guys have won the argument on that one. So, on the first date, I'm just going to pay, all that kind of stuff. If she leaves somewhere reasonable, I'll probably pick her up. If it's reasonable enough to, like, where I can go about my way and stuff. I'm not going to, like, drive to the other end of London and then come back. I'm not going to do all that. But if it's somewhere reasonable that I can easily do, I'll do that. But on the second date, I'm going to need a bit more from her. Not even just pay for drinks. Like, I need serious efforts. Like, serious
What would that
effort.
be? If she's not offering to buy you a drink, yeah, what would that be?
I guess maybe,
Exactly.
I don't know. Sadly, maybe the drink is where we're gonna have to leave it. But, like, I'd want it to be
I've never done that.
So maybe sometimes it's not even, like, in my specific instance, it's not always sometimes about, like, even the money. Like, if it's a collaborative thing, I'd like that as well. But maybe, again, the argument is being one that, like, the second date, maybe as a guy, you just have to do that as well. Now, by the third date, she has to plan and pay. Both of them. Like, plan and pay. I'm not even joking. Like, if you're not, because to me, I remember I said this to my ex. This was when I was, my second girlfriend was what, 20, 21. Spending money on, like, romantic situation, it's about effort. Like, people that like you show effort. And I think the planning is even just as important to me as the paying, because, like, you want to see me, so you want to make a plan to do that. Like, if
but then why do men associate money with effort? Money is not effort.
No, money is also effort, because,
but
like,
what if that's not her love language?
How's money not effort?
Money's not effort. Because, you know, money isn't effort. I don't think money is effort.
Right. Damien's right. No one tries now.
You think a lot of these a lot of guys have first dates in their, like, back pocket. They're like, every single first date, I'm going to take this girl here.
Okay.
There's literally no effort.
Wait. How is money not effort? You're still the one spending it. It's not free.
I don't think that's.
I don't think money's effort.
I don't think on the woman's
if money's not
part.
effort, would you pay on the first date then? Since it's low effort, it's zero effort, right?
I'm not saying it's zero effort, but money. I don't think money is the effort.
I think on the man's part. I don't think on the woman's part.
To talk is always sweet, isn't it? It's not effort. When you're not paying, is it? When you're not paying, is it? Why don't you pay? Oh, actually, you know, money's 100% effort. No doubt, man, Damien, for sure. Next time, listen, we need to be hearing from people like Damien. He's in a very secure, amazing relationship. These are the kind of people we want to be hearing from. So for sure, Damien, next time. I think women always say money's not effort because they're not the ones doing it. Money is 100% effort. Like, in fact, to me, in the dating stage, money is 11 years. What a guy.
11 years.
Hey, congrats to you, man. Shout out to you. He's my age as well, by the way. He's not even that old. Shout out to you, bro. But, like, in a dating stage, in the initial stages especially, the significant way, like the most significant way you show effort is by paying. Because anyone can talk. Talk is cheap. If you can show up somewhere to enjoy something, and everyone can do that if it's free. The most effort you're showing in the dating stage is spending money. I think so, 100%.
Okay, yes, spending money, but it doesn't have to be in that way. Not paying on the date. It can be in other ways.
Like what?
Like I said, my offering was to host and to cook.
Why are you guys? I need to understand this. Why are you guys allergic to spending money? Like, we don't want to eat your food right now. We want you to spend money. We want you to spend. Why do you guys want to spend money?
It's not, but I'm just saying.
Because Topper is like this as well. Topper will be like, I can do like a gesture, I can do a hand for this, but like, no, spend actual money. That's what we want.
Why you know that I spend money though. That's the thing. But I just don't see that if I spent money on you, it's effort. If I haven't taken time to plan it, think about the things that you like, where we're gonna go, that's for me, that's effort. it's also going to require money, of course.
Yeah, exactly. Those
But
things
also,
are go
like,
hand in hand, don't know.
Yeah, but like I said earlier, me personally,
But you can plan a wonderful date that doesn't require any effort. We could do a really nice picnic. You know,
No, no, no,
I
no,
make
no,
sandwiches
no,
because I
no,
have bread
no,
at
no,
home
no, no.
and fruit.
See what I mean? Why are you trying to
That's nice.
Why are you
spending?
saying no?
Spend the money. No. I need money to be spent.
Why? Why do you want? Why do you want?
Because I'm spending
So
money.
they're burning because they're spending money.
Yeah, I'm
Well, then
spending.
don't spend money then.
I'm spending money. What do you mean?
You
Don't
don't
spend
have
money.
to. You don't have to.
No, I feel like
No one's forcing you.
I'm not opposed to spending money.
Yeah,
I'm not opposed to spending money, but I feel like, again, to me, it's important for effort. Like, why is it always when it comes to you guys, it's always like, let's do the free stuff, let's do the cheap stuff. But when it's I'm not saying when it's us, you guys want to spend money, because a lot of women like. Yeah,
But you could do that.
like crazy. Yeah, you can do that as well. You can plan a picnic. Your thing is romantic, but I'm very particular on like, I want you to, and again, I don't even say like take me to anywhere fancy. I want you to spend money. Like, the fact that you won't spend money is, now I want to know why. It's bugging me because I'm spending money. So why are you not spending money? Can you explain to me?
You ask him.
Yes, I'm. You don't
But
want
what
to
if
I
they
don't know,
have
but it's
money to
bugging. It's
spend?
bugging
What
me.
if they
It's
don't have the
bugging
money
me
to
that you
spend?
want me to spend money as well.
I thought it was low effort, but I thought you didn't
I
get
don't
it.
like it either.
I thought it was like, no, it's zero. It's not effort. Like, it's not
I-
money.
But why is it by force? It's not that I won't spend the money. If you like the person, you'll spend the money.
yeah, for
Damien's
sure.
gonna
But
join
I
us.
just think that it's not the same. Like, especially yes, because I said to you earlier, I have traditional views, and if I'm dating a man that earns more than me. I'm
Right.
dating hypergamously, so therefore, he wouldn't have that expectation of, okay, it's the third date. Why ain't she pulled out her purse?
But if you like him, wouldn't you want to do that?
I would do it. I'm not saying that I wouldn't, but to have that expectation, I think I've never experienced that before in my life.
Fair enough.
Say that
Damien,
for
jump
free, but what
in
I'm
on this,
saying
bro.
is-
Tell us what was.
Oh, he jumped in.
When I've offered, it's been because I'm not feeling you like that, and I'm
Really?
letting you know that this is the first and last
Wow.
time we're doing it.
Do you know what?
Yeah.
That's
Fair
mad.
enough. I'll eat the food still and leave. I'm fine. Just let me.
No, but if I'm not feeling you, if I'm not feeling you, we're splitting on the first date.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that one I've
but
heard
even
about.
then,
Well, I
he
like
didn't
you.
even, he
I'm
didn't
splitting
even
on
let
first
me, so it was
fair.
pointless. But I just wanted to make it clear that it's not that. So,
Damien.
So at what point does a woman feel that she can spend money after a guy has spent money to her?
When's the right
There's no
time?
point. There's no set point, guys. There's no right time. It's just, it's the vibe.
Alright, cool.
If you
So
like him, you will
Nah.
spend the money.
yeah,
If you
I don't
like
think
him, you will
it's, I
spend
don't
the
think
money.
it's the time. Okay,
Tops.
AJ,
Oh
I
my
think
God.
AJ said it
Hey,
earlier.
how are you?
AJ.
I'm good. So basically, yeah, the reason why I was asking that is because, like, for me, I've had no issues paying for the dates, like, all the time. I met, obviously, my wife since Dagenham Park. Yeah. So the thing is, yeah, it's not really more about spending money. It's not really that deep, but it can get deep as well, because you have to remember, yeah, as a guy, you're still growing up. So let's say right now I'm at the age of 28, yeah. So I'm still in my management roles, etc. But I've got businesses to build. So if you're expecting me to be paying money every single time, but you're not doing something on the side, for example, then it's pointless. Because if you're not investing or saving something, then you're not investing in the relationship. So that's why I ask, at what point does a woman feel like she can also now spend money on a guy? Because it seems like the guy is only building the relationship. The cooking, no offense, I can cook as well. I can clean the house. I can do laundry. I can do everything. So really and truly, what are you bringing to the relationship if you're not going to do any of that?
Yeah, but then by that standard, you can pay for whatever you're expecting her to pay for yourself. So it's not necessarily about the thing; it's about the gesture.
Obviously. So what do you call a gesture after a guy has done something for you? For instance, let's take me as an example, yeah? I will make sure that my wife's period package is ready before she even gets on a period, yeah? So like whatever she may need, period pads, flowers, favorite snacks or whatever, yeah? What would you do in a month of just being a wife or a girlfriend?
I don't have a problem with spending money. That's not my problem. The point was
Could
It's
me.
changing slightly.
Could've fooled me,
It's
could've fooled
changing.
me.
it's not. The problem was you're saying by date number 3 you're expecting her to pay,
Exactly.
organize and book everything.
What's wrong with
I
that?
don't do that.
but
I've never done
Okay,
that.
so
Damien,
wait.
In when I'm saying no, but
I'm
you're
expecting
saying
that by
you're
the first day.
speaking of getting to know somebody. When I'm dating and I've chosen and I will spend money. There's not a problem with that. But I'm just saying I've never had that pressure, or the man has never felt like, oh, she doesn't love me like that because I haven't paid for the date or the third time I've seen them.
Nah. So there's no pressure, but you just in general, if you're feeling the guy, what's stopping you from taking him out?
Exactly, bro. Like, damn.
Okay, you guys are not listening.
You know,
You're not
they
listening.
just say
that we're
like
not
men
listening
have a
these
lot
men
of
out? We
ego,
will,
whatever,
if
but
we like
girls
them.
actually have
We've
a
got to
big
like them.
one.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
We're not saying that. We're not saying that. AJ, you said,
Okay.
date free. If she hasn't paid, booked, it's a problem.
Yeah.
I'm saying that's insane.
Why?
We're both saying that.
You could be feeling her. You could like her so much. She's amazing. You've never met anyone like her, but she ain't paid date 3, so you're not chatting to her anymore.
If
That's
she
what
hasn't
you're
paid
saying.
date 3, I promise
think
you,
that's-
I don't like her that much anymore. I'm cool on her now. Like,
No,
I'm
think
chill
that's
on her.
as a woman. I think that's crazy.
That's quite materialistic.
But you just said
Yeah.
but you just said yourself, Bliss. You're like, if I like them that much, I would. Exactly. So that means she doesn't like me that much then.
But okay, no.
And we
it's
said
not-
this at the start. You need to date people that you like.
I'm agreeing with you guys. No, I'm agreeing with you. We're in agreement.
Yeah.
We're in
No,
agreement.
no.
Damien
But what I'm
said it
saying
right. Go
is,
on.
even yes, but what I'm saying is, even it's been guys that I've really liked. I've just never had to
It wasn't
do
that
that.
much then.
By the number 3,
Are you with them now still?
no.
My point exactly. Yeah, my point
No,
exactly.
but don't say that
No,
because
that's not your
I'm in
point.
a relationship. So what's your point?
No, it's not. But my point is, generally speaking, I feel like that's the level of the word Damien used, which is excellent, is investment. Because it's really actually we're spending money just throwing away, right?
Yeah, but that's not the only way you can invest in someone.
Yeah, date. What? It's just taking them out on dates. That's true. That's not the only way you invest in people.
How would you invest in someone? Tell me. Not even
Well-
someone in the relationship, in what you're building. Like we're trying to build something. So
I would do the gifts though. I would tell you. I would do. One of my love languages, acts of service, and gifts. So I would give. I was speaking to somebody. He was paying for all the dates, and I bought him something sentimental because that was my offering. Because it did feel like, okay, he's paying for everything. It's getting to a point now where I want to reciprocate, not in the same way because he's making way more than me. So yeah, I think it has to just be like what it means to you, how you express your
Exactly.
So it's a love language. And I think again,
Exactly.
that's probably a reflection of like my love language there. Like I need women that spend money. I have a problem
At the first date.
So yeah, your love language is
You want to talk about
gifts
as
and
well?
money.
No, I drive.
You
I
guys
drive.
are just
I'm
materialistic.
good on that.
That's
I'm
what I
good.
think it is.
Sam's just said that word. Yeah,
No,
sounds like we're materialistic.
You guys are obsessed with money.
It's true.
No, maybe you're right. You see, this is like
You are AJ.
Me?
AJ,
They are. That's why they think
AJ
effort is money.
trick as
Yeah,
well.
they think effort is
I
money.
don't think it's
No.
specifically a race thing. I think it's just the world. Everyone's so obsessed with money nowadays.
True. No, but
Just do stuff that you can do. You could go on a walk and go to the cinema. For
Thank
really cheap.
you.
It'll be just as good.
Do not take a black fisherman on a
That
walk
what?
on a date. Do not make that mistake.
I will go on a walk.
Oh please.
If she's feeling you, she will walk with you.
I will go on a walk.
She'll even walk on the A13 with you if she likes you.
Yes, I agree with that. I will go on a walk.
Sam, don't believe them. Don't believe them, man.
You met
No,
them.
it's because
Lying.
AJ,
Okay, but the
AJ
proof is
likes
in the
the
pudding. It's worked
baddies.
for me before.
Exactly.
So.
AJ likes the
baddies.
baddies.
You
I
got
don't want to go
me.
to the shard.
You got me.
I don't like to go out to eat. I don't want to go
said
to
you
any
got me.
Michelin star restaurant. AJ likes
No,
the baddies.
no. Wait, guys, that's not even true. That's not even true. Again, sometimes
Do you know what it is? Do you know
I'm
what it
always
is?
about my experience. Yeah, go on.
It is.
You know, it's you attract the kind of people that you are. So you're attracting people who are obsessed with money as well, who like want everything to do with
There
money.
you go.
You love money so
AJ
much.
Back it.
You're attracting these people. The way you behave.
No. This is what I just walked in and said.
I told you.
AJ
looks
liking
are
baddies. Why I walked in on.
deceiving.
No, not even. You guys.
AJ likes the baddies.
I'm just saying what's going on, man. I'm the voice of the
money.
I'm the voice of the people. But I promise you, I
No.
feel like if a girl is paying,
Uh-uh.
if a girl is paying on a third date, I promise you, if you poll,
Never be.
if you poll 100 relationships or situation, whatever, where a girl paid on a third date, I promise you that's more likely to lead to something substantial than when she didn't, because it just means the girl she's into it, she's invested, she's ready to lock in. What are you waiting for? 10th date, bro? Let's go. Pay now. IG buddies don't spend money. Don't bring
AJ,
now.
AJ,
Pay
AJ,
now.
would you go AJ, if she suggested a walk on the third date, would you go, or for like a hike?
Yeah, of course. Wait,
Yeah,
wait,
100%.
no,
What's
wait.
the
Hold
problem?
on. That's her idea of planning and paying for the date is the walk. Is
You're
that
going for a hike.
She'll provide the packed lunch as well.
This is
Yeah.
the other thing
Yeah,
that
she
that
gets you a
gets me.
meal
So
deal
yeah,
at Tesco
yeah.
Or she'll
afterwards.
pay for
No
your
club card.
This is not
group hike.
this
She'll
is
pay
not
for
this is not like a traditional man type of thing. Yeah, but how about just follow my lead? Yeah, you see the creativity, the kind of way I'm putting this date together, paying. Why are you not doing what I'm doing? What are you doing this other thing for? Like,
She don't want to do that. She doesn't want to do
I
that.
don't like girls that are not going to follow my lead. I'm
I
sorry.
think,
I'm just
G, I think what you're doing is comparing what you're paying and what she's doing for you, G.
right.
He is,
Also,
isn't it?
you're setting the precedent that you're the one planning and you're the one paying. So then they're
Actually,
going to get the idea that you're going to plan all these dates because you're setting that
Maybe.
example by
No,
doing
I feel like we'll be
So
quite.
why are they going to follow your lead if you're already doing
maybe
it?
you're right.
You're expecting them to do that when you've already done it,
Mm,
and you're
Yeah.
saying follow my lead, but you're setting the
That's
precedent
crazy
that
work.
this is what you're doing.
good point.
But you know what? Yeah, even like on the first day, you may not know like their love language and stuff, but as you get to know them, I think it's quite important to understand that certain things are more important than money. So, for example, if she likes to go for a walk or something like that, that's something that's probably something that heals her or something. So if you take part into that, you may not see as value money, but it's a lot of value in terms of like how she sees
Emotional.
things, emotional and stuff like that. So
Yeah, and
it's-
time. Time
yeah.
is the most valuable asset. Hello.
Exactly. Time is
What are we
effort.
talking
Yeah,
about?
but that doesn't
money.
mean women should not pay for men on dates, though.
Right. Tell them, Damien.
Do it
Bro.
one time or
Doesn't.
something, just one time.
Yeah.
No, I again, I don't disagree with that. I just think AJ's expectation is a bit crazy.
Yeah, I
in
think
my
it's a
opinion.
crazy expectation.
How's third date crazy?
Like,
So I think-
you've had a few
Because it's an unspoken expectation. Imagine if she was like, okay, on the fourth date, I'm definitely going to sort everything out. But you've blocked it off on the third date.
The one right
Yeah,
after,
that's
right after the
crazy.
one. Oh,
Yeah.
God, you just missed
Exactly.
it.
I was
you just missed
gonna-
it. I was just
yeah.
about to do it. Oh no.
Also-
mad.
What if it's someone who doesn't like going on dates and they're just
Who doesn't
no
like
one's going to
going
say
on
no
dates?
to a date? Like if someone's offering to take you on a date, you're not going to say. But what if it's someone who doesn't particularly want to go and do these things? Like what
Exactly.
if someone doesn't want to go to a restaurant, but you're like, oh, let's go to this restaurant? They're not going to say no, but they're not then going to go and plan to go to a restaurant.
So the funny thing
hate
is, like,
Facts.
if I use a real life experience, right? When I was dating like I said, my second ex, we went on a couple of dates, and the way again, a lot of this is a reflection of how I see the dating world. Now, I do have to remember, fair enough, that okay, men and women are different, but when I feel, again, I already said it to you guys, like, I'm not going to bother going on dates and stuff if I'm not really feeling like this is like a potentially serious situation. So when I feel that way, there's a level of intensity that I date with, which maybe that's where you guys are probably like, this is a bit crazy. But like, that intensity leads to incredible intentionality. Like, I'm ready to lock in. So when you're ready to lock in, all the things you're doing is kind of like, you're seeing it as a potential to like, this is going to go to this place. And so you go on the first date, and go on a second one, you're already starting to think, maybe overthink. You might some of you guys might say that like, if you're seeing me do all these things, because again, in my view, and again, as we're talking, I'm expressing these things. If you're not trying to do those things, I'm already thinking like, do you not feel the way I feel? Now, you might be like, yeah, but he like you, but it's not like blah blah. But like that intensity of feeling, that desire that I feel, I kind of need them to feel the same way. Maybe that's my thing. I gotta work on whatever. I don't think I need to work on it. I want someone to feel. If I feel that way about you, and you feel that way about me, that's when it's gonna be magical. So when it was with my ex, I said to her, I was like, yeah, like when you think about what we're doing right, we were much younger. I was like 20, she was in uni. I was just like working. I was like, we got on one date, another date, and then she said to me like, oh, I never really thought about paying for dates or whatever. And I'm like, well, if you think about the kind of effort we're showing here, both of us should chat to each other. Both of us are not really making that much money or something. The biggest sacrifice that I'm making right now is that I'm spending money, because it's not like I have loads of money to spend or whatever. So like, if you want to match that like energy, it's not like you're spending the money because like, oh, like you have to match exactly what I'm spending. Obviously not. Like I kind of assume again that as a guy you're going to be spending more. It's just going to be that way, blah blah. But the planning also is important, because to me, it's synonymous with the effort. Like, so her and I went on a few dates that she planned. We did. I think there was a picnic, which was amazing actually. Was a picnic? I think my idea. One we did that was really nice was like a trampoline place. that wasn't really that expensive. It was really on Groupon and stuff. Like, you can find loads of cheap stuff. And again, when you start dating someone consistently, you can both agree to do cheap stuff. Like, it doesn't have to be expensive. But to me, it is important part of the effort, which is like, even if it's not a significant amount of money. Because again, think about the other aspect, which is like, they plan it. Like, if we've been on 3 dates, again, no one's trying to keep numbers here or whatever, but just think about the optics of it. We went on 2 dates that cost altogether like £150 across the 2 dates. Now it's your turn to plan the date. You now consciously pick the walk in the park because it costs £0. Why would you do that? Do you hate me? Like, what's your problem? Like, even if it's not
You can find someone who has the same views and
it's a
values
hard
as
thing
you,
to
don't
do
you?
to pick the free one because you know it's free. That's like, oh, I'm trying to get my one out of the way. Then when it comes to my one,
Well, then
let's
you should
go
have
back
picked
to
the
how we
free
did it
one
before.
first, then.
No, again, I don't mind paying.
You,
Mind.
it seems
I
like
think-
you only feel. It seems like you only feel invested in if she is spending money on you.
I don't think it's only. I feel like it's a realistic way to see this. She's
No,
invested. She's spending money.
No,
It's
not
the other way
necessarily.
around. Okay.
Not
So
necessarily.
in that situation where,
But I think for you to feel like someone likes you, they need to invest similarly in the same way that you are investing.
exactly, but
That's what it
don't
seems
you
like.
see a problem with that though? If again, as an example amount, right? You spent 150 on the first 2, then for her when she plans a walk, you don't think that's a problematic thing to do? I think it is.
No.
Really?
Nah, 50-50. Nah,
I think that,
yeah.
that
This
we
is
now
purely
start to
your
like
own
take.
values and your own beliefs.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
it depends on your own
Then
values
it's now
and
it's
beliefs.
compatibility. Then it's compatibility now that we're
Yeah,
talking
you're
about.
just dating the wrong people, man.
Yeah.
This is not an experience I've had. I'm not complaining about stuff that's happened. I'm whining about. It's just usually what I've seen. Like
The
again,
exes are what?
You're a bit passionate for
no,
it.
but I mean, like, I was very open to paying for stuff, so like that wasn't really an issue. Again, I'm just talking about generally. And again, I won't say surprised, but it seems like my views on this are quite, different to other people's. But
Doesn't that fall into the category of dating transactionally though? If you're expecting something similar
Yeah.
to what you're putting out, which is what you said that we shouldn't be doing.
First of
Yeah,
all,
that's
I didn't
madness,
say we
yeah.
shouldn't be doing it. I just put the topic on the screen. Like, let's talk about.
Oh, so we should
No.
date transactionally.
Well, no, no, transaction in the sense of like matching effort to me is important. Like, obviously, in these examples we've talked about on the screen,
Yeah,
it's
but-
kind of been a situation where the girl's kind of been expecting the guy to do X, Y, and Z before they've even kind of established anything. But I would say, like, and again, it's always usually the guys kind of doing etc. The way I see it is like, if transactionally means like you match the effort I'm putting in, again, it's not going to be 1-to-1. No one's even asking you to spend the same amount of money, etc. But there's just no way that I find it hard to believe, like, if a significant part, even if it's 20% of the reason why you chose a walk in a park, is because it's free. Now, again, unless you had no money and you were broke, which is like, why am I dating you in the first place? But then, if you actually did have money, why would you go and pick the free stuff because you don't want to spend it? Again, you don't like me that much. Like, you don't. Like, it makes no sense. Why would you do that to someone you actually care about? That's how I see it. But Damien, you were saying you disagree with, like, if you spend like 150 or whatever on the first 2 dates, and she planned the third one, and it was like a walk in the park, how would you feel about that experience?
So to be fair, like me, probably you would know from like me being in school, bro. I don't know if you any of you paid attention enough, but I'm quite a sensitive man. So really and truly, money is not really the topic for me. Even though I do spend that on my wife, no problem. But like, I'm more such a sunset, grab pizza, sit in the car kind of guy, kind of thing. So if she took me and she picked some ice creams or something, I'm not even going to be offended by it. It's just the matter of that she wants to spend quality time with me. So that's more what I consider more importantly than money, because money can be made tomorrow, the next day, next year. So yeah.
Maybe
Also, there's a
learn from you,
lot more
Damien.
to relationships. There's a lot more to relationships than just money and like investing money. There's way more factors that go into it. So
Right, AJ.
considering money is just like
Wait.
the main.
No.
There's way more subtlety to relationships, and there's way more deeper like things than just
Yeah, tell
spending
him
money
again.
and like matching
Youngest
money.
person on the panel, AJ.
No, wait, hold
A
on.
20-year-old
Well,
has to tell you that.
Obviously, it goes without saying that I am sensitive to all those things, but I just feel like we're not gonna get
It's
there.
not given that.
Honestly, I don't think that rule is
You don't
unreasonable.
spend.
Yeah, we're not gonna get there
Third
if
date.
we're ending it.
We're not
after
gonna
third
get
date.
there. We're not gonna get there. I feel like third date is.
If you don't spend the money, we're not going to get there. That's fine.
I can't believe you
But
guys don't agree
we're
with me.
telling you that's not normal.
That's what.
Nah,
But
I
AJ,
think
what I think is that you're putting like
Mm-hmm.
you're putting your expectations onto them. Like they're not going to be thinking the way you're thinking. Not everybody
Yeah.
thinks like you.
So they're just thinking.
you're
Let me
trying
just
to-
show up enjoy whatever it is he's planned, and let's just not do too much effort. That's
that's investing their time.
All right.
Yeah, because also as a woman, I'm not going to be thinking a man is going to care that much about me buying him a drink, or this doesn't like.
You want to impress? Don't you want to
I've never
impress
had that
him? You don't
conversation.
want to impress him. Like you don't want to be like, I actually really
Yeah, but
also like this person.
That's not
Let
my
me impress
way.
him.
That's not my way of impressing a man. That's
the problem with men. You're trying to lead with money. Why would my money impress you? What about my brain? What about my heart?
what about my face. Like that's impressive.
Those things
What about my brain and my heart?
Those things are a wash, as in like we both have that, you have that,
But-
I have that. Those things are kind of like cancel out type of thing.
And that's what we're supposed to use to
The thing
impress
is,
each other, not money.
way
Money
you're
doesn't tell. Oh, sorry, go on, Sam.
No, you finish.
I was gonna say, me spending money doesn't tell you anything about me, my character, my morals, or my principles.
Nah, it actually does. 100%. To me, it does.
To me,
it does. 100%.
The way you're describing it though is as if it's like really very like black and white, as if it's this or that.
Yeah.
There's no in between. There's no grey area. Of,
There's
like,
men that
anything in
will
between.
spend the ridiculous amount of money, don't even like you that much. They're just trying to get in your pants.
The way you're saying it is
up
if,
the process.
Yeah.
if she doesn't put money in, she doesn't like you. That's
Money doesn't tell you
I
anything.
feel like deep
Yeah.
down, that's kind of how, like, again, maybe not that black and white, but like, to me, again, I think it's synonymous with effort. Like, I always think of it like, this movie sounds a bit crazy. I remember I've told you guys a rule before. Like,
Yeah, but that's the issue.
would the love of my life
Yeah.
be X? And I'm always like, if I'm trying to do all these things, like, again, if I met someone that I was like super into, I think like there could be really something serious here. I could, yes, plan a walk in the park for the first day and some ice cream. I could do that, but genuinely, I want to actually impress them because like I really like them. I'm like, doesn't mean I'm gonna then go to the shard and stuff. But that's not really
But
the
that's
thing on the other side.
That's a certain
But,
type
like-
of person.
But you could take them to like on a walk and impress them with your knowledge. You don't have to impress them with your money. Like
yeah, you're not. This is what I'm saying, AJ.
It's not like I'm gonna be going to a place. You guys misunderstand me. Again, there's some places I've never been to. It's not like I'm talking about spending like hundreds and hundreds here. Like the money is a bit of a stand-in here. Like, you know, let me not beat myself out. But there are places I've been to that I go to that like they're not even that expensive. So in that situation,
McDonald's.
a bit more upscale than that. In that situation, it's not necessarily like the money is the key thing there. But okay, I'm trying to impress them. So yes, I could plan something that's very like maybe low key, if you want to call it that. But to me, maybe again, that's how this guy's gonna say that's how I view stuff. That's not that impressive. Now, doesn't mean you have to go to a place that's £200 or whatever. But I want to impress. I'm going to do a bit more effort. It's like you might get a trim. I'm not saying that's part of the money you're spending, but like you might get a trim. You know, I mean, someone's say my hair looks good now, but if I got a shape up, it could look better. Those are kind of little things that you be like, because I want this to really go well, I could not do those things and it could still work. But because I want it to go really well, let me just take that little extra step to make it quite nice. So now I'm thinking like by the third date, again, remember, by the third date, we're speaking constantly. It's not like we just meet on the date, go home, that's it. So by the third day, maybe we've been speaking for like a month now or something. I'm thinking like, remember, I approached this girl and I'm trying to chat with her on a vibe of like, yeah, someone agrees with me finally. I approached her on a vibe of like,
You didn't bring them up.
I don't think she might. We'll see if she wants to come up. I'll ask her.
Please don't come
I
up.
approached her on a vibe of like, if you want to come up, do let me know. I approached her on a vibe of like, this could really go somewhere. And in all the times we've been talking and going on dates, that's the energy I've been moving with. By the time it gets to the third day, which is like maybe roughly a month, she must also should be feeling that this could also go somewhere and let me impress him as well. Because if you genuinely think I'm all that, and if you don't impress me, I might not be interested in you anymore, then you want to put in effort. Part of the way you impress me,
I have an
It's
issue
obvious
with the word
because-
impress.
okay, you know what I mean.
But you're not. But AJ, you're not.
Nah, but I think I
You're
hear
not
him, though.
emphasizing effort. You're emphasizing what they're doing to show the effort, and you're saying
Those
if
two-
it's
Yeah.
monetary,
those are the same things.
then it's not effort. No, it's not.
No, but like, why do we go on dates in the first place? Is to get to
I think
know
it's-
the people that you're dating, right? Not necessarily to impress them. You're trying to get to know them. The other person's trying to get to know me.
But I mean, like, you're trying to
Of course,
impress
I'll put
them,
my
but-
best foot forward. Yeah, no, I'll put my best foot forward. Like, I'll look nice, you know, like smell good, blah blah blah. Like, because you just want to show the best version of yourself on that date, but not necessarily to try and impress you. I'm not gonna say like, oh, look where I've taken
I mean,
you.
that's a
such nice place,
semantic.
I'm
That's
so-
a
No, that's my whole
semantic
point.
thing, isn't it? Like impress and
Nah,
saying it
nah.
overtly.
I
and trying to
think
do
I
it
think
covertly is all
what
kind of the same thing.
what you're trying to, I think what you're trying to get at is by the third date they should like you and know you well enough to want to take you somewhere that you would like.
Is that so bad?
Not
Nah, I
necessarily
don't
impress
think.
you. Not
Maybe
Nah, I
necessarily.
don't
maybe
think
Yeah,
he's
but
you
right.
that's not
you
impressing
worded it
you.
that way.
But that's not
Wait,
impressing
why
Wait,
you.
sorry. Okay, let
That's
me
not impressing you.
let me get What's your name? Siki?
Anisha, is it
He's actually not very good. Like,
Yeah.
do you wanna tell them why you agree with me, and then we'll go to Damien to help me clarify what I said.
Please.
Tell them why I'm
Okay.
so right.
Lol. Not not entirely on the counting dates thing, but rather, personally, when I date, I pay attention to what people like, and because my language is giving gifts, I tend to buy stuff for people, and I don't wait until an X number of dates to do it. Like, if I like you and I see something that you would like, I would get it for you. So, in that sense, my spending money does also signal interest. And so, yeah, it's like a reciprocation thing. It's not like I would just go on dates and then not do anything, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
I like that.
I agree
Damien.
with that. But I
Would you
think they
be
all
Would you
agree
be
with that.
happy with a little gift, Eddie? Maybe
Yeah.
you decided, oh, you told her how much you love the yellow M&Ms, and then on the third date, she ain't paid, but she came with it, a packet of yellow M&Ms. Would you be happy with that?
But she has to plan and pace. How are we gonna be on
Yeah,
a
that's
third?
a little
How are we gonna be
effort.
on a, how are we gonna be on a third date if she didn't tell me where it's gonna be? Like, she's planning it. It's not me. I don't know where are we going. I don't know. You tell me. I'm not gonna receive this gift if I don't know
On
where
the
we're going.
second
I don't know.
date.
Anyway, Damien, you was going. You kind of had a take on what I said. If you want to jump in and say,
That's funny.
Yeah, nah, I was just gonna say, I think I kind of understand where you're coming from. I think it's just probably the way you're wording it.
Yeah.
But it's just mainly like, let's say if she chose to take you to the cinema or something, it might not be 150 or 200 pounds, but it is somewhat effort to show that, you know what, I actually also like you. It's in a sense of just showing also that I'm interested, I'm ready to spend my money because I'm also invested in you. So not necessarily just comparing on the money topic side,
exactly,
but
exactly.
the fact that you can also just plan a date to actually say, you know what, I'm going to take him out also. Like you're communicating, even though you're not saying it, but you know, by taking him on a date, as a guy, no offense or anyone, you feel nice as well when a girl
Yeah,
takes you out because yeah, it's not just girls in it. Like I'll buy
yeah,
you flowers, but why are you buying me?
yeah. Like,
Yeah. And I
I
think
remember I said.
also,
So go on. Go on.
sorry, I was gonna say that it's not always like dinner dates and stuff, because I've bought tickets to plays and like shared experiences, and it's been fun for both of us, not just the other person.
That's
So
another.
it's more like involving them in
Yeah.
things. Yeah, it's more involving them in things that you also enjoy. So yeah.
Exactly. So remember, guys. Like I said, the woke issue was like if you had a suspicion that that was being done because they didn't want to spend money. That's when it would be an issue. Like if it was being done as a because like I don't know we were out somewhere or like or like we're gonna go see something else like whatever. That effort is important. Like because like Damien said, let's be honest. As guys, we don't really get a lot of that. Like it's always about what do the women want? How do we look after this? How do we take care of this and put this together? So if someone is showing that level of intentionality, that's the key word here to me. Like I want to see this person. Let me. Okay, if I want to see this person, I could just drive to their house and we just get in the car. Okay, yes. Or I could do something nicer. I want to see them in the context of doing this thing that we're both gonna enjoy. We're talking about this film for weeks or whatever. Oh, I actually got us 2 tickets to go see this film at this time and the other. That's more like it. Like like that intentionality is really what's important. But obviously, like if that comes with like okay, let's go to have some food afterwards and you pay for that as well because that's part of the cinema experience. I'm not going to object to that exactly, am I? But I'll say like, okay, yes, the money, but like the planning is maybe just even more important because by the third time, again, the context of like someone that I've been dating, looking at as like a potential very serious person, if they're viewing me that way after a month, you don't want to see me enough to want to say, let's go do X. Why? Like that makes no
So
sense.
you are saying you would be satisfied with that? You
But
would
if
be
they're turning
satisfied with
up,
that?
With what the cinema?
Like so, with the example you gave earlier, you spent 150, and there's this movie that you both want to watch, and she gets you cinema tickets to go and watch that movie, and that is her planning the date. Would you be satisfied with that? £20.
Are we gonna eat after?
Bro, just
are we
say
gonna
yes,
start?
bro.
Are we gonna eat after? Or just gonna start?
We're not eating. That's the date.
Like, God
You're
damn.
paying for the dinner.
God damn,
Yo.
like, wait, we're just gonna go watch a movie and just starve. Like, I get real hungry after
Yeah,
cinema. I'm not gonna lie.
No, we can get some snacks from Asda beforehand.
No,
Yeah.
not.
Hey,
I don't like
hey.
not eating in cinema. I mean, like, I don't like eating in cinema. Really, I'm not really a fan. I always fall asleep in cinema. Actually, side people that know me know that. But after the cinema, like, what's happening? I just want to know.
Nothing.
I just
What
want
if
to
it's
know.
a Tesco meal deal? What if it's a Tesco meal deal?
That's the date. No, see, I'm not even trying to make it that she's intentionally being cheap. She's just she's thought you've talked about this movie so much since you've seen the trailer. Let me take him to go see the movie. That is her idea of the date.
Okay, so in my head, I'll be thinking like this. Yeah.
That's
Again,
still intention.
you guys let me know what you think. If a guy said the same to you, like, oh, you know, this movie we wanted to see, blah blah, and you guys finish the movie and it's like, okay, like, see you later. You wouldn't be like, really? Like, that's it? Like,
Yes, but we're not the same.
I've done.
I'm asking you. I'm asking
but I've
you.
done
Would
a
you not-
first date like that.
And you
Yeah,
just,
I've
that
done.
was it.
I've done a first
No,
date
no,
like
but
that.
this is not first. This is not. This is not.
Yeah,
First.
we
This
did
is
it
the
after.
third date though. This is the third date though. Like the third date, the guy said like,
I don't
oh,
think you can
let's go
compare it
see-
though.
Yeah, third date is even. I think first date is probably even worse, but third date would also be fine.
Really? I just like just go see the movie and then just leave our separate ways after.
Well, you go
If I'm
to-
hungry, I'll
you
actually
go-
say I'm hungry. But if that's the date, then that's the date.
I don't think you can compare it.
That's not gonna work. It's not enough. And that's not because of the money. I
Yeah,
just feel
it's not
like if
enough.
you
I think it's- and
want to
that's-
see me, if you want to see me, like, it's hard for me to see you just want to watch the movie and go home. Like, we want to do something to keep the date going. No, like, unless you're really
Then
busy
why
after.
can't
had a
you
very
offer to
small-
go and get
small
food?
Huh?
A walk.
Why can't you go? Why can't you offer to get
Why would
food
I- why would
after
I
them if
offer?
you want food? Because you're the guy.
Because her date is done. Her date is finished. She's finished her date. If you want to now start another
Do you
date.
know what Bliss just said is exactly the problem.
It's not the problem.
I'm always going to reject the idea that, and again, we have to accept it on some level. The idea that because you're a guy, you have to do these things are preordained for you to do. I'm always going to reject it.
Yes.
I just know. I
And
can't
why?
agree.
Why is that? Because you said that you
agree.
want a woman to follow your leadership. So if your leadership is leading you guys to go and get food, why do you not want to suggest to get
No.
food?
That's not the kind of leadership I'm talking
But
about.
what's
No.
the problem?
As in,
What's the
I've
problem
set
with
What type of
example.
leadership?
Do as I do, not as I say. What do you mean? No. Do as I do is how it goes. Like,
Okay,
I've
so-
done, you do as well. That's the leadership I'm talking about.
Sounding dictatorish
AJ, what's
here.
the problem with that?
What's the problem with what?
Sound
Sorry?
like a dictatorship over here.
What's the problem with that? Because there's things that women are supposed to do. There's things that
Like what?
men are supposed to do naturally.
I mean,
it's just natural
I don't know.
laws.
Maybe I don't view the world that way. Like, I think people that know me know this. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like I can cook better than most women.
You're not
No
traditional.
shade,
Yeah.
no shade. But like,
Yeah.
I and again,
I mean,
even when someone said about like,
your
oh,
food's
you know,
pretty good.
like it's gonna be. Thank you. Even so when someone said like, oh, you know,
Yeah.
like unless we're serious, I'm not gonna cook for you. I don't really have that same issue. Like, you know, if someone comes to my house, like whatever context, I'm gonna offer them something to eat, blah blah. So I don't think of it that way. So maybe that's why I also kind of feel like I wouldn't put like as much like. Maybe there's not many things I'll be like, unless we get serious, I'm not gonna do. Which is why, like, if someone else was saying that, and I think, to me, what Bliss said is exactly right. A lot of the undercurrent of this, there's always like the yeah, but this, but I think it just boils down to like some women, maybe a lot of women just think like you're a guy, that's your role. And to me, I'm always gonna just reject that mentality. I just don't agree with that way of viewing the world because I don't
Would
know.
you say you're not traditional then?
I mean, I guess I don't know
Can't
what
be.
traditional is like, but I feel like whatever I'm doing, if you do that, we're gonna be fine. And I think I'm quite reasonable in what I do. Like, I'm not gonna take the piss. I'm not gonna like let me just pay it cheap. Like, I do like what I feel like what is pretty good. If you do whatever I'm doing to a reasonable extent, you're gonna be fine. It's that simple. You know, even cooking or whatever, cleaning. If you guys know me, like like that's not something that's a problem for
Yeah.
me. Like, I'll be doing that. So like, maybe that's just like some women are just like that, and some women are not. But
You're more of like a 50
Okay.
oh, don't say that.
Respect.
Don't say that. You're trying to diss me now.
No,
My
I
boss
don't
says
mean
as
like
well.
that. I mean in
I've got
terms of
another.
like, I do this, you do that. I like mirroring.
We're not counting.
I've got another
Like,
example
no one's
for you.
counting, but like
Sounds like you are.
It's never
I've
going
got
to be
another-
50-50.
Yeah, I've got another example for you because I'm trying to really
You're going to a
understand
third
what
date
you want.
every time.
Yeah, go on.
So let's say this third date, she did plan it, and it was very, very similar to a date that you planned, like your first or second date. But she was able to find a crazy deal, which meant that she only paid £10 for the whole date.
Mhm.
Would you be satisfied like that? It looks
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
exactly
No,
like
no,
the
I
dates
would,
that you
I
planned.
would.
So you don't mind?
I used to, bro. I was like
Okay.
a group on Bandit, bro. Back in the day, like you guys know me. Like I'll be on there looking for the deals. Like that's fine. Like I don't. I think again.
So it's just the
To me,
aesthetics.
if anything, that's even like good effort. Like it's great. I'll be like, yeah, you're kind of like me. Then you're kind of trying to find the best deal possible. Like, yeah, that's good. That's good. I don't
So it's
think-
just a compatibility
Okay.
issue at the end of the day.
Yeah,
true,
it seems
true,
like
true.
it.
Like that way of showing effort. And again, I can't believe you guys don't agree with me. You guys are tweaking. Like, what the hell?
Nope.
I don't
Well,
know.
we
you
don't
have
agree
an
with you. That's
unhealthy
crazy, man.
idea of money and dating as a like.
Wait, so Sam,
Yeah.
Sam, you're younger
As a
than us.
form
Like,
of, like,
what's
showing
your
attention.
vibe? Like, if you're trying to date someone seriously, you don't really care about who pays. Just gonna be paying everything. How does that work?
I don't
How
really
would you
care
like
what
it to be?
happens as long as I get to spend time with them. Then that's what that matters. Like if I'm seeing them, that's enough intention for me to be like, hey, this person's willing to spend time with me and see me. That's enough. Like
So you
I'm
want
giving you a round of
So you
applause,
want to?
Sam.
Oh please, oh please. When the girls agree with you like that, just do it. You're saying something crazy, yeah. When the women start saying, "Oh, that's a real man right there," run away, run away. You're saying crazy stuff.
I mean, would I like
though.
for them to plan to meet up with me? Yeah, but also like the fact that they're turning up anyway is enough to be like they're putting their time in, they're investing their time, and there's at least an amount of emotional like investment as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay,
it's-
let's get practical, Sam. Yeah? The first date you pay for because I don't know, I was really feeling her or whatever. Second date
Your man.
because you're a man, a real man, yeah. And then second date, how you know you I don't know. You plan it, you pay for it. Like when you get there, you expect them to split it. Like how does that work? If the bill comes, let's say the bill comes on the second day, you guys went to eat, and they're saying like, oh, one card. What would you say?
I mean, it depends how much it is, to be honest. But like, also, I'm not going to be going to like restaurants and stuff. I don't like restaurant dates; they freak me out. I don't like being in
Okay,
restaurants.
let's just imagine it. We're trying to play the theoretical game, right? You're there, one card. Are you saying
Well,
like I'm the guy, I'm just gonna pay for that, or are you like are you saying like split it? What are you saying? Because all these people are saying real man, these applauding you. I want to see how much they keep saying that when you start saying what you're gonna be saying. I'm listening.
He's 20, so.
Well, it depends on the circumstance. Like, if they offer to split, then I'll split. If they offer to pay, I'll pay, or they'll pay, and then I'm happy to pay if I have to. But also,
You
like,
have to, but you get to pay some. You're a man. You
Yeah.
get to. It's a privilege. Are you not
yeah, you
enjoying
don't
this?
have to. Like,
Oh no.
Nah, I think if she offers to pay like on the second date, whatever, and it was like a hefty bill or some shit like that, the fact that she offered to pay, I'll probably just pay the rest of the bill because
Reverse
to me
psychology.
she tried.
It's true. Yeah.
Do you get it? It's
It'll work
kind of
with me,
like
it'll
she
work,
was
it'll
going
work.
to pay,
Yeah.
but
I
obviously
guess I'm finished. I don't
obviously,
do the pump fakes.
there's not girls who are up there like, oh, let me try,
I'm
innit? Like, no.
You put.
Because
I don't
I
pump fake.
don't know. For me, that if I'm doing that, that means that I'm concerned with his financial capability. Like, why would he not be able to cover the bills? Why would
Where
I?
you chose to take us to.
Like,
All right,
that's how I would feel. I would see it as the man would take offense to the fact that I've offered to pay.
Nah,
Like,
first
am
day
I
I would take
questioning
offense,
your
but like
ability to
after
pay?
that, I feel like it's always weird to split because anyway. Okay.
The man that
I want to finish this. Sam, the second date you've paid now, yeah, because whatever you had to pay, whatever. First date you paid, second date you've paid. Now you're at the third date now, wherever you are, the bill comes. What's your thinking?
I don't know. It's the thing is, I don't really go out for dates,
No,
so
let's
it's
just
like
play
I don't have any
theoretical. Like,
experience in this.
let's imagine. You pay for the first one, you pay for the second one. Now the third one comes. What like, and then they say like one card. What would you say?
The thing is, this is something that I have no experience in, so I can't comment.
You can't
'cause,
even.
like,
Yeah, you can't.
It's
yeah.
because-
I've not
because
been in
you-
this situation,
It's because you
so
already know you're not.
I don't know what I would
You're gonna
do.
be
Like,
fuming. You're gonna be like, I ain't paying no third dime in a row.
no, I already know that they're going to be paying because I deserve
Sam's not
that.
even
so
gonna
it's not
be in
like
that
me,
position
wait.
because
Sam
he
just
don't
came to
really
my-
do dates
He just
like
came
that.
away. Sam just said he's gonna say he's gonna be expecting them to pay. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, but I'm not paying for any of the dates because
Oh.
I don't have to. I'm beautiful, so I don't need to pay for dates because
God damn.
Oh, golly.
Right.
Basically, I can
That's
see
outside of my range.
That's how we feel.
I
I
don't
can see
engage
from
with
I
that.
can see what Sam is saying is that he really agrees with me. He's just not going to say it because he's already.
No.
No, I
'cause
don't
he-
agree with you.
No,
I don't
of
agree
course
there
not,
should
bro.
be these arbitrary rules.
No,
that
of course you
certain
don't,
people
'cause
should pay at certain
when I
times.
asked you,
Just let things happen as they happen.
Yeah,
Like, if
but-
it comes to it,
Yes, I
then it
agree
comes
with
why
to
doesn't
it.
it happen
but-
naturally on the other side? Let me say it this way, Sam. If you didn't agree with me,
You're
when I-
trying to
when I-
orchestrate it.
No, no,
You
no,
have a
no,
set
right?
of rules already. You have a set of
No,
rules
no,
already.
I'm asking Sam. When I asked Sam the third date, are you gonna pay? See how he hesitated? He couldn't be like, yeah, that's not a big deal. He was like, low key, it is a big deal.
He's
That's why he
20
couldn't
years
tell
old.
me.
He
That's why
doesn't
couldn't tell
have
me.
a lot of
Nah, he
experience.
I have
knows.
other things to worry
He
about. I got
knows.
to pay
He
my
knows.
bills.
He's a
I'm
uni
right.
student.
Nah, I'm right.
And
Sam-
also, I
Sam
would
knows I'm
rather
right.
cook for someone to show them that I can cook and to show them that I can do these other things. I have other skills to offer than
Or
money.
you cook it.
I'd rather have
You
someone
guys
around
need
and
to find
cook
each
for
other.
them
Or you cook it,
rather
you
than
need
to
to find
take
each
them out.
No, you guys need to find each other. All these cooking people that are cooking for each
No,
other.
I think you need
You
to be a
guys
bit
need to
more
find each other.
open-minded, Ade.
Alright, well, I have to go,
Dates
guys.
aren't just
Bye.
restaurants.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Wait,
Thank you
I've
so
got a
much for
question.
joining.
Thank you guys
See
for
you.
having me.
Bye.
Thank you. Have a nice night, guys.
You too,
Bye.
Bye.
You
Bye.
too.
I've got a question before I leave.
Go on, Damien.
You see this whole cooking thing of like guys cooking for girls, etc. Do you feel like as black people, we've kind of lost a lot of emotions because we were never taught something like that? Because, for instance, let's say when I cook for my girl, for example, I feel very nice because I feel like that's a part of an emotion that, you know, she gets to experience. She doesn't have to cook today or tomorrow because, I don't know, she went to work and I was at home, etc. Or if I get home early before I pick her up, I might cook something. But like growing up as children, a lot of us men are taught not to cook, for example, and it's just women cooking, cleaning, etc. So like as for guys, you don't really find that as maybe as romantic, but you see it as like the woman must, but she doesn't have to.
Right.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, in my experience, though, growing up, so I'm the middle child. When we moved to the UK, it was just me and my sister. So I was the oldest one. I was cooking a lot. You know, like I grew up cooking. And my mom had a whole thing of like when we came back from boarding school around maybe like 10, 11. She kind of really stopped making us food because obviously when you move to the UK, you're having all these pastas and spaghetti and stuff. She doesn't really be eating all that stuff. So she's gonna be like, make your own food. And low key, if you don't make your own food and you starve, that's your business. So I grew up like making my own food a lot, and you know even cooking. My mom always used to cook for my dad though, but I'd always make my own food. So now, like I said, like everyone that comes to my house, even this a bit TMI, a casual situation, you're gonna eat something. I'm gonna try. What do you want? Like I'm gonna make something. And even me, I don't think of making food for someone as like even Topper was saying, like I said earlier about if it's not serious, I don't really think of it that way. I'm just like if you come to my house, it's kind of my obligation to kind of feed you. So looking forward to a relationship. I haven't lived with someone.
No,
I'm your wife now, but in a romantic situation as well, I probably would just think of like whoever can cook just does it in it. Like you make this, I make that. I don't know, bring it all together. I don't really, So like it's interesting. Your experience kind of been like I guess it's like your mom was doing it the whole time. But like yeah, I grew up like cooking a lot, so not a big deal for me. But maybe
Everyone's experience with cooking is different, though. Yeah,
if not my
because
man,
do you know
he's not
what?
my
Do you know what it
husband.
is?
Go on.
No, 100%. Because I just think cooking is a chore. I don't really particularly enjoy cooking in the same way I don't enjoy really cleaning and doing. It's just things that has to be done. Like if you don't eat, you die. It's sustenance. So I don't particularly enjoy cooking. So if random people are asking me to cook, hell no, I ain't doing that. If it's my man though, someone that I really care about and I really love, and he's asked, "Can you make me?" Then do you know what? Fair enough. I'll make that for you because I don't even like doing this in the first place. So that's why I say I'm not cooking for random people.
But you know what? Yeah, it's mad because I feel like when I met my girl, we were both like children, right? But we moved in probably more than we dated now, at the age of 17 or some shit like that. I feel like the more you treat your girl like a wife, the more it just happens naturally. So like for example, you wouldn't even ask her to cook, she would just cook it. Same as like she wouldn't even ask me to pay for anything because I've already paid for it or I've already cooked. Something like that happens. But when I was asking the question, it was more so that growing up as black people, there's things that we do because it's a must, but there's no emotions behind it.
That's
So
a good point, actually.
when you're now doing stuff with emotions, it becomes more meaningful. You now start doing things intentionally.
Good Nah, that's an excellent point actually. Yeah, that's a very good point because we're all talking about it now, and again we are just assuming that already like it's in the context of a
Yeah,
romance. But low key actually, when like a lot of our mothers were cooking growing up, there was no real romance. It was like it's their job, etc. Which is kind of
they
different.
had to do it because
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. That's a good point. I do think you're right. If you're doing the things you need to do, which is again why I'm big on like setting the example. Like a lot of things, you guys are calling me crazy and whatnot, but like once you start setting the example and those things, girls that like you and see that, they're gonna be like, let me just match that energy because you know what, I kind of like how this is going. It's not gonna be a thing of like reminding someone like, oh yeah, it's been this day, you haven't done X, Y, and Z. If they see the way you're moving, you know they're gonna be inspired because they like you that much to just act accordingly, and it's not gonna be a thing of like, oh well, traditionally the girls don't really do that this early on or blah blah. They just see how you're doing, and
I've
I guess the way you carry yourself as well. Like if you're someone that's like, I
yeah.
don't know. Again, I have friends that again have dated girls and they haven't really insisted or commented on the fact that like the girl's not really spending any money or doing this or like to me, but I call it as effort. They call it
I've
something
got a
different.
question for Damien.
Go on.
So with the like cooking and cleaning,
yeah.
how often do you and your partner like split the chores?
We don't even split it like that. It's never 50-50. That's all I can say for sure. So,
Mm-hmm.
for example, she's got a night shift today. Yesterday she cooked. For example, I'm gonna clean the house. I'm probably gonna cook and stuff, so that when she comes back tomorrow, she doesn't have to do none of that. So
Mm-hmm.
it's never really discussed. It's just something that happens in the home where I understand that the person has done a night shift or the person just don't want to cook today. So I'll take the lead and just cook. So sometimes it might be we'll cook together, or sometimes it might be both of us don't want to cook, so we get takeaway.
Okay. I think that's really nice. But in the household that I grew up, it doesn't matter who had the night shift. My mum was always cooking, and it was
Yeah,
always me and my
yeah,
brother. It was always me and my brother prepping for the cooking. So I guess until I'm in a situation like that, I won't see it like that because
Yeah.
before my mum comes back home from work, I have to wash meat, boil it, blend peppers so that she can put it all together in a stew. And then someone's gonna think that I'm gonna enjoy cooking when I'm 20
Yeah.
something.
No, it's fair.
There's
Fair enough.
there's
Fair
no
enough. I
enjoyment
guess. I didn't
in
think
that
of
for
that.
me. But I can see that. I can understand. Understand that.
Yeah. And I guess to be fair, that's a good thing. That I haven't really. I think I've met a few girls as well that talk about how growing up they had to do a lot of the cooking, like maybe to be the oldest
Mm-hmm.
girl or the oldest daughter, blah blah. I can see how that would reflexively put someone off cooking for someone else. The idea of it being like a romantic or even just a casual gesture, like in the way I cooked, like
Yeah.
I cooked a lot growing up, but it was kind of always kind of my own food, generally speaking. Or like we make peppers for the house, for the to
That's
make stew or whatever. So like it didn't grow up feeling like
and I
even
think
now.
it's really
You gone?
no, I was gonna say I think you can even see it in the way that I make my meals now. It's not like the whole what's it? All of the effort of cutting all these pieces. No, it's literally like boil the potato, cook the chicken, add the veg, I've meal prepped. And I eat the same meals 5 days a week because I don't want to go through the
The
hassle
hassle of
of
making
having
that
to do
nice.
all of
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Ish.
So I literally just meal prep for myself. I know that when I'm older I'm not gonna be able to do that because people can't eat the same meals 5 days a week.
yeah.
I
Yeah.
That's
understand
yeah.
that. But now that I
Damien
don't
shaking his
have
head. He's
to,
like,
I'm
nah,
gonna
this is not
really
my.
enjoy
Damien is like, I think Damien's like, wait,
I'm
hold
really
on,
gonna
Nah,
enjoy
bro.
5 days a week,
but
the same
because
food,
I
like,
think
god damn.
no, but fresh food
I like
every
rice, but
day.
no 5 days,
Just
bro.
I think fresh food every day for someone who works full time and has like
yeah.
longish hours is not very realistic.
Yeah.
So the most realistic thing for me to do is just prep all of my meals one day during the week for myself. I know eventually when I live with my partner it's going to be different, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Good point.
Yeah.
I mean,
I agree with that because, sorry.
no, Rizzo, I cut you off. Gone.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say that I also grew up cooking for everyone at home, and I hate cooking now. So yeah, I share the same
Yeah,
sentiment.
yeah.
Every time I see you, I'm always cooking. What the hell? But I don't
Yeah,
complain.
it's not
I
gonna
don't complain.
happen.
I don't really. I'm very. That's very calm. Like I'm very comfortable with that setup or whatever. Anyway, we're going up to almost 4.5 hours, so I'll wrap up now. Thank you guys so much
Anyways,
for being a part of
me,
this. See you later,
I'm
Damien.
rolling.
Take it easy,
See
bro.
ya.
Thank you for
Bye.
joining. Nice to
Bye.
see you. So I say that to say like thank you guys so much for a great conversation as always. Almost 4 and something hours. This is a new record. Very enriching, exciting conversation. Hopefully we've been able to do. I mean, I think the last one ended up going a long time, which was really fun. But hopefully we can look back on this and be like, oh, we were able to somehow adequately, roughly capture what 2025 was like as a year, as a moment. You know, we did the political angle, we did the social angle. Overall, the year's coming to an end. Any quick 1 minute reflections on the year from anyone? Or what's been like, or just general overall?
You didn't talk about Diddy.
Yeah, you guys mentioned that. I mean, honestly, funny thing is, it didn't cross my mind that much, even though he's been in the news and stuff, like, to really get into it. But I suppose, what's the commentary on life on Diddy? It seems like a very specific personal issue. Like, the idea of these topics were meant to be like, they were popular, but they also kind of reflect pop culture, societal culture in a way. Like, there's a link between, like, this one is a very, like, you know, on the nose stuff that, like, people tweeted this, and again, it reflects, like, you know, we've all had very spirited conversations around our different ideas around dating that reflect culture and life. The rest of them is obviously Trump, where we are in America, where we are globally, reform, obviously we live in the UK, all that kind of stuff. Diddy seems like, to me, like, big event, big story, but what does that tell us about wider culture? That seems like very specific to those kind of people and their entertainment elements and adjacent people like that. So not much for me to say like, oh, this is a reflection of 2025 culture. That's kind of the idea behind this. Hopefully that made some sense. But overall, any kind of final... Go on. I'll cut you off.
I was going to say, my tiny perspective was, I looked at it as kind of a symbol of how these people who are so iconic in the past tend to come out later and be like sexual abusers and things like that. And it kind of makes me question, I don't know, the type of role models we have. But yeah, that can be a conversation for another day.
Role models, the kind of people we exalt. I think when we had our philosophical discussion, we did say like, for you to become like, the kind of society kind of rewards like the worst people or whatever, and so they also kind of define the culture, because if you're not that cunning, that, you know, ambitious, that driven, you probably won't make it that far. And part of what comes with being like very ambitious and cunning and wanting to make it is that you have some very bad, maybe sociopathic tendencies that you kind of corrupt the culture with. So yeah, I see that point. Trump is also a good example of that, right? One of the most narcissistic people we've ever met, and he's, you know, the president of America for the second time. So that's all part of that. Anyway, any 1 minute reflections? Remember, guys, your kids might be watching this in 10 to 15 years, maybe sooner for some of you. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. So if you have anything you'd like to tell them
where's this going? Where's it going?
Where's what going? Sorry.
This.
I'm gonna put it on YouTube tomorrow. I'm gonna upload the live to YouTube. All my lives always go on YouTube the next day. It's meant to be a repository of like my long form content, because I do like a lot of short videos and stuff, right? I'm trying to build like a catalog of longer form videos, where obviously short videos 3 minutes long, you can't really give full perspective and full views and stuff. But also this is meant to like, I guess, capture more accurately what's been going on, right? I usually do like, you know, what's been going on in the week or whatever. So a snapshot in time of where we are in the socio-political landscape or something like that. This is meant to be a snapshot for the year, right? 2025 roundup. So like, I guess it's a snapshot of like what the year's been like in 2025. So if you imagine like when your children watch this back, they're going to be looking to you and be like, oh, what did you think overall of 2025 as a thing? Telling them last minute, perfect timing. I think you're being sarcastic. Maybe I should have told them earlier on. I feel I should have led with that. I don't know. I think I might have mentioned that somewhat at the start. The housing crisis.
You know what? My 1 minute. My 1 minute reflection.
Yeah, go on. Tell us. Tell
me. Got his name. What's that short comedian's name?
Kevin Hart.
Kevin Hart.
No, the one with the predictions. Sorry.
I don't know
predictions.
The one who did that interview at the beginning of the year, and he was like, 2025 will be the year where all things are revealed. That's my 1 minute reflection. I'll remember his name soon.
I don't know who you're referring to. Sorry. That didn't make more impact.
Is he black or white?
Black. He was trending. The one who was
Vince Staples.
No.
No.
It's fine. His name will come to me.
Okay, let me just look it up. I do have that power. Comedian 2025 predictions.
Shannon Sharp interview podcast.
Not Cat Williams.
Yes, Cat Williams.
Cat Williams.
Oh, Cat Williams. Okay, yeah.
What did he say about everything will be revealed in 2025, or what did he say?
Yeah, he did say that.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
Has everything been revealed? Is that do you think that's just true? Has everything? I don't know what's been revealed.
It feels like it.
A lot has, for sure.
Yeah, a lot has.
Well, fair enough. How about you, Top? What's your 1 minute summary?
We tried. We'll go again next year. That's my summary. That's my summary.
We go. Okay, I love that. I love that. What about you, Bliss?
I think we need to go outside more.
We need to go outside more. Do you know what?
Solve a lot of our problems.
That was all about. Right? Do you know what? That's probably not a bad reflection. Where is the my overall my the one that has all the topics on it? Where is it? Where is it? Yep, this one. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you look at all these 6 things, my overall reflection is that we're in crisis. I'll be honest, we're in social crisis. Like if you look at the Trump, the dating thing, the reform, like Charlie Kirk, transactional dating, he speaks to basically to touch grass. Yeah, exactly. To me, he speaks to like a kind of culture in crisis. If you look at a lot of the reasons why they happened, I think we kind of went into it in the live stream. It was like socially, everything's kind of falling apart. You know, with Trump, you had the whole social issues and, you know, the white men needs to have their country back. With reform, you have something very similar. All these people that are not like us are getting all this money. We have to stop them getting that. Even with the dating stuff, it kind of, the transactional dating, it kind of speaks to like, no one's really trying to like develop those connections anymore. So it's just kind of like, what can I get from this situation? Let me just do that as easy as I can. And it's become like a whole industry. You have people doing content aimed at teaching, I don't know, women how to be like, how to get stuff from people, how to do this. Is having a boyfriend embarrassing now? Like now it's embarrassing to have social relationships, and you know all these kind of things like becoming more individualistic, if I can get a word out. All that kind of stuff. Obviously, you combine it with like the money stuff as well. We have wealth inequality like we've never seen before. You know, everything just seems to be disintegrating societally. Now, paradoxically, I love it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a bit of a weird and nihilistic in a bizarre way where as the world continues to collapse, I'm actually kind of curious to see where it's all gonna go. Like, where's this all gonna end up? You know, even if I didn't even do this on this topic. But if you start going to like the more political stuff, like the wars we have going on, Russia, Ukraine, the US is helping Ukraine. Nuclear war might be very close than we think. China's coming up. The US is beefing China. We have Israel, all that kind of stuff. It seems like everything's going in the wrong direction. Personally speaking, if you're my child and you're 15 years watching this later on, I love this. I like seeing the world kind of low-key fall apart. I want to see where it goes. Like, what does actually happen? Because I'm always bothered by the fact that all of these things that we do are kind of made up. We've designed all these structures like economics, like capitalism, all that kind of stuff to live the world, but now it's not really serving us anymore. And to me, it's starting to have a direct impact on our social life. You know, the relentless pursuit of money above all else, which is what capitalism is why you have situations like we have with wealth inequality now. Is why you have people dating transactionally, because at the end of the day, just get your money. That's kind of what seems to be, you know, the biggest priority for everyone nowadays. Like, focus on yourself, get your bag, and you know why you want to get that bag, what you want to do it for. Is your life actually meaningful or happy? No one really cares anymore. That's kind of where we're going. So moving into 2026, maybe kind of a prediction. I imagine a lot of these things will get worse before they get better. You know, when in a world where Keir Starmer, for example, says let's have an election next year. We're seeing anti-immigrant rhetoric now. The kind of craziness we'll be seeing at that time. We've even seen them talk about now, like, oh, if you're not blah blah British, then maybe you shouldn't. We have to denaturalize. It's not popular, but like, there's a opinion out there that's not extremist. Well, it's extremist, but they don't view it as extremist. That like, we need to like denaturalize and deport British citizens because we need to reclaim some kind of equity. That's an opinion out there right now. Like, there are people that appear on the BBC. You can look him up, Matt Goodwin, people like this that appear on mainstream news and say this. So this is mainstream now, to be openly racist towards other people, to call for stuff that people that might have got you arrested 5 years ago. Now it's normal. You know, where is that all going to lead up? 2026 is going to reveal, you know, yeah, just explains a lot more protest. I imagine so. There's going to be a lot of backlash. Even, again, more socially, the transactional dating stuff, what it seemed like happened was like there was a backlash from a lot of men around like, actually, why should we accept this? You know, and they all started protesting, basically saying, oh my God, this is not something we're going to want to live by anymore. So that also, I guess, in a weird way is like fracturing our social relationships, right? Because if as a guy, you're viewing, you know, women with a level of like suspicion, which maybe you guys can probably accuse me and say like that bleeds into the way I view the dating stuff as well, around like paying for the third date and stuff like that. If you're viewing it in a suspicious way, which is like, yeah, low key, they're not trying to contribute something. Are they trying to take advantage of me? That kind of stuff. That probably just leads to more enmity, right? Like just more like low key, like this is not good for our dating culture. A world where as a woman, and again, I'm not blaming all women, obviously. The general perception as a guy is like the woman is just kind of like, what can she get out of this because she has too many guys that she can date, and this guy can do this. As a guy, if that's how you're viewing it, then you're gonna be a bit more suspicious. Maybe you start holding back. Maybe you're not gonna be as into it, etc., etc. Now we're gonna be having worse social relationships. We already complain so much about situationships and how that's such a bad thing. Are we gonna start seeing more of that? No one wants to commit anymore because the idea of being vulnerable and just doing that kind of stuff is not looking good. So overall, I think we're just in our flop era right now as a humanity, as a species. Like, we're down bad. And again, for someone like me that does commentary on social stuff, I guess it's great. I've never had it so good. So many things to pick from and talk about. But I think for general humanity, it's not really looking good. That's my general reflections. Kanan, I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's been 4.5 hours. Follow me though. Let's talk next week. Hopefully you can join next week and I can get into a bit more of your questions then. But I will have to wrap this up in a minute or two. So my overall 2025 reflections, which I just did over 7 minutes long, instead of making it 1 minute long, is that humanity is in our flop era and things are going to get worse before they get better. Maybe that might lead to, again, societal collapse, which is very possible. We have climate change, we have all these things. Maybe we won't get that far. I think we're probably not going to get that far. There's going to be some kind of crazy realignment that happens very soon, that everyone starts to realize that, okay, low-key, this has gone far enough because there's so many negative outcomes. But if you look at history, I don't think that's going to happen because, history got so crazy. Like, we got to the point in the world where we had world wars and people were trying to annihilate each other because, I don't know, shit was just that bad. Is it possible we're going to get to that level again? Maybe not world war level, but with nuclear weapons, you don't really need world wars. You just need about 5 or 6 of them and we're all going to die. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully, though, 2026, What in World Weekly keeps growing. We keep having more of these conversations, learning from each other, sharing experience. I'm very big on that. I really appreciate you guys coming on as well because for me, the experience sharing of What in World Weekly is more important than me just talking. I probably couldn't have done this by myself. If it's 4 hours long, I would be talking for this long. But the fact that I've had people coming to share their opinions, share their thoughts, I can't capture 2025 by myself. So I do need people to come on and do that with me. So thank you. And a lot of you, this is your first time coming on stage. Really, really appreciate it. And yeah, tell a friend to tell a friend. We have a lot of these exciting conversations every week. Am I gonna do another one this Sunday? I mean, I should have. I'm off work, so I have no excuse to. 4th of January, I'll do another live in 7 days. How many days is that? Today's Tuesday, isn't it? 5 days. Oof, that's gonna give me a lot of time. I'll see what I come up with. I take a lot of pride in trying to edit and make it look nice, so that's what takes a lot of my time. But I'll find something and see you guys hopefully on Sunday to have a great conversation. Tell a friend to tell a friend. We're always on at the same time. Apart from today, obviously, we're always on at the same time. Sunday, 2 p.m. Join me in 5 days' time for another great conversation. Thank you guys so much again for joining me, and I'll see you on Sunday on the next live stream. Bye, everyone. Have a good rest of your day.
Bye.